Absolutely. Getting involved in the political process, making your voice heard, it can be a really powerful way to advocate for policies that help you and your community.
Okay, so to recap, we've got our action plan. Figure out how you'd use the money, stay up to date on what's happening, make sure your tax info is correct, and let your representatives know you support this stuff. This feels good. Even with all the uncertainty, it feels like we can actually do something.
Yeah, taking control. And hey, even if this bill doesn't work out the way we hope, even if there aren't any stimulus checks, what you've learned through this process, all this stuff about the economy, about politics, about personal finance, it's going to help you down the road no matter what.
It's like we're building up our financial muscles,
Yeah.
getting ready for whatever comes next.
That's a great way to put it. And when you think about it that way, you're already way ahead of the game.
Now, I know we've been talking a lot about getting ready and making plans, but let's be real for a second. I think everyone listening is wondering the same thing right now. How much money are we talking about here? What kind of numbers could we actually see?
Oh, yeah, I get it. Everyone wants to know how much this could actually impact their bottom line. And look, I can't predict the future. No one can. We don't know exactly how much any stimulus checks might be. But we can look back at what they've done in the past to get an idea of what's possible.
Okay, so let's take a trip down memory lane. What kind of figures are we talking about?
Well, the American Rescue Plan Act back in 2021, remember that one? They gave out $1,400 per person plus another $1,400 for each dependent. So a family of 4, they got $5,600 total.
That's a nice little chunk of change. I bet that helped a lot of families catch their breath.
Oh yeah, no doubt. And don't forget the CARES Act in 2020. That was $1,200 per person and $500 per dependent. And then they tacked on another $600 per person later that year.
So the amounts have changed a bit each time. But no matter what, those direct payments made a real difference for a lot of people.
No doubt about it. Now, of course, we can't say for sure what the amount will be this time around. But it's helpful to have those examples in mind, right? It gives us a ballpark figure.
Like having a map of where they've been before so we can get a sense of where they might be headed.
Exactly. And as we learn more about the situation, as things develop, we'll keep you posted on anything that could change the amount of those potential stimulus checks.
So stay tuned, everyone. We're keeping our fingers crossed and our eyes peeled for any news that could mean more money in your pockets.
And don't forget, even if we don't know the exact amount yet, having a plan for how you'd use those funds can help you get the most out of it.
It's all about taking charge, being proactive with your financial future.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Now, let's switch gears a bit and talk about some other potential goodies that might be tucked away in this reconciliation bill, stuff beyond the direct stimulus checks.
Okay, now this is getting interesting. We've covered the direct payments, but what else is out there that could benefit our listeners?
Well, one area that often gets attention in these packages is support for families.
Families, yeah, they often get hit the hardest when times are tough. What kind of support are we talking about here?
We already touched on it a bit, but the child tax credit, the one that was expanded in 2021, that gave families with kids monthly payments.
Yeah, those monthly payments were huge for so many families. Gave them a little breathing room each month. I think we could see something like that again.
It's definitely possible. There's been a lot of talk about making those expanded child tax credit provisions permanent.
So even if the direct stimulus checks don't happen, there's still a chance that families could get some much-needed relief through programs like the child tax credit.
Yep, exactly. And let's not forget about some of the other things that could be included, like funding for education or healthcare or even infrastructure projects.
Now, those are areas that could have a huge impact on people's lives, even if it's not as direct as getting a check in the mail.
That's right. It's all about the bigger picture, all the different ways this bill could help folks out.
So we're definitely keeping our hopes up for those stimulus checks, but it's good to know that there might be a whole package of goodies coming down the line.
Exactly. Stay informed, stay engaged, and be ready to make the most of whatever opportunities come your way.
All right, so we talked about those direct stimulus checks, the expanded child tax credits, even bigger things like funding for education and healthcare. But what are the chances of any of this actually happening? What are the realistic odds of a reconciliation bill with all these goodies in it?
Well, politics is a tricky business, right? Things change all the time. There are no guarantees. But there are a few things that make me think we should be optimistic.
Okay, let's hear it. What's got you feeling hopeful?
Well, first off, like we've been talking about, there's a track record here. Both parties have used reconciliation bills before to provide financial relief, help out everyday folks. That tells me there's at least some agreement on this. It's not just a one-sided thing.
So it's not just a red team versus blue team situation. That's good to hear.
Right. And second, it feels like more and more people are realizing that the economy isn't working for everyone. The cost of living keeps going up, wages aren't keeping pace, and a lot of folks are still struggling to recover from the pandemic.
Yeah, it's hard to ignore those struggles. It feels like there's a growing sense of we need to do something about this and we need to do it now.
Exactly. And that sense of urgency, well, it could translate into action, political action. And that action could take the form of a reconciliation bill with things like stimulus checks or those expanded child tax credits.
So even though we can't say for sure what's going to happen, there are some reasons to be hopeful.
Absolutely. And even if this particular opportunity doesn't pan out, all the stuff you've learned about how laws get made, about how the economy works, about managing your own finances, that's going to be useful no matter what.
It's all about taking control, right? Equipping ourselves to deal with whatever comes next.
Exactly. When you have that mindset, when you're ready to take charge, you're already on the path to reaching your goals.
Well, it feels like we've covered just about everything there is to know about this whole stimulus check situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've gone from those reconciliation bills to, how the economy is doing, and of course, how all this could actually put some money in your pocket.
We dug into those past examples, saw what's going on in Washington right now, and most importantly, how you can be ready to jump on those opportunities.
I think our listeners have got a lot to chew on now and hopefully a lot to be excited about.
Yeah. Got to stay positive. And, even if this bill doesn't have everything we've talked about, this deep dive is still valuable,
Oh, for sure. It's bigger than just this one law.
Yeah.
It's about getting that financial foundation, those skills you need to handle whatever comes next.
Right. The stuff you've learned here, you can take that with you no matter what. You're better equipped now to, understand the economy, see how those policy decisions are made, and make smart choices about your own money.
Like we've given everyone a financial toolbox, all those tools you need to build a more secure future.
That's the goal. Give people the power to take control of their money, make choices that are right for them.
So as we wrap things up here, I'm going to leave you with this thought. Whatever happens with this bill, remember, you have the power to shape your financial future.
Keep learning, keep planning, and keep taking those steps toward your goals.
And hey, who knows? Maybe there's a nice financial surprise right around the corner.
Until next time, keep diving deep.
And we'll be here to guide you along the way. Thanks for joining us on the... Hey, everyone. I know a lot of you out there are hoping for some more good news on the economic front.
Yeah.
Especially when it comes to that hot topic stimulus checks. And you know what? It looks like you've been doing your homework.
Absolutely.
You sent in a whole bunch of articles and discussions all about what the economy might look like in 2025.
Sounds like we've got a lot to dive into.
We do. It's kind of like we're strapping ourselves into a roller coaster, right? We're going to see some ups, some downs, but hopefully a thrilling ride overall.
I like that analogy. It definitely feels like we're in for some twists and turns.
For sure. And what's really caught my eye? Some of these articles point to some pretty interesting patterns, like maybe a connection between when we see recessions and when those stimulus checks roll in.
That's definitely something worth exploring.
Plus, there's this whole thing about the amounts of the checks. Like there might be a pattern there too, which I know has a lot of you wondering, hey, could another stimulus check be on the way?
Well, let's take a closer look and see what the data tells us.
Okay. So one article I was looking at talked about how the economy might be softening a bit.
Right.
Now, I know that might sound a little scary at first, but
yeah.
Actually, hold on a sec. Could a softening economy actually be good news for us, stimulus check hopefuls? What do you think?
It might sound counterintuitive, but a slower economy could actually increase the chances of another stimulus package. It's all about trying to boost things back up.
Right. It's like if things are slowing down,
yeah,
they might need a little push, a little jolt of energy to get things moving in a positive direction again.
Yeah.
And that's where a stimulus check could come in.
Exactly. And remember, the whole point of a stimulus is to help people financially, give them a bit of breathing room.
Exactly. And that's what so many folks are looking for right now, that extra bit of support to help them feel more secure.
Absolutely.
Okay, so we've got this softening economy, which, like you said, could actually increase the chances of a stimulus. But then there's this other thing that totally blew my mind. One article pointed out this pattern with the stimulus amounts.
Oh, yeah. Tell me about that.
So the first one back in, what was it, 2020? That was $300, right?
Yep. Yeah, $300.
And then the next one was $600.
Uh-huh.
And then, bam, $1,200.
It's an interesting progression for sure.
It is. So if this pattern keeps going, does that mean we could be looking at a $2,400 check next time?
Okay, now hold on a second. While that pattern is definitely intriguing, it's important to remember that it's not a guarantee.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't go running to the bank just yet.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
But it's still fun to think about, right? Like,
Yeah.
what if?
Of course. It's always good to stay hopeful. But I think the bigger takeaway here is that a recession, which a lot of people see as a scary thing, could actually lead to some positive changes.
That's a good point.
Mm.
I mean, it's like, yeah, recession can be tough, but sometimes you need to shake things up to make things better, right?
It's like hitting the reset button. Sometimes you need to clear out the old to make way for the new.
I like that. Reset. It's like a fresh start. And you know what? I think that's what a lot of people are really craving right now.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So if this reset does happen, what could it actually look like for the average person? Like, what are some tangible benefits we might see?
Well, one really great thing that could happen is that prices might actually go down for a lot of everyday things.
Wait, really?
Yeah. Think about it. During a recession, demand for certain things might drop, which could lead to businesses lowering their prices to attract customers.
Wow, so our money could actually go further.
Absolutely. You could find yourself getting more bang for your buck at the grocery store, the gas station, maybe even when you're shopping for clothes or other things you need.
Now, that's a silver lining I can get behind. So even though we might see some economic ups and downs, there could be some really great benefits for us along the way, like lower prices and maybe even another stimulus check.
It's all about looking at the big picture and seeing the potential for positive change, even amidst uncertainty.
Exactly. And it's important to remember that things can change quickly in the economy.
You got that right.
Remember back in early 2020, life seemed pretty normal, and then boom, everything shifted practically overnight.
Yeah, and that first stimulus check arrived pretty quickly after that.
Exactly. So things can turn around unexpectedly, and sometimes those unexpected turns bring some pretty amazing surprises with them.
Sometimes those surprises can be exactly what we need to navigate through challenging times and come out stronger on the other side.
You know what? I totally agree. And speaking of surprises, I remember this one time when, it really is wild how quickly things can shift when it comes to the economy.
Yeah, for sure. It's like 1 minute things are going smoothly, and the next minute you're holding your breath, wondering what's going to happen next.
Exactly. But, you made a really good point earlier about how change can bring opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's especially true when we're talking about the possibility of another stimulus check.
Yeah.
Like, what if that extra cash arrives just when prices are starting to dip?
Oh, no, that would be a fantastic scenario. Talk about a win-win, right? Extra money in your pocket and things costing less. Sign me up.
Right. It's like the perfect storm, but in a good way.
Huh, exactly. A perfect storm of savings and opportunity. And, it's not just a pipe dream either. A lot of your research materials actually suggest that this kind of scenario could really play out.
Okay, so let's say it does happen. We get another stimulus check, and prices for everyday stuff actually start going down.
Yeah.
What are some smart moves our listeners could make to really make the most of this situation?
Ooh, that's a great question. Well, first off, I think this would be a prime opportunity to tackle any debts you might have, especially those pesky high-interest ones.
Oh, yeah, good point.
Think about it. You could use a chunk of that stimulus money to make a big dent in your debt, which would free up more of your income each month.
So not only do you get a little breathing room from the stimulus, but then you get even more breathing room from having less debt to pay off each month.
Exactly. It's a double whammy of financial freedom.
I love it. Okay, so debt reduction is a big one. What else?
Well, another smart move would be to beef up that emergency fund. Having a solid financial cushion can make all the difference when it comes to weathering unexpected storms.
Yeah, it's like having that safety net there just in case.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's like building a financial fortress around yourself so you feel safe and secure no matter what life throws your way.
I love that. A financial fortress. That's a great way to think about it. Okay, so debt reduction, building up savings. What about investing?
Ah, yes, investing. That's another fantastic option. Now, I know investing can feel a bit intimidating, especially if you're new to it,
Oh, sure.
but there are so many resources out there to help you get started, even if you're starting small.
Like what?
Well, there are online platforms that make investing super easy, and they often have educational materials to walk you through the process step by step. Plus, there are always financial advisors who can offer more personalized guidance.
So it's really about taking that first step and not being afraid to ask for help if you need it.
That's exactly it. And remember, even during a recession, there are still sectors of the economy that do well.
Oh, right. So it's not like everything just crashes and burns.
Nope, not at all. And by diversifying your investments, you can spread out the risk and potentially ride out those market fluctuations a bit smoother.
Okay, so we've got debt reduction, emergency savings, and investing. All great ideas. But you mentioned earlier about how a recession can sometimes lead to lower prices for things.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So wouldn't a stimulus check arriving at the same time basically supercharge that benefit?
Oh, absolutely. Imagine this. You get your stimulus check, and at the same time, the cost of groceries, gas, and other everyday essentials starts going down. Your purchasing power just skyrocketed.
It's like getting a bonus on top of a bonus.
Exactly. It's a chance to not just maintain your current lifestyle, but potentially even upgrade it a bit.
Wow. Hadn't even thought about it that way.
And let's not forget the psychological boost that comes with having some extra financial wiggle room. It can make a huge difference in terms of stress levels and overall well-being.
Yeah, it's like a weight being lifted off your shoulders.
Let's
You can breathe a little easier knowing that you've got a bit of a cushion.
Exactly. Financial security is a major contributor to overall happiness and life satisfaction. It's about being able to approach daily life with a sense of calm and confidence, knowing you have the resources to handle whatever comes your way.
It's like having that peace of mind that allows you to focus on the things that really matter in life, like your relationships, your health, and your passions.
Absolutely. And this brings us to another interesting point. We often think of money in terms of its practical uses: paying bills, buying necessities, saving for the future.
Yeah, that's usually the focus, right?
Right. But money can also be a tool for creating joy and making memories.
Oh, I like that. It's not just about survival, it's about thriving.
Exactly. Imagine using some of that stimulus money to do something special for yourself or your loved ones. Maybe a weekend getaway, a nice dinner out, tickets to a show. It's about using money to enrich your life experiences.
Those are great examples. It's about finding that balance between being responsible with your finances and actually enjoying the fruits of your labor.
Precisely. And remember, even small acts of self-care or spending on experiences can have a ripple effect. Boost your mood, strengthen your relationships, even improve your overall health.
Wow. I'm already feeling more optimistic just thinking about all these possibilities.
Me too. It's like we're painting a picture of a future where financial well-being is within reach, and it's a beautiful picture indeed.
It really is. And it's not just a fantasy. It's based on real economic trends and possibilities.
That's the power of knowledge and a positive mindset. By understanding how the economy works and embracing a proactive approach, we can position ourselves to not just survive, but thrive no matter what challenges come our way.
This conversation has been so inspiring. It feels like we've uncovered a treasure map to a brighter financial future.
And this is just the beginning of the journey. There's always more to learn, more to explore, and more ways to grow.
Wow, we've really covered a lot of ground in this deep dive. It's amazing to think about all the potential upsides that could be just around the corner, and how we can actually make the most of them.
It has been a fascinating exploration, that's for sure. And you've really done a great job pulling out some of the key insights from all this research. We've talked about the chances of another stimulus check, the possibility of things costing less, and even how a recession can sometimes create those unique opportunities for financial growth.
Yeah, it's almost like we've gotten this sneak peek into a future where things could actually get better, not worse.
Yeah.
It's like a breath of fresh air, especially when there's so much doom and gloom out there.
Absolutely. That's the power of knowledge and a positive outlook. By understanding how the economy works and by being proactive, we can put ourselves in a position to not just ride out the storm, but to actually come out stronger on the other side.
I love that. So as we wrap up this deep dive, what are some of the big takeaways our listeners should keep in mind as they navigate their own financial journeys? What are the big lessons here?
That's a great question. And I think it really comes down to a few essential principles. First and foremost, preparation is key. We can't predict the future exactly, but we can definitely get ourselves ready.
Right.
We can arm ourselves with the knowledge and the tools we need to make smart choices.
Like having a game plan, right?
Exactly. Imagine having a clear financial plan. It's like a roadmap that outlines your goals, your strategies, and what you'll do if things don't go exactly as planned. That kind of plan can give you so much confidence no matter what the economy throws your way.
Yeah, it's like having that sense of direction, that feeling of being in control.
Exactly. And the second big thing, mindset is everything. A positive outlook combined with a proactive approach can make all the difference in the world.
So it's not just about what you know, it's also about how you approach things.
Exactly. Imagine facing those financial challenges not as roadblocks, but as opportunities for growth and learning. That shift in perspective can turn fear into excitement and uncertainty into possibility.
It's like turning lemons into lemonade, right? Taking those potential setbacks and turning them into stepping stones towards something even better.
Exactly. And finally, never forget the power of community. We're all in this together, and when we share knowledge, resources, and support, we can achieve so much more.
It's like teamwork makes the dream work, right?
That's a great way to put it. Imagine connecting with other people who are on the same journey, finding mentors who can guide you, and joining communities where you can learn and grow together. It makes such a difference.
It's like having a whole team of cheerleaders all rooting for your success.
Exactly. And remember, even small steps taken consistently can lead to amazing results. It all adds up over time.
Like that saying, Rome wasn't built in a day, right?
Exactly. Imagine starting with just one small financial goal. Maybe it's paying off a debt, or setting up an emergency fund, or investing a small amount each month. Whatever it is, those small actions over time will compound and create a ripple effect that transforms your financial picture.
It's like planting a tiny seed that grows into a mighty oak tree. It's a reminder that even when things feel uncertain, we still have the power to shape our own financial destinies.
That's a beautiful way to put it, and it really captures the essence of this deep dive. We've explored the possibilities, we've identified the opportunities, and we've equipped ourselves with the knowledge and the mindset to create a brighter financial future.
I'm leaving this conversation feeling so inspired and empowered. It's like we've been given this tool box filled with valuable insights and strategies that we can actually use in our own lives.
And remember, this is just the beginning. The journey to financial well-being is an ongoing adventure, and there's always more to learn, more to explore, and more ways to grow.
Well, Deep Divers, it's been an absolute pleasure diving into these financial waters with you today. We hope you've learned a few things and that you're feeling more confident about navigating these exciting times ahead.
Remember, knowledge is power, and by staying curious and engaged, you can ride the waves of change with grace and resilience.
So until next time, Deep Divers, keep exploring, keep learning, and keep... Okay, let's unpack this. There's a question echoing in the minds of so many of you, a question we've been hearing again and again. Could more financial support be on the horizon? And, if so, what might that actually look like?
Yeah, what shape would it take?
Exactly. We're talking about, well, the significant prospect of seeing additional payments, maybe even more comprehensive benefits, or funds arriving sooner than people might expect.
Right, the timing aspect is huge.
It is. There's been a lot of discussion, around direct financial infusion. Some people are even floating the idea of, like, pocket money flowing into bank accounts strategically just weeks before major elections.
That's definitely a theory circulating out there.
And we understand, truly, that for the vast majority of people right now, especially those on low and fixed incomes, money is incredibly tight.
It's a struggle, for sure.
You need financial relief not just today, but, probably yesterday, right? Or even a year ago. We absolutely grasp the urgency.
Yeah, the need is real and immediate.
So today we're embarking on a crucial deep dive into the prospects of a potential fourth federal stimulus check. Our main focus is how this might impact our core audience, folks relying on fixed income benefits.
So Social Security retirement, disability, SSDI survivors, SSI VA, railroad retirement, that whole group.
Exactly. You, our listener, you've shared just a stack of sources with us, articles, reports, notes, everything. And our mission for this deep dive is pretty clear.
Yep, cut through the noise.
Meticulously extract the most important nuggets of info, the key insights. We're here to cut through all that noise, the rumors, the speculation, and really address your most pressing questions.
Like, will it happen? How much? Who gets it? When? The big ones.
Precisely. Will there be a fourth check? How much could it be? Who would definitely be included? And crucially, what's the realistic timeline for its potential arrival?
And what's fascinating here, I think, is just how profoundly interconnected everything is. The economy, policy decisions, these direct payments, it's all tangled together.
It really is a complex web.
Yeah. So throughout this deep dive, we're going to try and synthesize various economic indicators. We're talking inflation, unemployment, GDP, all that stuff, alongside, historical patterns of what the government tends to do and the tricky legislative side of things.
Right.
Our goal is really to give you the clearest, most comprehensive picture we can. We'll explore not just what might happen with future checks, but fundamentally why they might even be considered.
And why they matter so much to you.
Exactly. And the broader implications, too. This approach should hopefully give you those essential "so what" insights, help you understand the real drivers behind the headlines.
Okay, all right, let's jump right into the current landscape then, because there's a pretty significant misconception out there that we really need to clear up right away.
Super important to start with facts.
Absolutely. We need to be on the same page, especially when we're talking about something as critical as direct financial aid. So here's where the facts become, well, absolutely crucial.
Laid out for us.
As of this very moment, right now, there is no federal fourth stimulus check of any dollar amount. Doesn't matter if it's $5, $1,000, $1,400, $1,600, $2,000, even $5,000. None of these have been approved by the federal government.
0 approvals. Got it.
I really want to make that unequivocally clear, just to prevent any confusion, misinformation, or, frankly, people falling for scams.
Which definitely happens, unfortunately.
It does. Any statements you might see, maybe online, social media, wherever, claiming that a $2,000 check or any other amount has been approved, confirmed, mailed out, or, oh, it'll be deposited tomorrow.
Yeah, those claims.
They're simply incorrect. It's so important to understand this distinction, especially now with so much information flying around. It's hard to know what's real.
It really is. Information overload.
Our commitment here is just to give you grounded, accurate information straight from the sources we've looked at.
And that's a critical point to emphasize. It leads us right into something that pops up all the time when people talk about a potential $2,000 check. That change.org petition.
Ah, yes, the petition. Heard a lot about that one.
Right. Many of you listening might have heard about it, maybe even signed it. And it is true that this petition is still gathering signatures. It's currently hovering just under 3,050,000 signatures.
Wow, that's a lot of people.
It is a lot. However, and this is the really crucial part to understand, the pace, the speed at which it's getting new signatures, it's slowed way, way down.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's nothing like the rapid climb we saw maybe a year ago or even 6 months back. It's kind of plateaued.
Interesting.
And this brings up a really important question for all of us, I think. How do we tell the difference between, popular sentiment, like a petition that gets millions of signatures, which clearly shows people want something, and actual concrete policy movement happening inside Congress?
Yeah, how do we separate those?
Well, while a petition like that absolutely shows there's a widespread public desire for action, and it highlights a real need from the community, it has basically no direct bearing on Congress itself.
So it doesn't actually make a bill happen?
No. It has nothing to do with a bill being introduced or debated or ultimately approved and sent out. It's just an online petition. It doesn't count as legislative action.
Okay.
Lawmakers, they don't approve bills just based on how many people sign something on change.org. So while it's powerful proof of public need, it's not the mechanism that actually gets federal stimulus checks authorized and signed into law.
Got it. So it's a symbol of desire, but not the actual lever for change.
Precisely. Good way to put it.
Okay, now let's pivot to maybe a more reassuring aspect of this whole thing. Let's assume, hypothetically, a federal check were to be approved down the line. Who would actually get it, and what kind of amounts are we potentially talking about?
Right. The what-if scenario.
This is where we can offer some, hopefully, significant clarity and maybe some peace of mind to our core audience. Based on what happened before, the historical precedent from the last few stimulus rounds, there is an extraordinarily high likelihood, we're talking virtually a 99.9999999% chance.
Pretty high odds then.
Yeah, that if any federal check gets approved, fixed income beneficiaries would be 100% included.
Okay, so that's Social Security retirement, SSDI, survivors, SSI, VA, RRB, folks.
All of them, yes. There's simply no historical reason, no logical reason you would be excluded.
That's consistent with the past checks, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
In every single prior instance of these federal direct payments, these groups were unequivocally part of the group getting the money. Often, they represent a huge portion of the population that is desperately needed and receive those funds.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And we know from countless reports and, frankly, from hearing directly from you, that for many people, the current fixed income benefits, well, they're just not cutting it anymore.
Not with prices the way they are.
Exactly. Additional financial support is just profoundly needed because they're rapidly rising prices on, well, everything, Essentials, especially food, utilities, housing.
It's making it really tough.
It's become profoundly difficult to live comfortably or sometimes even just adequately for a huge number of people. And direct financial support is widely seen as, a crucial lifeline.
Okay, so inclusion seems almost certain. What about the dollar amount? What are the possibilities there?
That's the big question.
Well, when we start thinking about potential dollar amounts for a check like that, it's really important to understand that the final number is almost entirely dependent on how severe the economic situation gets.
So the worse the economy, the bigger the check, potentially.
Generally, yeah.
Yeah.
If we look back at historical patterns, the scale of stimulus measures during past recessions, the data would actually suggest that the next check, if it followed that same kind of trajectory, should theoretically be around $2,400.
Wow, $2,400. That sounds like a big jump.
It does sound significant, I know. But that's what the historical correlation between how bad the economy gets and how big the government response is would sort of imply.
Okay, so history suggests maybe $2,400. What's your gut feeling, though, more realistically?
Yeah, stepping back into, let's say, my honest opinion, a more probable range for any future check. I'd say it likely falls somewhere between $1,200 and $2,000.
$1,200 to $2,000.
It could even be, something smaller, maybe $1,400 or $1,000, unless the economy really, truly hits the fan in a big way.
Right, unless things get really dire.
Exactly. What's fascinating here is that direct, almost proportional link. The scale of the economic problem seems to directly correlate to the size of the solution policymakers propose. The deeper the downturn, the more money Congress tends to think needs to be injected to, stabilize things and kickstart a recovery. Their internal debate often boils down to, okay, how much cash do we need to pump in to get demand going again and shore up the job market?
Right. And building on that, some of the sources we looked at, they really highlight a specific philosophy about how to best use stimulus money for maximum effect.
Oh, yeah. What's the thinking there?
They argue for a really highly focused relief strategy, basically directing checks primarily to the lowest income folks and the fixed income beneficiaries.
Targeting the aid.
Exactly. The rationale, as these analyses detail it, is pretty clear. These specific groups are getting hit hardest, disproportionately, by the current inflation. They're often facing really severe financial hardship.
Yeah, the squeeze is real for them.
For individuals with incomes generally under, let's say, $20,000 or $30,000 a year, the current economy is just profoundly difficult.
Right.
And that's the vast majority of you listening right now. The emphasis with this targeted approach is that for this audience, the money isn't really going into savings or investments.
No, it's going straight to necessities.
Right. It's for vital, immediate spending, groceries, utility bills, rent, gas, other essential needs, and that immediate flow of money back into the economy rather than being saved or hoarded.
Is exactly what the government wants from stimulus.
Precisely. That's what maximizes the economic impact, gets the ball rolling fastest.
Okay, so that makes sense. Let's dig into why these checks are even on the table as a policy tool. What are the big economic forces driving this whole conversation?
Good question. Where do we start?
Well, if we connect this to the bigger picture, we absolutely have to talk about the Federal Reserve, the Fed.
The Fed, always looming large.
Right now, the Fed effectively holds just outsized influence over pretty much all financial markets and economic activity. They're kind of the dog leg and the tail right now.
Okay, and they've been raising interest rates aggressively.
Exactly. Those aggressive interest rate hikes, that's a deliberate strategy. They are intentionally trying to cool down the economy, to sort of slam the brakes in an effort to get inflation under control.
So they're trying to slow things down.
Deliberately smashing the economy, you could say. Think of it like a big old snake wrapped around a sheep, constricting or squeezing the economy.
That's a vivid image. Squeezing.
Yeah. They make money more expensive to borrow, which reduces overall demand. It works by significantly increasing borrowing costs for everyone. Businesses, consumers.
Mortgages, car loans, credit cards.
All of it. And that affects corporate investment, hiring decisions, consumer spending, everything, really. It profoundly impacts the whole system.
Okay. And your prediction based on the sources?
My prediction, which actually lines up with what a lot of high-profile economists and even major bankers are saying, is that the Fed is likely to overdo it with these rate hikes. They'll probably go too far.
Overshoot the mark. Why?
Well, we've seen this happen before. There's this historical tendency for central banks to overshoot, partly because of the time lags involved. The full effect of a rate hike today might not really be felt for months down the road.
So there's a delay.
Exactly. So the pain from the rate hikes often peaks just as the Fed might be thinking about easing up. And that creates this critical window where government fiscal action, like stimulus checks, becomes almost necessary to prevent a much deeper crisis.
So the worst economic impact might still be coming.
In essence, yeah. The worst economic impacts from these aggressive hikes may well still be ahead of us as the full effects ripple through the system.
Okay. And as those interest rates rise and the economy contracts, like you said, we're already seeing layoffs, right?
We are. A significant number of layoffs happening across different sectors.
And what's concerning, as our sources point out, is this trend. It seems like higher-paying jobs are being lost more.
Yeah, disproportionately lost.
While maybe more lower-paying jobs are being created at the same time.
That's the pattern emerging. It's not just about the total number of jobs, it's about the quality and pay level. It tells an important story about the health and direction of the job market.
And economists expect the overall unemployment rate to keep going up.
That's the general forecast, yes. Further contraction seems likely in the coming months.
So what does all this mean for the chances of another check? How does the job market connect?
Well, job losses are a direct, undeniable sign of a shrinking economy. When people lose their jobs, their spending power vanishes.
Right. Less money to spend.
Which leads to less consumer spending overall. Less money circulating means less economic activity. And that scenario significantly boosts the likelihood of another stimulus check.
Because the government needs to step in.
Because at that point, the government's priority shifts decisively. It becomes about stimulating economic activity, getting money back into people's hands to spend. They understand that a strong job market fuels production, drives growth, and generates tax revenue.
It's all connected.
It's a cycle. And right now, that cycle is slowing down, which is why intervention becomes more likely.
Okay, that connection is clear. Now, you mentioned recession earlier. It's crucial, you said, to grasp how a recession changes things, especially regarding inflation.
Absolutely crucial, because a deep recession fundamentally shifts government priorities.
And technically, we are in a recession now. Or were.
The United States is currently in what's called a technical recession. By definition, that means we had 2 straight quarters of negative GDP growth. Remember, Q1 was negative 1.6%. Q2 was negative 0.9%.
I remember those numbers.
That meets the widely accepted technical definition, regardless of any political spin trying to redefine it.
Okay, so technically, yes.
And what's really fascinating here, and maybe the strongest indicator for future action, is the undeniable historical pattern.
What pattern is that?
Every single recession the U.S. has had since the year 2000, every single one, has been followed by significant direct financial stimulus.
Every single one. Since 2000.
Yep. Think about it. The 2000-2001 downturn, the really bad 2007-2009 housing crisis recession, and then again in early 2020 with COVID.
Wow. Checks followed each time.
Each one produced federal stimulus checks. That historical consistency provides a really compelling precedent for future action if this current slowdown deepens significantly.
That's a very strong point. Now, what about inflation? People worry, won't more checks just make inflation worse?
That's the common concern, and it's understandable. But here's the crucial correction. In the scenario of a deep recession, inflation, while still a problem for household budgets, it will no longer be the primary issue or the top priority for policymakers. The focus shifts entirely.
Shifts to what?
To saving the economy, preventing a deeper collapse, even if it means injecting more money into the system, which seems counterintuitive with inflation.
But history shows they do it anyway.
We've seen it happen time and again. From an economic standpoint, you can think of printing money in that context, like a doctor prescribing strong medicine for a patient who's critically ill.
Okay.
The economy is the patient, and this injection of money is the prescribed treatment to try and bring it back up from a severe downturn. At that point, getting the economy moving again becomes far more important to the government than managing the existing inflation.
Even though prices for things like food are still really high. I saw reports saying food inflation was near 14% year over year recently.
Exactly. Even with that underlying pressure, especially on essentials, the priority in a deep recession shifts. The goal becomes stimulating demand, restoring confidence, getting people spending again.
That distinction is vital.
Yeah.
Okay. And it links back to the purpose of these checks, right?
Yeah.
You said they're economic impact payments.
Precisely.
Yeah.
It's crucial to understand their fundamental purpose. They are, at their core, economic impact payments, not simply we care about you payments, although obviously they provide huge individual relief.
But the government's goal is economic.
Almost entirely. They want you to spend that money.
Why? Why is spending so important?
Because of what economists call the multiplier effect. Each dollar doesn't just get spent once. It becomes income for someone else who then spends part of it and so on. It creates this ripple effect.
Ah, the ripple effect.
Yeah. When you get a stimulus check and go spend it maybe at Walmart, Target, the local grocery store, a restaurant, those businesses immediately see more sales and their inventory goes down. So what happens next?
They need to order more stuff.
Exactly. They place bigger orders with their suppliers. The suppliers then need more goods, so they turn to the manufacturers. And the manufacturers, facing more demand, need more raw materials. And crucially,
They need to hire more people.
they need to hire more people to ramp up production. See the cycle? It's this dynamic, cascading chain reaction.
Okay, yeah, I see it.
That is how money gets pumped into the economy very, very quickly. It generates vital economic activity, and ultimately it creates jobs. Policymakers have studied this. They've tracked where the money went from previous checks. They know this mechanism works to stimulate demand.
So their main goal is to get that kinetic energy going, not necessarily for people to save it.
Right. Even though saving is obviously a smart personal strategy, the government's goal with stimulus is spending to boost the economy.
Okay, that makes perfect sense. Now let's get to the question probably everyone is waiting for, the timeline. When could this money potentially arrive?
Yeah, the when. Always the big question.
Since nothing's approved today, obviously there are no delivery dates yet.
Correct. No official dates whatsoever right now. The timing really hinges entirely on the economic situation getting bad enough, deteriorating to a point where policymakers collectively just say, okay, enough is enough, we have to act now.
So we're waiting for that tipping point.
If we connect it back to the bigger picture, yeah. It's about waiting for that moment when the economy hits a critical state, basically, demanding immediate, large-scale intervention.
Like calling in the heavy machinery.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
Metaphorically, pulling the economy back from the brink. The legislative process, which often feels painfully slow, it can accelerate dramatically when the pressure is really on.
Okay, so while getting these things started can be slow, you're saying once things get really bad, they can move relatively quickly.
Exactly. While the initial legislative setup for these huge economic packages can be a slog, the good news, based on history, is that when the economic indicators really start flashing red, when things start to, hit the fan and get ugly fast, policymakers have shown they can step up relatively quickly.
Can you give an example?
Absolutely. Look at the start of the COVID pandemic. The virus really hit the U.S. around January 2020. By late March 2020, just 2.5 months later, the economy was absolutely cratering.
I remember that time. Scary.
It was. And what happened? Congress moved with remarkable speed to approve that massive $2.2 trillion CARES Act. And that included the first $1,200 stimulus check.
Wow, 2.5 months from pandemic hitting to checks approved. That is relatively fast for government action.
It is. It shows that when political will meets undeniable economic urgency, they can move. And then once a bill is actually signed into law by the president, the distribution itself is pretty efficient.
How fast do checks usually go out after signing?
Typically, funds start hitting bank accounts somewhere between about 7 to 10 days later. Generally, you can expect money within maybe 1 week up to about 2 or 3 weeks from the signing date.
So the system to get the money out is already in place and works reasonably well.
Yeah. The distribution system is well established now. The main bottleneck is always getting the legislation passed.
Okay. Now, you mentioned political timing earlier. Are there specific windows or dates we should be aware of?
Yes. This brings us to some key political windows and, frankly, strategic timing that often plays a role in these big legislative pushes.
Like what?
One important date to keep an eye on is the end of the fiscal year, September 30th.
Okay, end of September. Why is that important?
Passing a big spending bill using a special legislative tool called reconciliation is significantly easier before that date.
Reconciliation. What's that again?
It's basically a streamlined process in the Senate that bypasses the filibuster rule. So instead of needing 60 votes to overcome procedural hurdles, a reconciliation bill only needs a simple majority, 50 senators, plus the vice president to break a tie.
Okay. So it's easier to pass things that way.
Way easier, especially for budget-related matters like stimulus. Once October 1st hits, the new fiscal year starts, and using that specific, simpler mechanism becomes, well, a little bit more difficult. Not impossible, but harder.
Got it. So late September is a key window for potentially easier passage.
It is. And what's particularly noteworthy here is a hypothetical, but, historically plausible strategic scenario.
Go on.
Imagine a major relief bill gets passed right at the end of September, just before the deadline, using reconciliation, signed by the president.
Then what?
Then, maybe for maximum political impact, the actual payments could be strategically timed, delayed just a couple of weeks. So they hit bank accounts around the middle of October, maybe the second or third week.
And why October?
Because conveniently, that would be about 2 weeks right before the midterm elections, which are usually in early November.
Strategic timing indeed.
Again, this isn't a political judgment, just an observation of a strategy that has been used. Direct cash infusions right before an election. It's a way for the party in power to show responsiveness, potentially sway voters.
Right. Leverage the timing.
Exactly. And one more thing to remember. The current Congress stays in power until January of next year.
Okay.
So even after the midterms, if the economy is still struggling or gets worse, there's still that lame duck session between the election and the end of the year. They could still act in a kind of mad dash if the political will is there to get something done before the new Congress comes in.
So opportunities exist both before and potentially after the election this year.
Correct. The legislative window doesn't completely close in November.
Okay. So what does this all mean for you, our listener, trying to figure out what's real and what's just noise?
Yeah, how do you navigate this?
It means it's absolutely critical to remember that often politicians' talk is cheap. What they say they might do or what they promise in speeches.
Versus what they actually do.
Exactly. Those can be two very different things. It is crucial to focus your attention on their concrete legislative actions.
What bills are actually moving?
Right. What's being introduced, debated in committee, voted on, passed into law. Those are the verifiable steps that show real movement on federal aid. We need to watch what Congress is doing, not just what they're saying, especially in these charged times heading towards elections.
Discern action from rhetoric. That's key.
Okay, now let's shift gears a bit. Let's talk about something that is tangible, something happening right now, offering immediate financial possibilities for many of you.
Ah, good. Something concrete.
Here's where the potential for direct current benefit gets really interesting and clear. Well, a federal check is still, prospective.
Up in the air.
Yeah. Approximately 20 states right now across the country are sending out their own stimulus checks or tax rebates on a state-by-state level.
Okay, state-level action. This is happening now.
Yes. This is a direct, concrete financial opportunity that many people might not even be fully aware of, partly because, let's face it, most of the headlines focus on Washington, D.C.
True, federal news dominates.
But these state initiatives offer an immediate path for financial relief for residents in those specific states.
That's really important info, and the amounts vary a lot, right?
They do vary quite significantly depending on the state and its particular program. We're seeing payments ranging from more modest amounts like $125 or $200, all the way up to more substantial sums, $400, $715, $800 in some places.
And even higher sometimes.
Oh, yeah. In some cases, like California's middle-class tax refund, eligible families could get over $1,000. Some payments hit $1,050.
Wow, over $1,000 from the state.
Yep. States like Florida had its Hope Florida program. Massachusetts is doing its Chapter 62F rebate based on surplus revenue. Colorado has its Colorado Cashback. These are just a few examples.
So states are using budget surpluses or specific relief funds.
Exactly. Leveraging those to help their residents cope with inflation. So yes, some states are absolutely sending out checks right here, right now, as we speak. And it looks like more state-level checks will continue to roll out between now and the end of the year.
That's a significant immediate opportunity then, totally separate from federal action.
Totally separate.
Okay, so this immediately raises a really important practical question for everyone listening. How can you actually get this money if your state is one of the ones doing this?
Right. What do you need to do?
The crucial actionable advice here is you need to proactively check. Go investigate what specific steps you need to take to claim these funds in your particular state.
Don't just assume it will show up.
No, definitely not always. And here's a key tip. Even if you're someone who doesn't normally file a federal tax return, maybe because your income is below the filing threshold.
Yeah, like many fixed income beneficiaries.
Exactly. It might be profoundly worthwhile to look into filing a state tax return anyway.
Why file a state return if you don't usually?
Because many of these state-level stimulus programs are structured as tax rebates. Filing that state tax return is often the trigger, the mechanism they use to determine if you're eligible and to actually send you the payment.
Ah, okay. So filing could unlock the money.
It could. By doing that, you could potentially receive hundreds, or like we said, maybe even over $1,000 from your state. This is a direct, immediate financial opportunity that's available right now.
And for people needing money today, that's huge.
Absolutely. If you could use that money to help with rising costs, it is definitely worth investigating. The best place to look. Check your state's official Department of Revenue or Treasury website. They'll have the most accurate, up-to-date info on who qualifies and how to apply or file.
Okay, great practical advice. Check your state's official website. Now let's try to quickly recap the key takeaways from this whole deep dive. It's been a lot of info.
Yeah, let's boil it down.
Okay, first and foremost, let's be crystal clear again. No federal stimulus check has been approved yet. That's point number one.
Still pending. Got it.
However, point two, the overwhelming economic indicators, the Fed's actions, unemployment trends, the history of recessions, they strongly suggest the likelihood of one if the current recession gets significantly deeper and more severe.
Likelihood increases with economic pain.
Third, for a dedicated audience on fixed incomes, Social Security, SSDI, SSI, VA, RRB, you are highly likely, almost certainly 100% going to be included if a federal check does happen.
Very high probability of inclusion.
Okay. Fourth, the potential dollar amounts. While it depends on how bad things get, the range could be anywhere from roughly $1,000 up to potentially $2,400 based on past actions and severity.
Range depends on the economic situation.
Right. Fifth, timing. Still uncertain because nothing's approved, but history shows a relatively quick distribution, maybe 1 to 3 weeks once a bill is signed. And that signing might align with key political moments, like maybe before the midterms.
Potential for strategic timing.
Yeah.
Understood.
And crucially, sixth takeaway, state-level checks. They are happening now in about 20 states. This is an immediate, tangible financial opportunity. We really urge you to investigate this for your specific state.
Don't miss out on potential state money. Absolutely.
Okay, so connecting all these threads, what's the final provocative thought here?
Well, if we connect all this back to the bigger economic picture, given that undeniable historical pattern, right? Stimulus tends to follow recession. And given the current path of our economy, the fundamental question isn't really if the government will respond to a deep crisis with fiscal injections, with printed money. History suggests they probably will.
So the question is?
The real questions are, when will that response be deemed necessary? What form will it take this time? And ultimately, how much of that direct aid will actually reach your pocket?
Right. When, what, and how much for you?
Yeah. And maybe think about this. What does this historical predictability, or at least this consistent pattern of government response,
Right.
what does that mean for your own long-term financial planning?
How can you use that knowledge?
Exactly. It highlights the cyclical nature of big economic events and the tools policymakers tend to reach for. Understanding that cycle might empower you to anticipate future shifts, maybe prepare better, and navigate these periods of downturn with a bit more insight.
That's definitely something to mull over. Okay, we know truly that money is incredibly tight for so many of you listening right now, especially if you're managing on a fixed income. We really want to hear from you.
Your experiences matter.
What specific challenges are you facing with rising costs? Is it food, utilities, rent, gas? Sharing your experiences in the comments, it really helps us understand the true, everyday impact these economic changes are having.
Gives us valuable perspective.
It does. And if this deep dive has brought you some clarity, maybe provided new insights, or just offered a little bit of peace of mind in these really uncertain times, please take a moment and give it a like.
Yeah, that thumbs up helps a lot.
That simple click truly helps us reach more people who genuinely need this vital and timely information. As your one and only daily advocate, I'm here every single day, tirelessly watching all this new information hitting the wire.
Constant vigilance.
You got it. To make sure you don't miss any critical updates about your money, your benefits, anything important, please make sure you subscribe. Just hit that button right down below. It's totally free.
Easy to do.
And I'll always be right here by your side. And please remember, there are literally thousands of other deep dives right here on the channel. They're filled with information, practical ways to help you, benefit updates.
Lots of resources.
Go back and explore them when you have a moment. They're all here for you. We are genuinely dedicated to helping you out in any way that we... Imagine checking your bank balance and seeing a significant unexpected deposit. Maybe even, double what you were anticipating.
That would be something.
Well, that's the exciting potential we're diving into today. The possibility of a fourth stimulus payment.
Right.
And the economic factors that could, trigger it landing in your account sooner rather than later.
Okay.
We're going to unpack what to watch for, because it could mean more money heading your way. Welcome to the Deep Dive. This is where we analyze the information that directly impacts you, cutting through the complexities to deliver clear insights.
Yeah, trying to make sense of it all.
Exactly. And today we're tackling a question we know is a major concern: the prospect of another stimulus payment.
It comes up a lot.
It really does. You've told us you want to understand how this could boost your financial situation, and that's precisely what we're exploring in this deep dive.
So looking at the economic signs.
Yep, the signs that could pave the way for, well, additional funds in your hands. Now, this idea, this fourth stimulus payment, it's been floating around for a while, hasn't it?
It certainly has. There's been constant chatter.
And it feels especially relevant for folks relying on low or fixed incomes.
Definitely. People receiving Social Security, retirement, disability, like SSDI, survivor's benefits.
Spousal support, SSI, VA benefits, railroad retirement. Yeah, all those groups.
It makes sense they're looking for clarity for any potential boosts.
Understandably so. You want to know what might be coming.
And what's key about this whole discussion is how directly tied it is to the state of the economy.
Right.
The information we've been looking at, it consistently points to economic conditions as the main driver.
So it's not just wishing for it. It depends on whether the economy actually needs that kind of support.
That's the core idea. Does the broader economic health signal a need for more financial help for individuals? That's the trigger.
Exactly. And the data we've looked at really underscores the importance of keeping a close watch on that economic climate.
Mm-hmm.
And when we talk about that, certain indicators, they give us particularly valuable insights, don't they?
They do.
We need to focus on what are called lagging indicators.
Yeah, because those confirm what's already happening, not just predicting.
Right. They show the direction the economy is already moving in.
That's right. Leading indicators might guess, but lagging ones tell the story. And a really key one to follow is the non-farm payroll number.
Often just called the job report.
Yep, the job report. The government puts it out the first Friday of each month.
Okay.
And it gives us a really comprehensive picture of the labor market.
Okay, so let's break that down a bit. What does this job report actually tell us? Specifically, what details in there could signal, that need for more direct financial support that could benefit people listening?
Well, it gives a detailed view of employment trends. We look closely at several things.
Like what?
Okay, first, the unemployment rate. If that starts to rise consistently...
That's bad news, generally. More people out of work.
Exactly. More people without income. Second, job creation or loss. Are businesses hiring, or are we seeing layoffs, hiring freezes?
So fewer jobs being added or actual job losses?
Yeah, those are clear signs of an economy under pressure. We also watch the labor participation rate, basically. What percentage of working age people are actually working or looking for work?
You're right.
And finally, average hourly earnings. If those are declining, it could suggest wages aren't keeping up, or maybe there's less demand for labor.
So putting that together, if we start seeing those trends, rising unemployment, fewer jobs, maybe even falling wages, those are the signals. The kind that suggest the economy might need a shot in the arm through direct payments.
Precisely. Rising unemployment combined with, say, reduced hiring, that strongly suggests the economy is slowing down significantly, or maybe even stalled.
And historically?
Historically, yes. It's these kinds of negative economic shifts that have prompted government action in the past.
And stimulus payments have been a major tool they've used.
A key tool to try and get money directly to people, especially those who need it quickly.
And speaking of the past, the information we reviewed highlights a really interesting pattern when you look at previous stimulus payments and the downturns that caused them. Let's dig into that history.
Yeah, looking back, you can see a clear history. After the dot-com bubble burst, around 2001, we saw $300 checks. Then, during the big one, the subprime mortgage crisis in 2008, 2009.
Much more severe.
Much more severe, yeah. Those payments went up to $600.
Okay.
And then most recently, 2020, that initial shock, the first round, was $1,200 checks.
Now, this is where it gets really interesting, potentially, for our listeners thinking about more money. Did you catch that progression? $300.
Then $600.
Then $1,200.
It doubled each time.
Exactly. A doubling trend in those initial amounts during major economic events. Now, the material we have does acknowledge the later payments in 2020 and 2021, the $600, $1,400.
Right. Those came afterwards.
But that initial doubling pattern, it raises a pretty compelling question about the future, doesn't it?
It certainly does. It makes you wonder, could this historical trend suggest that if we faced a similarly severe economic crisis down the road,
we might potentially see
a $2,400 payment? The analysis we looked at specifically flags this as a well, a thought-provoking possibility.
Wow, okay. Double the last initial one.
But, and this is crucial, it's based on observing a past pattern.
Right, not a crystal ball.
Exactly. It would absolutely depend on the specifics of any future downturn and how bad things actually got. The perceived need for that level of intervention would be key.
Okay, so these payments, they aren't just the government handing out cash randomly, are they? The info explains how they're actually structured.
That's correct. They're essentially structured as an advance on a refundable tax credit.
Meaning?
Meaning, instead of waiting until you file your taxes next year to maybe get this credit.
They send the money out much sooner.
Right. The goal is to inject that money into the economy quickly, not wait months for tax season.
And the whole point of getting money into people's hands fast is to encourage spending, isn't it?
Yes.
It's about boosting economic activity when times are tough, getting people to buy things, use services.
Precisely. The aim is to incentivize that spending, that consumption. That increased demand can then hopefully help support businesses, keep people employed, and contribute to recovery.
So the idea is not for everyone to just hoard it or save it all.
Well, the intended economic impact comes from spending. The information we reviewed kind of contrasts it with saving, emphasizing that stimulus is meant to stimulate activity.
Now, the information we looked at also brings up a really interesting angle, the idea of maybe a more targeted approach if more stimulus is needed.
Yes, this is a really important potential shift to understand.
What would that actually mean? Who gets the money? And could it mean, well, more money for certain groups?
Okay, so the concept of a targeted approach means focusing payments on a narrower group, usually people with low incomes and those on fixed incomes.
Like the groups we mentioned earlier, Social Security, SSI, VA.
Exactly. The reasoning is that this group is, statistically speaking, much more likely to spend any extra money they receive pretty quickly.
Because they need it for essentials.
Right. So it leads to a more immediate and direct boost to the economy. More bang for the buck, as the phrase goes.
Okay, so instead of maybe a smaller amount spread really thin across almost everyone.
The idea is to provide more significant support, perhaps to those who need it most and will likely spend it fastest.
And the information even hinted at the possibility of multiple payments for this group. That could really add up.
That's what the analysis suggests as potential benefit of targeting. By concentrating the funds this way, there's a possibility, and again, it's a possibility based on this model,
Sure.
of multiple payments. Maybe 4 or even 5 separate payments.
Wow. And what kind of amounts?
Potentially amounts like $1,400 or maybe even $2,000 each time.
Okay, that would be a substantial difference for someone eligible compared to just one smaller, broader payment.
A potentially huge difference in direct financial relief, yes. Much more impactful for those individuals than a single, smaller, widely distributed check might be.
That really underscores the potential benefit for those specific groups. And the information also mentioned another possible advantage of focusing like this, something about inflation.
Yes, that's another potential upside to targeting. By directing funds to a smaller group, even if they spend it quickly.
The overall inflationary pressure on the wider economy might be less severe.
Exactly. Compared to distributing a massive amount of money very broadly across the population all at once, it's seen as potentially a more controlled injection of funds.
Okay, so given all this,
Yeah.
the economic triggers, the history, the potential for targeting, what should people listening be paying closest attention to right now? How can they gauge the likelihood of more money, another payment arriving?
I think the key takeaway really is that the potential for more money in your pocket via another stimulus check is directly tied to the economy's health.
It all comes back to that.
It really does. While there are absolutely no guarantees, keeping a close eye on those key economic indicators we discussed.
Especially the job report.
Especially the monthly job report, yes. And broader trends in unemployment, job creation, maybe even wage growth. Those will provide the most reliable signals.
Signals about whether the economic situation is getting bad enough that lawmakers might feel compelled to act again with stimulus.
That's the idea. Is the economy deteriorating to a point where that kind of intervention is back on the table?
And it's worth remembering these indicators are watched constantly, aren't they? By policymakers, by economists.
Absolutely. They are under intense scrutiny.
And the information we looked at does suggest that, when the need becomes apparent, lawmakers can act relatively quickly if they choose to.
Yes, history shows they can mobilize fairly fast if there's consensus that a significant downturn requires urgent action.
Okay, so the crucial point for everyone listening today is this. The possibility of that unexpected, maybe even significant, deposit showing up. It hinges on how the overall economy performs.
That's the bottom line.
Keep a close eye on those job reports, the wider economic trends. Those are really the most important clues to watch for any sign of future stimulus payments.
And maybe here's a final provocative thought for you to chew on. Thinking about those historical patterns, that doubling trend, and also considering this potential shift towards a more targeted approach, what kind of difference could multiple focused payments, maybe those $1,400 or $2,000 ones we talked about, make to your personal financial situation?
Compared to just one payment spread more broadly.
Exactly. How might that affect the wider economy, too? It's definitely worth considering how these different strategies could lead to very different outcomes, both for individuals like you and for the economy.
Right, so you know how there's all this talk about more stimulus checks coming out? Well, we're going to do a deep dive today to see if there's any truth to it.
Yeah, it's funny. There might actually be a way this could happen, and it all has to do with this thing called a reconciliation bill.
Oh, okay, reconciliation bills, yeah. I've heard that term thrown around a lot lately, but I don't really know what it means.
Well, basically, they are a way to pass laws with only a simple majority vote in the Senate. So it's easier than passing regular laws, which need a supermajority.
Oh, so it's like a fast track for certain types of legislation.
Yeah, exactly. It's a way to get things done, even when there's a lot of political gridlock, which, as you know, there is a lot of in Washington.
That's for sure. So how does this all tie back into the possibility of more stimulus checks?
Well, the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, the one that gave out those $1,400 checks, that was passed using reconciliation.
Oh, so there's actually a precedent for this. It's
Yeah.
not just some crazy idea.
Not at all. And get this, it wasn't just the Democrats who did it. Back in 2020, the CARES Act with the $1,200 checks that also went through reconciliation, and then later that year, another round of checks for $600 were approved under a Republican-led Senate.
Wow, so both sides have actually used this before to get money into people's pockets. That's really interesting. So where do things stand right now? Could we actually see this happen again?
Well, right now, Republicans control both the House and the Senate, plus the presidency. So they are the ones who would be in charge of putting together this reconciliation bill.
So it really all comes down to them and what they decide to put in this bill, huh?
Pretty much, yeah. And you know what? Adding stimulus checks to the bill, it's totally within the realm of possibility. They've done it before. Of course, we don't know all the details yet, or even if they'll do it this time, but it's definitely something to keep an eye on. And just imagine if they did decide to include direct payments. I mean, what could that mean for you?
Now you're talking. I like where this is going. Let's say they do go for it. What kind of impact could these checks have?
Okay, so let's talk potential benefits here. If we look at what they've done with past stimulus packages, we could be talking about direct payments, maybe even similar to those $1,400 checks from 2021.
That would be a huge help to a lot of people, no doubt. But weren't there also some other benefits included in those past packages? Stuff that might fly under the radar but could be just as valuable?
Oh, absolutely. Remember those advanced child tax credit payments they added to the American Rescue Plan? Those were a big deal for families, giving them extra support each month. So yeah, we could see more of that, those indirect benefits that can make a big difference.
So we're talking about a potential double whammy, direct payments, plus these other programs that could help folks out. This is getting pretty exciting, but I'm sure there are all sorts of factors that could influence whether or not this actually happens, right?
Yeah, you're right. It's not a done deal by any means. A lot can change in politics and economics, but there are definitely some interesting developments that make this worth paying attention to.
Okay, so what are we talking about here? What should people be keeping an eye on?
Well, one of the big things is the economy. Stimulus checks have often been used as a way to boost the economy when things are slow, like a jump start.
Yeah, like when the engine's sputtering a bit, they give it a jolt.
Exactly. And guess what? There are some signs that the economy might be heading in that direction. We've seen some data lately that suggests things might be slowing down.
So if they think the economy needs a little pick-me-up, they might be more inclined to include stimulus checks in the bill.
That's a very real possibility. And you know what that would mean, right? Money going straight back into the pockets of millions of Americans.
Okay, so we've got the historical precedent and the potential for the economy to nudge things in the right direction. What else should people be thinking about at this point?
I think it's time to shift gears a bit and start thinking about what you can do right now to be prepared just in case those checks do come through.
That's a great point. It's not just about waiting and seeing. People can actually take some steps now to maximize the benefit if it happens.
Exactly. And the first step is to sit down and think about what you would actually do with that money. Having a plan can make a world of difference.
Okay, I'm liking this. Let's get strategic. What are some of the things people should be thinking about when they're making their plan?
Think of it like this. It's a little financial windfall, a chance to get ahead on some of your financial goals.
I like that. So instead of just letting it disappear, people can actually use it to make a real improvement in their situation.
That's the idea. It's all about being smart with it. You got to ask yourself, what are your priorities? Would you use it to knock out some high-interest debt, maybe beef up that emergency fund, or even invest some of it so it can grow over time?
All great options, and I guess the right answer really depends on the person, right?
Yeah, there's no one-size-fits-all solution. The key is to really think about what makes the most sense for your situation, your financial situation, I mean.
So step one, figure out where you stand and make a plan for how you'd use that money. What else should people be doing to get ready?
Staying informed, that's huge. You got to keep up with the news, see what's happening with this reconciliation bill, any official announcements.
Makes sense. Things change so fast these days. We don't want to be caught napping.
Exactly. You got to be ready to adjust your plan if needed, be ready to jump when the time comes.
Okay, so planning and staying informed. Got it.
Okay.
Any other proactive steps people can take, to maybe improve their chances of actually getting a check if they do end up in the bill?
Yeah, making sure all your tax info is up to date with the IRS, that's important.
Right, the government needs to have all its ducks in a row, make sure the money goes to the right people.
Exactly. So yeah, double check your filing status, your dependents, your income, all that stuff. Make sure it's all accurate on your most recent tax return.
Like making sure the address is right on a package. Got to make sure it gets delivered.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. And another thing, it never hurts to reach out to your elected officials. Let them know you support these kinds of policies, the ones that help out families and individuals financially.
Yeah. Let your voice be heard, right? Let those representatives know what matters to you.
Absolutely. Getting involved in the political process, making your voice heard, it can be a really powerful way to advocate for policies that help you and your community.
Okay, so to recap, we've got our action plan. Figure out how you'd use the money, stay up to date on what's happening, make sure your tax info is correct, and let your representatives know you support this stuff. This feels good. Even with all the uncertainty, it feels like we can actually do something.
Yeah, taking control. And hey, even if this bill doesn't work out the way we hope, even if there aren't any stimulus checks, what you've learned through this process, all this stuff about the economy, about politics, about personal finance, it's going to help you down the road no matter what.
It's like we're building up our financial muscles.
Yeah.
Getting ready for whatever comes next.
That's a great way to put it. And when you think about it that way, you're already way ahead of the game.
Now, I know we've been talking a lot about getting ready and making plans, but let's be real for a second. I think everyone listening is wondering the same thing right now. How much money are we talking about here? What kind of numbers could we actually see?
Oh, yeah, I get it. Everyone wants to know how much this could actually impact their bottom line. And look, I can't predict the future. No one can. We don't know exactly how much any stimulus checks might be. But we can look back at what they've done in the past to get an idea of what's possible.
Okay, so let's take a trip down memory lane. What kind of figures are we talking about?
Well, the American Rescue Plan Act back in 2021, remember that one? They gave out $1,400 per person plus another $1,400 for each dependent. So a family of 4, they got $5,600 total.
That's a nice little chunk of change. I bet that helped a lot of families catch their breath.
Oh yeah, no doubt. And don't forget the CARES Act in 2020. That was $1,200 per person and $500 per dependent. And then they tacked on another $600 per person later that year.
So the amounts have changed a bit each time. But no matter what, those direct payments made a real difference for a lot of people.
No doubt about it. Now, of course, we can't say for sure what the amount will be this time around. But it's helpful to have those examples in mind, right? It gives us a ballpark figure.
Like having a map of where they've been before so we can get a sense of where they might be headed.
Exactly. And as we learn more about the situation, as things develop, we'll keep you posted on anything that could change the amount of those potential stimulus checks.
So stay tuned, everyone. We're keeping our fingers crossed and our eyes peeled for any news that could mean more money in your pockets.
And don't forget, even if we don't know the exact amount yet, having a plan for how you'd use those funds can help you get the most out of it.
It's all about taking charge, being proactive with your financial future.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Now, let's switch gears a bit and talk about some other potential goodies that might be tucked away in this reconciliation bill, stuff beyond the direct stimulus checks.
Okay, now this is getting interesting. We've covered the direct payments. But what else is out there that could benefit our listeners?
Well, one area that often gets attention in these packages is support for families.
Families, yeah, they often get hit the hardest when times are tough. What kind of support are we talking about here?
We already touched on it a bit, but the child tax credit, the one that was expanded in 2021, that gave families with kids monthly payments.
Yeah, those monthly payments were huge for so many families. Gave them a little breathing room each month. Think we could see something like that again.
It's definitely possible. There's been a lot of talk about making those expanded child tax credit provisions permanent.
So even if the direct stimulus checks don't happen, there's still a chance that families could get some much-needed relief through programs like the child tax credit.
Yep, exactly. And let's not forget about some of the other things that could be included, like funding for education or healthcare or even infrastructure projects.
Now, those are areas that could have a huge impact on people's lives, even if it's not as direct as getting a check in the mail.
That's right. It's all about the bigger picture, all the different ways this bill could help folks out.
So we're definitely keeping our hopes up for those stimulus checks, but it's good to know that there might be a whole package of goodies coming down the line.
Exactly. Stay informed, stay engaged, and be ready to make the most of whatever opportunities come your way.
All right, so we talked about those direct stimulus checks, the expanded child tax credits, even bigger things like funding for education and healthcare. But what are the chances of any of this actually happening? What are the realistic odds of a reconciliation bill with all these goodies in it?
Well, politics is a tricky business, right? Things change all the time. There are no guarantees. But there are a few things that make me think we should be optimistic.
Okay, let's hear it. What's got you feeling hopeful?
Well, first off, like we've been talking about, there's a track record here. Both parties have used reconciliation bills before to provide financial relief, help out everyday folks. That tells me there's at least some agreement on this. It's not just a one-sided thing.
So it's not just a red team versus blue team situation. That's good to hear.
Right. And second, it feels like more and more people are realizing that the economy isn't working for everyone. The cost of living keeps going up, wages aren't keeping pace, and a lot of folks are still struggling to recover from the pandemic.
Yeah, it's hard to ignore those struggles. It feels like there's a growing sense of we need to do something about this and we need to do it now.
Exactly. And that sense of urgency, well, it could translate into action, political action. And that action could take the form of a reconciliation bill with things like stimulus checks or those expanded child tax credits.
So even though we can't say for sure what's going to happen, there are some reasons to be hopeful.
Absolutely. And even if this particular opportunity doesn't pan out, all the stuff you've learned about how laws get made, about how the economy works, about managing your own finances, that's going to be useful no matter what.
It's all about taking control, right? Equipping ourselves to deal with whatever comes next.
Exactly. When you have that mindset, when you're ready to take charge, you're already on the path to reaching your goals.
Well, it feels like we've covered just about everything there is to know about this whole stimulus check situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've gone from those reconciliation bills to, how the economy is doing, and of course, how all this could actually put some money in your pocket.
We dug into those past examples, saw what's going on in Washington right now, and most importantly, how you can be ready to jump on those opportunities.
I think our listeners have got a lot to chew on now and hopefully a lot to be excited about.
Yeah. Gotta stay positive. And, even if this bill doesn't have everything we've talked about, this deep dive is still valuable,
Oh, for sure. It's bigger than just this one law.
Yeah.
It's about getting that financial foundation, those skills you need to handle whatever comes next.
Right. The stuff you've learned here, you can take that with you no matter what. You're better equipped now to, understand the economy, see how those policy decisions are made, and make smart choices about your own money.
Like we've given everyone a financial toolbox, all those tools you need to build a more secure future.
That's the goal. Give people the power to take control of their money, make choices that are right for them.
So as we wrap things up here, I'm going to leave you with this thought. Whatever happens with this bill, remember, you have the power to shape your financial future.
Keep learning, keep planning, and keep taking those steps toward your goals.
And hey, who knows? Maybe there's a nice financial surprise right around the corner.
Until next time, keep diving deep.
And we'll be here to guide you along the way. Thanks for joining us. Welcome back, everyone, for another deep dive. Today, we're looking at something that's been in the news a lot lately, the idea of $2,000 monthly stimulus checks.
Yeah, it's definitely been generating a lot of buzz. And the research we have here suggests it might be a lot more than just giving people money. you know.
Yeah.
There are some really interesting economic strategies involved. And one thing that really stood out to me was this idea of marginal propensity to consume.
Yeah. That's the part that really caught my eye, too. Honestly, it sounds kind of complicated at first glance. Can you break that down for me a little, like in simple terms?
Sure thing. It's actually not as complex as it might sound at first. So basically think of marginal propensity to consume, or MPC, as a way to measure how likely someone is to spend extra money instead of saving it.
Okay, so like if someone gets an extra 2 grand, are they going to go on a shopping spree or are they going to put it in the bank?
Exactly. We can group people into like low, medium, and high MPCs based on how they tend to handle extra cash.
So someone with a high MPC, they're the ones hitting the mall the second that 2,000 bucks hits their account.
Pretty much. They're more likely to use it for immediate needs like groceries, paying bills, or fixing that broken washing machine, everyday stuff. So that money goes straight back into the economy, boosting demand.
And then someone with a low MPC is more likely to maybe invest that money or stash it away for a rainy day.
Right. They might see it as an opportunity to grow their wealth rather than spend it right away.
So what happens if we start thinking about stimulus checks in terms of MPC? Like what if we specifically targeted those high MPC folks?
That's where things get really interesting. The research suggests that focusing on those with a high MPC could create a much bigger ripple effect in the economy compared to just sending checks out to everyone.
Yeah, that's what I found fascinating too. The source mentioned a 96-cent return for every dollar spent when we target high MPC individuals, but it's only 69 cents for broader distribution. That's a huge difference. How does that even work?
Well, it comes down to something called the multiplier effect and the velocity of money. Essentially, when someone with a high MPC gets that check, they spend it almost immediately.
So it's not just sitting in their account gathering dust. It's going right back out into the world.
Exactly. And that's where the multiplier effect comes in. That money goes to local businesses who then use it to pay their employees, buy more inventory, or maybe even expand their operations.
So it's like that initial $2,000 is just the spark. It ignites a whole chain reaction of spending and economic activity.
Precisely. And because high MPC individuals tend to spend locally, the impact is concentrated in their communities, the ones that need it most.
So think about like a small town that's been struggling or a neighborhood hit hard by job losses. This targeted approach could be huge for them.
Absolutely. It could be a real game changer for local businesses and families.
But hold on a sec. Wouldn't this just lead to businesses jacking up their prices if they know everyone suddenly has an extra 2 grand in their pocket? Like, wouldn't that just cause inflation and cancel out the benefits?
That's a great point. And it's a valid concern with any type of stimulus. The key is finding the right balance. Targeted stimulus can be really effective, but it has to be done carefully. And maybe we need to combine it with other measures to keep inflation in check.
So it's not as simple as just handing out checks. We have to think about the bigger picture and how all these different parts of the economy interact.
Exactly. And this approach really forces us to rethink how we approach economic policy as a whole.
This is giving me a whole new perspective on stimulus checks. It's not just about helping individuals anymore. It's about potentially shaping the entire economic landscape in a more precise way.
Yeah, it's a powerful tool. Let's dive into some of the specific examples from the source and see how this might actually play out in real life. So the source lays out this scenario where you have a family, let's say, in a small town. They're really struggling to make ends meet, and then boom, they get this $2,000 check.
Yeah, I can practically see them breathing a sigh of relief, right?
Absolutely. And that money doesn't just sit around. They're going to use it for things they really need, like catching up on bills, buying groceries, or maybe finally fixing that car they need to get to work.
And I'm guessing that money is going to be back out in the community pretty quickly.
You got it. They're going to spend it at the local grocery store, the mechanic, maybe even treat their kids to dinner at a restaurant nearby.
So it's like a domino effect,
Yeah.
helping not just that family, but all the businesses they interact with.
That's exactly it. It's giving a boost to those small businesses that really make up the backbone of those local economies. And remember, the source mentioned that folks with high MPCs, they tend to spend a big chunk of that money, like 80% within the first 10 days.
Yeah, that's right. It doesn't stick around for long.
And those businesses, they might use that extra revenue to hire more people, buy more supplies, or even invest in some upgrades.
It's like that initial $2,000 is a seed. And it just grows and spreads, creating a ripple effect throughout the whole community.
That's the power of the multiplier effect. It's this key economic concept that shows how even a small injection of spending can lead to a way bigger increase in overall economic activity. And when we target high MPC individuals, it just supercharges that effect.
This makes me think about all those stories we heard after those last stimulus checks. Some folks use the money to pay off debt, invest in their businesses, or make those crucial repairs. But then we also saw those supply chain issues, those shortages and delays.
You bring up a really important point. Yeah, targeted stimulus, it has huge potential, but we can't ignore the possible downsides. A sudden spike in demand could put a strain on those supply chains, especially if they're already kind of shaky.
So we need to zoom out a little and look at the whole picture, right?
Yeah.
Targeted stimulus might be one piece of the puzzle, but it has to work together with other policies that can help address those bottlenecks and make sure things run smoothly.
Absolutely. It's about having a comprehensive approach that can anticipate and deal with those challenges. Maybe that means investing in infrastructure, finding ways to boost domestic production, or even looking at targeted interventions in certain sectors.
It sounds like we need to be really strategic and make sure all the pieces are working together.
It's a delicate balance.
Yeah.
Too much stimulus without addressing those supply chain issues could lead to inflation and shortages. But too little stimulus might not be enough to actually help those communities that are really hurting.
Yeah, it's a tightrope walk for sure. Now, I'm curious to see how this could play out on a bigger scale. What would happen if we took this targeted approach and applied it at like a national level? So we've been talking about targeting stimulus checks to those who are most likely to spend it. But what would happen if we took that to a national level?
Well, it's definitely a big idea. And the source kind of lays out what that might look like. Imagine a program where those $2,000 checks are going out every month, but only to households and individuals who have that high marginal propensity to consume. We're talking about potentially millions of people getting that direct boost.
That's a huge logistical challenge, though.
Right.
Like, how do you even determine who quantifies and get that money to them?
You're right. It wouldn't be easy. It would take a really data-driven approach. Using things like income levels, spending patterns, maybe even location data to really pinpoint the areas where that money would make the biggest immediate impact.
So we're basically creating a map of where that economic stimulus would be most effective.
That's a great way to put it. Think about those rural areas that have been struggling or urban neighborhoods that have been hit hard by job losses. This kind of targeted approach could be a lifeline, pumping much-needed capital directly into those local economies.
But wouldn't scaling this up also scale up the potential problems, like we talked about inflation? And those supply chain issues could get even worse if we suddenly have billions of dollars of new spending hitting the market.
You're definitely raising valid points. It's a delicate balance for sure. We'd need to be ready for those potential bottlenecks and have ways to deal with them, That might mean investing in infrastructure, encouraging more domestic manufacturing, or even looking at price controls in certain sectors.
So it's like a giant puzzle. We have to make sure all the pieces fit together. Just focusing on the stimulus checks alone isn't enough.
Exactly. We need a more holistic approach, a strategy that can anticipate those challenges and come up with solutions.
This deep dive has really made me think differently about economic policy. It's way more complex than I realized. There are so many factors to consider, and it's not about finding one perfect solution.
It's about being flexible and adaptable and constantly learning and adjusting our approach based on the data and the real-world outcomes.
Well said. We've covered a lot of ground today. But for our listeners out there, I want to leave you with this thought. We talked about targeting stimulus checks based on how likely someone is to spend it. But what other factors might we consider? What if we targeted those who are most likely to invest in their communities, create new businesses, or pursue education and training? It's something to think about. As we wrap up this deep dive, I want to thank you all for joining us, and I hope you'll keep exploring these ideas.
Okay, let's unpack this. Imagine a world where you consistently receive $2,000 every single month. Not just a temporary patch, like a one-off payment, but a continuous stream designed to put real, impactful money directly into your hands.
Yeah, and what's truly fascinating here, and what financial experts are really focusing on now, is how this new approach could generate significantly more benefit. More bang for the buck, you could say.
Right.
For those who need it most. We're talking about ensuring those payments don't just arrive, but arrive, consistently, predictably, and are utilized precisely at the right time to give you genuine, sustained financial stability, not just a quick fix.
Absolutely. We're about to dive deep into a strategy that could bring, well, a remarkably amplified financial impact. A kind of double impact, really.
Yeah.
Both for your household budget and for the broader economy, too.
Yeah.
This isn't just about immediate spending power, though. That's huge. It's about systematically bridging that ever-widening gap between your income, especially if you're on a fixed income like Social Security, and the relentless rise of daily costs. Groceries, gas, rent.
It just keeps going up.
It really does. So stick with us as we explore how this proposed shift could truly redefine financial relief and economic stability for you.
Welcome back to the deep dive. It's no secret that the financial landscape has presented significant challenges for many of you in recent years. We've all felt the pinch, haven't we?
Definitely.
As prices for everyday essentials, groceries, gas, rent, utilities have climbed steadily, sometimes, frankly, sharply.
Yeah, it's been tough to keep up.
And for those of you relying on fixed incomes like Social Security or maybe navigating life in a low-income household, the unfortunate reality is that your income simply hasn't kept pace with these soaring expenses. It just hasn't.
That gap is very real. That feeling of your purchasing power just eroding day by day, it's very real. And the desire for genuine, effective financial relief is more pressing than ever. People are really feeling it.
Understandably so.
So today, we're taking a comprehensive look at a highly discussed new approach to stimulus that financial experts believe could offer precisely that kind of relief. We're talking about targeted $2,000 monthly checks specifically designed for low-income and fixed-income households.
That's right. And our mission in this deep dive is really to equip you with a comprehensive, kind of nuanced understanding of this proposed shift in economic policy. We're not just scratching the surface here.
No.
We're going to explore the full spectrum of expert perspectives comparing this concept to previous stimulus efforts, what worked, what maybe didn't work, as well as hope, and focusing intensely on what financial analysts and economists are saying about how it could genuinely and positively impact your financial situation directly. This discussion is designed to really illuminate the immense benefits, exploring how more money can be effectively channeled directly to you, providing sustained, meaningful financial support.
Sustained is the key word there, isn't it?
Absolutely. And fostering a remarkably more stable economic environment overall. We're looking at the mechanics of maximizing benefit here, getting the most impact possible.
So let's jump right into what financial experts are calling a significant paradigm shift in how we approach economic support. What's truly gaining widespread traction now, you hear it more and more, is the robust idea of $2,000 ongoing monthly checks specifically focused on low-income and fixed-income households. This isn't just some, theoretical concept floating around in academic papers anymore.
No, it's moved beyond that.
It's increasingly being championed by leading economists as the most effective, the most intelligent way forward, potentially.
Right.
The core rationale is elegantly simple, really. It strategically gets money directly to the people who need it most, ensuring it's put to immediate, impactful use where it can have the greatest, most immediate benefit for you and for the economy as a whole.
Precisely. And when experts talk about regular income support, they're referring to something far more profound than just a series of isolated payments like we saw before.
Right. Those one-offs felt different.
They did. Imagine the transformative benefit of knowing with absolute certainty that $2,000 will be consistently arriving in your bank account every single month without fail.
Yeah, just knowing that.
This continuous, predictable flow of support is specifically designed to provide a foundational stability that, frankly, sporadic one-off payments simply cannot.
They just can't replicate that feeling, can they?
No. Previous efforts, while certainly helpful at the time, often felt like putting a Band-Aid on, a pretty significant wound.
A temporary fix.
Exactly. This proposed approach, however, moves beyond those temporary fixes. It aims to offer sustained systemic stability. It means you're not constantly wondering where the money for next month's rent or, the grocery bill will come from. That constant worry.
That takes a toll.
A huge toll. This consistency allows for a shift, really, from a reactive kind of survival mode to a proactive planning mindset. And that's a fundamental change for millions of households. It changes your whole outlook.
And that shift is absolutely monumental, isn't it? Particularly because, as we've highlighted, the fundamental problem for so many low-income and fixed-income households is that your income, just isn't keeping pace. Not even close sometimes.
Not even close is right.
Yeah.
With the very real and sometimes accelerating price increases for daily necessities, food, housing, energy. It's a constant uphill battle.
Feels like you take one step forward, two steps back sometimes.
Precisely. And this new approach directly and unapologetically acknowledges that growing disparity. It faces it head on. The proposed $2,000 monthly check is engineered specifically to bridge that gap in a very direct and tangible way. It's about ensuring that the financial support you receive is directly, immediately, and consistently relevant to your daily cost of living.
So it matches the reality on the ground.
Exactly. Consider the average increase in essential living costs just over the past few years. Housing, food, transportation, healthcare. It's been significant.
Definitely.
For individuals on fixed incomes, where those cost of living adjustments, CLAs, they rarely keep pace.
Right. They often lag behind.
Or for low-wage earners whose paychecks barely budge, maybe inch up a tiny bit while costs soar. This $2,000 infusion isn't really discretionary income, let's be clear about that.
No, it's not fun money.
Not at all. It's vital support that allows you to cover essential expenses that your current income just cannot adequately address. It's not just a theoretical benefit on paper. It's a tangible, vital injection into your household budget.
Right into the checking account where it's needed.
Providing immediate and ongoing relief that directly matches the reality of those rising expenses.
And the power of predictability you mentioned earlier, that must be a genuine game changer, just psychologically even. Knowing that a consistent payment is coming changes so much more than just a balance sheet, doesn't it?
It absolutely does. And this is where the psychological and practical benefits really converge to create truly significant impact. I mean, think about it. The ability to forecast your income with some certainty. That's a cornerstone of financial well-being, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's fundamental.
When you know that $2,000 is reliably coming in each month, it dramatically improves your ability to budget effectively, to actually plan for the future, even if it's just the near future.
Instead of just reacting to whatever happens.
Exactly. You can move beyond the crippling anxiety of surviving paycheck to paycheck, or worse, stimulus check to stimulus check, like we saw before. That uncertainty is exhausting. This fosters genuine long-term stability, or at least more stability. For instance, you can plan for larger necessary expenses. Maybe a car repair you know is coming up, or medical copay, things that might otherwise spiral into a full-blown crisis.
Right, things that can derail everything.
You can manage unexpected costs with less stress, and critically, you might even begin to build a small emergency buffer, just a little cushion, which for many in these income brackets is an almost impossible feat otherwise.
Having any kind of savings feels out of reach for so many.
It really does. So this predictability offers a profound sense of, well, peace of mind, control. It empowers you to make more informed, proactive financial decisions.
Yeah.
Transforming that reactive struggle into a more stable, manageable financial future. It's about restoring a sense of control over your economic life, which is invaluable.
Now let's pivot slightly to a key concept that financial experts are intensely focused on, and it really drives home why you, the listener, are at the absolute center of this proposed strategy's effectiveness. It sounds a bit technical, but it's pretty straightforward. It's called marginal propensity to consume, or MPC.
Right.
In the simplest terms, MPC measures how much of any extra money a person receives they tend to spend, and just as critically, how quickly they spend it.
And this is where the economic engine truly kicks into gear, Paul, and why targeting this specific group, low-income and fixed-income households, is so, well, astute, so strategic.
Okay.
These individuals are consistently categorized by economists as having a high MPC, a high marginal propensity to consume.
High MPC. Got it.
And this is an incredibly important distinction because it means that when you receive extra money, studies consistently show you had to spend nearly all of it.
Not save most of it.
No, spend it.
Yeah.
And you do so with remarkable speed, almost immediately in many cases.
And why is that?
Well, it's not driven by recklessness, let's be clear. It's driven by necessity, pure and simple.
Right, pent-up needs.
Exactly. You have immediate unmet needs. For food that maybe you couldn't afford last week. For rent that's due. For utilities to keep the lights on. For transportation to get to work. For basic household goods, replacing things that are worn out.
Things that many people take for granted.
Absolutely. Your spending isn't frivolous or discretionary in the typical sense. It's directed towards essential goods and services that improve your immediate quality of life and that of your household. It meets fundamental needs.
Makes sense.
So think of it as a direct injection into the fundamental arteries of the economy, addressing critical demand right where it is most urgent.
So this isn't just like an economic theory cooked up somewhere. There's compelling real-world data underpinning this high MPC concept. What specifically are these expert studies revealing about your immediate spending power and how it flows into the economy?
Oh, the data is remarkably clear and compelling on this. It offers really strong empirical support for this kind of targeted approach.
Yeah.
When low-income and fixed-income individuals receive, say, a $2,000 payment, expert analyses looking at actual spending patterns indicate they typically spend about 80% of it.
80%.
80%.
Yeah.
That's a substantial $1,600 out of the $2,000. And they spend it within the first 10 days of receiving the funds.
10 days.
Wow. Just consider that velocity, that speed. The vast majority of the money is put to practical use almost immediately. It doesn't sit around.
Oh, waiting.
And the remaining 20%, that other $400, that's then spent, typically within the subsequent 30 days.
Okay, so pretty quickly, too.
Yeah. So what this means in practical terms is that the entire $2,000 is typically fully circulated back into the economy within approximately 1 month, maybe 5 weeks max.
The whole amount gone back out there.
Exactly. This swift and comprehensive utilization of funds is precisely the rapid stimulation that effective economic stimulus aims to achieve. It demonstrates a direct and almost immediate impact on commercial activity. Businesses see it right away.
That sounds like a remarkably powerful engine for economic activity.
Seriously.
So it's not just that your spending helps you meet your immediate needs, which is obviously critical, but it's actually doing something much broader and more significant for the entire economic system at the same time.
Precisely. That's the beauty of it, economically speaking. This rapid circulation of funds is the very definition of what strategic stimulus is designed to achieve.
Right, stimulate activity.
Exactly. When money moves quickly through the system like that, it doesn't just benefit you, the initial recipient. That's just the start. It immediately boosts local businesses.
The corner store, the pharmacy.
Your grocery stores,
Yeah.
pharmacies, small retail shops, maybe local service providers like mechanics or plumbers. They all feel it. It supports their supply chains, it creates demand for goods, and it just keeps the economic wheels turning, especially at that local level. It's a classic example of what economists call the Keynesian multiplier effect. You might have heard of that.
Vaguely, yeah. Explain that a bit.
Sure. It just means that each dollar you spend generates additional economic activity beyond its initial value.
Yeah.
It creates a ripple effect. So, for example, when you buy groceries, that money goes to the store. The store then uses it to pay its employees, maybe buys more goods from its suppliers. Those suppliers then pay their employees, and so on. It multiplies.
Ah, got it. $1 spent becomes more than $1 in activity.
Exactly. So your direct financial benefit simultaneously fuels broader economic health. It creates a true win-win scenario where your individual well-being and systemic prosperity are actually mutually reinforcing. They work together.
Interesting.
You become an active, vital participant in boosting local economies and supporting a more robust national financial landscape just by meeting your own needs.
And this leads us right into why this targeted approach is considered so incredibly effective, and maybe why other methods, like sending checks to almost everyone, might not achieve the same immediate stimulative purpose. It highlights that not all money is spent with the same economic impact, does it?
That's a crucial distinction, Paul. It really underpins the efficacy, the effectiveness of this proposal. Well, look, any financial support is generally welcomed by recipients, right? But the specific goal of economic stimulus, particularly in the way economists think about it, is to inject money into the economy, to encourage immediate spending and growth, especially during periods of economic stagnation or maybe slow recovery. It's about velocity.
Getting things moving again.
Right. Now, when financial support is broadly distributed, including to middle-income or even higher-income individuals, studies consistently show something different happens.
What's that?
They tend to save a significant portion of it, or they use it to pay down existing debts, mortgages, credit cards, or perhaps they invested in the stock market or other assets.
Okay, things that are good for their personal finances, presumably?
Absolutely. Saving, debt reduction, investing, those are generally financially responsible actions for individuals, no question about that. But they do not provide the rapid, broad economic boost that stimulus intends in the short term. That immediate jolt of spending.
Ah, I see. The money doesn't circulate as quickly.
Exactly. High-income individuals, in particular, have a much lower MPC, a lower propensity to consume out of extra income. They tend to spend very little of any extra money they receive on immediate consumption of everyday goods and services.
Right. They already have what they need.
Generally, yes.
Mm-hmm.
And it takes them a long time to spend it. If they spend it on consumption at all, they might use it for luxury goods, which often have a lower domestic economic multiplier anyway.
Or imported goods.
Right. Or they simply let it accumulate in savings or investment accounts, which, again, is fine for them, but doesn't achieve the stimulus goal.
So just to underline that, while saving and paying down debt are undoubtedly positive and financially prudent for individuals, they don't serve the immediate velocity-driven stimulative purpose that these targeted checks are specifically designed to achieve. Is that fair?
That's perfectly fair to say, yes. And this contrast vividly highlights the efficiency and the effectiveness of targeting low-income and fixed-income households for achieving the stimulus's core purpose. It's about maximizing the program's success, making sure it actually does what it's intended to do, ensuring that every dollar disbursed creates the intended immediate impact, rather than being diverted into savings or passive investments that don't directly fuel consumer demand right now.
Makes sense.
By focusing on those with a demonstrably high MPC, the government, in theory, effectively gets more bang for its buck in terms of immediate economic stimulation.
More impact per dollar spent.
Precisely. This makes the program significantly more successful in achieving its stated goals of boosting demand and supporting economic recovery. It ensures that the resources are deployed where they can have the most immediate and widespread effect on spending.
Okay, so this isn't just a new concept conceived in isolation, is it? It's really a strategy born from significant experience and crucial lessons learned from past efforts, things we tried before.
Absolutely. It builds directly on recent history.
Let's briefly touch on those previous broad stimulus efforts, specifically thinking about 2020, 2021. We saw a very widespread distribution of 3 different checks, totaling $3,200 per eligible person, right?
The $1,200, the $600, and the $1,400.
And those went out to about 85% of the population. A huge number of people.
Vast majority.
Costing the Treasury approximately $850 billion overall. A massive amount of money.
Huge expenditure, yes.
Yeah, it's really important to emphasize, as you said earlier, that we're framing this not as a critique of past intentions, those were emergency times, but as a crucial learning experience, something that demonstrably informs the potential superiority and the enhanced benefits of this new, more targeted approach.
That's an absolutely essential point to underscore. You have to learn from what you did before. The proposed targeted stimulus represents a profound and strategic learning step derived directly from the experiences, both positive and maybe less positive, of those past broader initiatives. Instead of sending money to nearly everyone, which, let's be honest, included many individuals who didn't necessarily need it for immediate consumption.
Right, people who just saved it or invested it.
Exactly. This new plan would strategically focus resources. It would specifically target the low-income and fixed-income population. Now, the exact definition might vary, but maybe it encompasses the bottom 25% to 50% of income earners, depending on how the policy is designed.
So a much smaller group, but the group with the highest need and highest MPC.
Precisely. This focused distribution ensures that every dollar of stimulus money goes directly to where it will have the most immediate, highest impact effect, as we discussed with the high MPC. It's a move from broad strokes like painting with a roller to precision targeting, like using a fine tip brush, making every dollar allocated work significantly harder and more efficiently towards its intended purpose, both economic stimulation and direct financial relief for those who need it.
Getting the most out of those public funds.
That's the goal, maximizing the utility and the impact.
And a major, perhaps the most critical benefit here, according to the experts advocating for this, is the ability to achieve those vital stimulative goals without experiencing the significant negative side effects that certainly plagued previous programs, specifically widespread inflation. That's the big one people remember.
This point cannot be overstated. It really addresses one of the primary concerns, one of the main criticisms that arose from the previous broader stimulus programs.
Right. Inflation hurting everyone.
A significant takeaway from the 2020-2021 initiatives was the subsequent and pretty sustained inflation we experienced. Prices increased drastically across almost all sectors.
Food, gas, housing, used cars. everything.
Everything. Driven in part, economists argue, by very strong consumer demand, fueled by that stimulus money, meeting supply chains that were still constrained because of the pandemic.
Too much money chasing too few goods, as they say.
That's the classic definition of demand pull inflation, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And this phenomenon significantly eroded the purchasing power of the very money people received.
Kind of defeated the purpose, in a way.
It certainly counteracted some of the benefits, particularly harming those on fixed incomes whose budgets were already stretched incredibly tight. The inflation hit them the hardest.
Absolutely.
This proposed targeted approach, however, is specifically designed, engineered almost, to prevent that kind of broad inflationary pressure. That's a key design goal.
How does it do that?
By concentrating the money only on those with a high MPC individuals who will spend it primarily on necessities, filling existing consumption gaps rather than broadly bidding up prices across the board. The idea is the economy gets the necessary localized boost in demand.
Where it's needed.
Right, without injecting too much money chasing too few goods across the entire economy, which is what broadly drives up prices for everyone.
Ah, okay. So it's more focused, less likely to overheat everything.
That's the theory. And it means that the $2,000 monthly checks, if implemented this way, would retain significantly more of their actual value for you, the recipient.
Your purchasing power wouldn't get eaten away immediately.
Exactly. It isn't immediately eroded by soaring costs across the board. This makes the benefit genuinely substantial and, hopefully, longer lasting. A truly effective form of relief, rather than just a temporary boost, followed by an even deeper struggle against higher prices.
So, let me see if I'm getting this right. What we're looking at isn't just a potentially more effective way to deliver stimulus in terms of economic impact, but it's also potentially incredibly cost efficient, delivering the same, maybe even greater overall economic impact for less total money.
That's another truly fascinating projection coming from financial experts. It really highlights the ingenuity and, frankly, the strategic advantage of this targeted approach.
Okay.
Providing $2,000 ongoing monthly checks to, let's use an example, say 50 million individuals, representing maybe the bottom quartile or so of earners plus fixed income recipients, could cost significantly less overall than the previous broad stimulus efforts.
How much less are we talking?
Well, let's look at a specific kind of striking example analysts have modeled. A proposal for 3 continuous $2,000 monthly checks, so covering a quarter, distributed to a targeted population of 50 million people.
Okay. $2,000 times 50 million times 3 months.
Right. That would cost an estimated $300 billion. That's $100 billion per month for 3 months. Now, compare this $300 billion figure to the approximate $850 billion spent previously on the 3 broader, less targeted checks that went to 85% of the population.
Wow, that's significantly less than half.
Significantly less. It means the program can potentially achieve its crucial positive economic impact, getting money circulating quickly via high MPC households with vastly greater financial efficiency for the government, less strain on the budget.
Which makes it more politically feasible, perhaps,
Right.
more sustainable.
Potentially, yes. It represents a more responsible and fiscally sustainable approach to providing ongoing financial support rather than just massive one-off emergency measures.
Right.
It's not just a temporary fix. It could be a model for continuous effective financial support without the crushing budgetary strain or the widespread inflationary pressures that characterized past, less focused approaches.
So it's smarter with taxpayer money.
That's the argument. This enhanced efficiency makes it a far more viable and sustainable source of ongoing benefits for you, demonstrating a smarter, more precise deployment of public funds aimed at achieving maximum societal return and stability.
That truly brings us to the core of why financial benefit experts, economists looking at this, are expressing such, well, profound enthusiasm about this new, targeted approach. It genuinely sounds like it could be a breakthrough in how we conceive and implement economic support. Can you synthesize for us why they're so overwhelmingly positive about this potential shift?
Certainly. I think it boils down to a few key intersecting points. First and foremost, experts consistently emphasize what we could call the need and the profound impact of low-income spending.
Need and impact.
Exactly. They are unequivocal in stating that low-income and fixed-income individuals are demonstrably the ones who truly need the money for essential consumption. There's a clear unmet need there.
Okay.
But just as importantly, maybe more importantly from a stimulus perspective, as we've explored in detail, your spending habits, your inherent high MPC, makes you the most effective group for achieving the immediate rapid stimulation that defines successful stimulus.
You get the money moving.
You get it moving fast.
Yeah.
So this isn't merely about providing aid or charity, though that's a component. It's viewed as a strategic, economically informed investment in overall economic health, channeled directly through those who are most ready and able to put money directly into active circulation.
So it's good economics, not just good social policy.
That's precisely the argument being made. It's a powerful recognition of your essential active role in driving and stabilizing the economy, especially at the local level.
And this leads directly into those dual benefits you mentioned, efficiency and fairness, doesn't it? It seems like this approach is hitting both of those critical marks simultaneously.
Exactly. That's a big part of the enthusiasm. This approach is widely heralded by proponents as being both significantly more efficient and inherently fairer than the previous broader models.
Okay, unpack efficient and fairer again quickly.
Sure. It's more efficient because, as we just discussed, it achieves the desired stimulative effect, getting money spent quickly with substantially less overall money spent by the government. It avoids the dilution or potential waste of funds that, in other hands, higher income households, might simply be saved or hoarded, not contributing to immediate demand.
So every dollar works harder.
Every dollar works harder and smarter towards the program's primary economic goal. And it's seen as fair because it directly and explicitly addresses that harsh reality we keep coming back to. Incomes for low-income and fixed-income individuals have demonstrably failed to keep pace with the relentless rise in the cost of living.
Righting a wrong, in a way.
It serves as a direct, precise bridge to financial stability for those most acutely affected by economic pressures. It ensures that the support goes directly to those who need it most to simply maintain or hopefully improve their basic living standards. It rebalances the scales in a very direct, tangible way.
It's almost as if this proposal represents a kind of critical rediscovery of the true fundamental purpose of stimulus itself, like stripping away assumptions to reveal its most potent, effective form.
It absolutely feels that way sometimes when you read the analysis. Let's be crystal clear again about the core foundational purpose of stimulus in economic theory. It is designed to encourage spending and ignite demand to stimulate the economy. That's the textbook definition,
Okay.
particularly during downturns or periods of sluggish growth. It's about jumpstarting activity. And this targeted approach perfectly, almost elegantly, aligns with that core purpose.
How so?
When money is channeled directly to individuals who will spend it quickly on essential goods and services, groceries, rent, utilities, transportation, it immediately circulates. As we said, this circulation boosts consumer demand right away. It provides crucial support for small businesses who see those customers walk in the door. It invigorates local economies. It generally keeps the broader economic engine running more smoothly, preventing deeper slowdowns.
So it acts like lubricant for the gears.
That's a good analogy. It moves beyond being just a theoretical exercise on paper. It's not about sending money out for people to sock away in savings or use for speculative investments. Instead, it's about activating spending to spark immediate and measurable growth and activity.
Action, not just potential.
Precisely. This proposed model ensures that the money sent out achieves its intended positive effect stimulation with remarkable precision and velocity, exactly as robust economic stimulus is meant to function.
So to try and synthesize this entire discussion, wrapping it all together, it truly sounds like this proposed change, this shift towards targeted ongoing checks, represents a powerful win-win scenario, delivering multifaceted benefits simultaneously across the board.
It undeniably does, based on the expert analysis we're seeing. This proposed change offers a powerful and multifaceted win-win. On one hand, it provides necessary, continuous, and predictable financial relief directly to those who need it most, like you, ensuring your ability to meet daily expenses, regain some financial footing, maybe breathe a little easier, and plan for a more stable future. That's the individual win.
Huge win.
Huge.
Right.
Simultaneously, it stimulates the broader economy with remarkable efficiency by ensuring that rapid circulation of funds we keep talking about. That's the macroeconomic win.
Okay.
And critically, it achieves both of these things, potentially, without triggering the widespread inflationary pressures that were such a significant drawback of past broad approaches. That helps preserve the actual value of the money being distributed, which is key.
Protecting the benefit itself.
Exactly. So it's viewed as a focused, smart, and potentially sustainable way to address ongoing economic challenges. ensuring that financial support truly serves its purpose for maximum tangible benefit for both the individual receiving it and the economy as a whole. It's about building a more resilient and, frankly, more equitable economic foundation for everyone.
So just to recap the core, really compelling benefits we've thoroughly dug into today. Imagine the very real potential for ongoing $2,000 monthly checks. Think about that. Providing that consistent, predictable income support that doesn't just bridge, but genuinely helps close the widening gap between your earnings and the ever-rising costs of living.
That predictability is huge.
Huge. And think about the incredible immediate power of your essential spending, how it not only stabilizes your own household budget, but actively fuels and invigorates the broader economy through that powerful multiplier effect we discussed. Your spending matters.
It really does. It makes a difference.
And crucially, remember how this new approach is meticulously designed for vastly greater efficiency, getting more economic impact for less overall cost, and how it aims to intelligently preserve the value of your dollar by actively avoiding those broad inflationary pressures that hobbled previous, less targeted efforts, keeping your $2,000 worth $2,000.
Right. Making the help truly helpful. This proposed shift in stimulus strategy, looking at all these factors, truly offers a profoundly positive and potentially transformative outlook. It really champions sustained financial relief and genuine economic stability, moving far beyond just short-term fixes or band-aids. It's about systematically building a more resilient and equitable financial future for those who need it most. The overwhelming expert consensus, or at least a growing consensus among many experts, points towards this being a smarter, more effective, and potentially more sustainable way forward for economic support policy.
A lot of potential there.
A lot of potential, yes.
So let's leave you with this thought to ponder. With this kind of consistent, effective, and strategically targeted financial support, that $2,000 a month, reliably what truly new possibilities and really unprecedented levels of financial stability could open up for you and for your household.
Yeah, what would that mean practically?
Take a moment after we finish to truly imagine the profound practical implications. What would a significant and reliably consistent financial infusion like that mean in your life? What new choices could you make? What opportunities might arise? What worries could finally recede into the background? Something to really think about. Thank you for joining us on this deep dive into what could be a groundbreaking shift in financial relief policy. We really encourage you to keep exploring, keep learning, and stay informed about policies like this that could profoundly impact your financial well-being.
Stay curious.
Absolutely. Until next time, keep...
All right, so what if you woke up one morning and found an extra $200 in your account? And then it just kept happening like every single month.
Wow, yeah.
You know, that'd be like a $2,400 raise every year.
Okay.
Just kind of out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Now, on top of that, what if you got like a surprise $1,400 payment too?
Oh, wow.
I mean, we're talking about some potentially serious cash, especially if you're on a fixed income.
Right.
So if that sounds like something you'd want to know more about, well, stick with us.
Yeah, definitely.
Because today, we're going to take a deep dive into two really big things that can mean a lot more money in your pocket.
Right.
The first is this whole idea of getting a $200 a month boost to your Social Security benefits. And the second is all the talk about a possible fourth stimulus check.
Yeah, a lot of people are watching this stuff really closely right now.
For sure.
Trying to figure out what it all means and how it could affect their bottom line.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's what we're here for today.
Right, to break it all down.
To lay it all out.
So let's start with that extra $200 a month.
Okay.
Where'd that idea even come from?
Well, it actually kind of goes back a few years, believe it or not. All the way back to early 2020.
Wow.
There were a few senators then who were talking about a temporary $200 increase in Social Security benefits.
Okay.
Didn't really go anywhere at the time, but it's interesting to see how that idea has kind of evolved.
Right. So back then it was just a temporary thing.
Yeah, just a one-time boost.
But what's being talked about now sounds a lot more permanent.
Oh, absolutely.
Like a real long-term change.
It is.
Yeah.
So they basically picked up that $200 a month concept and turned it into a proposal for a permanent adjustment as part of this thing called the Social Security Expansion Act. And this new version, it's not just a temporary fix, it's about a consistent $200 every month.
Wow.
Which adds up to a pretty significant $2,400 a year for people.
No kidding.
And the main person pushing for this is Senator Bernie Sanders.
Oh, Bernie.
Yeah. So that's a pretty big deal.
What makes him so important to this whole thing?
Well, the thing is, back in early 2025, he got appointed to this super important committee in the Senate, the Senate Finance Committee.
Okay.
And they're the ones who basically have all the power when it comes to Social Security.
Wow.
Like setting benefit levels,
Wow.
figuring out how the whole program is going to be funded and structured, you name it.
That's huge.
So having someone like Bernie on that committee,
Right.
who's a really strong advocate for this increase,
Yeah.
I mean, it really changes the game.
Mhm.
It could be exactly what this proposal needs to actually get some traction.
So his being on that committee could really make a difference.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so let's say this $200 raise actually happens.
Right.
How would they even pay for it?
Well, that's the million-dollar question, isn't it?
Yeah, because we're talking about a lot of money here.
We are.
Right.
So as it stands right now,
Okay. The plan is to fund this permanent benefit increase through the existing Social Security trust funds, which are mainly supported by payroll taxes that working folks pay.
okay.
So basically, the people who are contributing to the system now would be helping to pay for this bigger benefit
Okay.
for folks who are getting benefits now and in the future.
Right.
And there's a lot of discussion and debate right now
I bet.
about how this would impact the long-term solvency of the trust funds,
Makes sense.
like whether they need to adjust payroll tax rates down the line or come up with other ways to make sure the money's there.
Yeah, that's a really important point.
Absolutely.
And remember, that $200 boost was first floated back in 2020.
Yeah.
I mean, things have gotten so much more expensive since then.
Oh, yeah, no doubt about it.
So how much of a difference would an extra $200 a month even make for people these days?
That's a great question and a really important one.
Yeah.
It's true that $200 doesn't go as far as it used to.
But for folks who are living on a fixed income, especially with prices going up on everything,
Yeah.
food, housing, healthcare, you name it,
Mm-hmm.
an extra $200 a month could definitely provide a little breathing room.
Right, like a cushion.
Yeah, exactly. A little bit of a cushion.
Okay.
And some people are arguing that it should be a bigger increase to really help people cope with the rising cost of living
Okay.
and maybe even reduce their dependence on other assistance programs.
That makes sense.
But even with everything costing more,
Yeah.
that extra $200 a month still adds up to over $2,000 a year,
Right.
which could help people cover their basic needs or just feel a bit more secure financially.
Absolutely.
It might not solve everything,
Sure.
but it's definitely a step in the right direction.
I agree. Every little bit helps,
It really does.
especially when you're trying to make ends meet on a fixed income.
Right.
Okay, so that's the potential $200 monthly raise. Now let's switch gears and talk about that $1,400 stimulus check.
Okay.
Where does that fit into all of this?
All right, so this is a really important thing to understand. Stimulus checks work completely differently than Social Security benefits. Social Security is funded through those trust funds we were just talking about and payroll taxes. But stimulus checks come from general federal funds.
Okay.
Basically money that's allocated by the Treasury.
All right, so it's like a totally separate pot of money.
Completely separate, yeah.
Okay.
And usually the IRS handles the distribution of those payments. And they often work with the Treasury and even use information from the Social Security Administration
Okay.
to do things like direct deposits.
So just to be crystal clear for everyone,
Yeah.
getting a stimulus check wouldn't affect the money available for Social Security benefits at all.
Not one bit.
Got it.
Totally different funding sources, different objectives too.
Okay, how so?
Well, stimulus checks are basically a tool that the government uses to pump money into the economy
Okay.
during times when things are slowing down.
Right, like a recession.
Yeah, exactly. Or a crisis like we saw a few years back. The main goal is to encourage people to spend money
Okay.
on goods and services to get the economy moving again.
Makes sense.
And of course, it also helps families who are struggling financially.
Right. A little extra cash can go a long way.
Absolutely.
Okay, so the purpose is different, and the money comes from a different place.
Yeah.
So what are the chances we'll actually see another one of these $1,400 checks?
Well, you know, it's always tough to predict the future,
I know.
especially when it comes to the economy.
Right.
But we can look at what's happened in the past, and historically big stimulus measures like those $1,400 checks,
Yeah.
they've usually been used during times of serious economic recession. Like when the economy takes a nosedive and a lot of people are hurting financially,
Right.
that's when the government tends to step in
Okay.
with these big stimulus packages.
Makes sense. They're trying to boost demand and help people out.
Exactly.
So I guess the question is, are we heading for another recession?
Well, that's the big unknown, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I'd never say never.
Right.
But if the economy stays relatively healthy,
Uh-huh.
another round of those big checks might not be on the table.
Okay, so it all comes down to how the economy's doing.
Pretty much, yeah.
Right.
Now, a lot of experts are saying that if we do hit another big recession,
Mm-hmm.
like a really serious one,
Boy.
then the government would likely step in with another round of stimulus payments.
Interesting.
They've done it before, and history tends to repeat itself.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So it's definitely something to keep an eye on.
Okay, so we've got these two potential financial boosts.
Yeah.
The permanent $200 increase to your Social Security benefits and a possible one-time $1,400 stimulus payment,
Right.
each coming from a completely different source.
Exactly.
Now, here's the big question I bet everyone's wondering. Could these two things actually happen at the same time? Like, could you get both an extra $200 in your regular benefit payment
Sure.
and a $1,400 stimulus check landing in your bank account?
That's a great question, and the answer is yes.
Wow.
It's definitely possible.
Really?
Yeah, because remember, the funding mechanisms and the legislative processes for these two things are totally separate.
Right.
So there's no reason why they couldn't happen at the same time.
That's amazing.
One's tied to the Social Security system and needs specific legislation to change things up,
Uh-huh.
while the other's a broader economic tool that gets funded through general federal appropriations.
Okay, so they're on totally different tracks.
Exactly.
That's great news.
It is.
Now, have we ever seen anything like this before?
Actually, yeah, there's a pretty good example from just a few years ago.
Oh, really?
Back in early 2020,
Okay.
when the pandemic first hit
Uh-huh.
and the economy is starting to tank,
Right.
there were all these discussions and proposals about giving extra support to Social Security beneficiaries.
Okay.
And at the same time, the government was working on those first big stimulus checks.
Right, the $1,200 ones?
Yep.
Wow.
So even though the details about the Social Security proposals were different back then,
Uh-huh.
we did see both potential increases in regular benefits
Right.
and those one-time stimulus payments being considered at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, the stimulus checks actually went out.
Right.
So it's not out of the question for both of these things to happen again.
Okay, so that's a really clear example of how it could work.
Yeah, it shows that it's definitely possible.
But ultimately, the timing of all of this is kind of out of our hands, right?
It is.
I mean, a lot depends on things we can't control.
For sure.
Yeah.
So for that $200 a month raise,
Okay.
it's going to depend on what happens with legislation.
Okay.
Like whether the Social Security Expansion Act gets enough support to pass,
Yeah.
or if they come up with a whole separate bill
Right.
just focused on raising benefits. And, the fate of any bill depends on all sorts of things. The political climate, what lawmakers are prioritizing,
Mm-hmm.
the whole debate about how best to support beneficiaries
Yeah.
and keep Social Security healthy in the long run.
Right.
And then for another stimulus check,
Okay.
that's really going to come down to the economy. If things go south
Right.
and the government decides they need to do something big to help people out,
Yeah.
then another stimulus could definitely be in the cards.
Okay, so we've got this potential for a nice bump in our monthly income and maybe a big one-time payment too.
Yeah,
But it all depends on what happens with the economy and what Congress decides to do.
that's a great way to sum it up.
All right, so let's wrap this up for everyone listening.
Okay.
The big takeaway here is that you could potentially see both of these things happening.
Yep.
A $200 a month increase to your Social Security or related benefits, and a $1,400 fourth stimulus check.
Right.
And they could even happen around the same time,
It's possible.
which could really make a difference in your finances.
Absolutely.
But we got to remember that nothing's set in stone.
It's all still up in the air.
Right.
Both of these possibilities depend on what happens with legislation and the economy.
Exactly.
But the mechanisms are there, and we've seen it happen before.
Yeah,
So it's definitely something to keep in mind.
absolutely.
Yeah.
So here's something to think about.
Sure.
If you did get both of these things,
Mm-hmm.
the extra money every month and that big one-time payment,
Mm-hmm.
what would you do with it?
Mm-hmm.
How could you use it to improve your financial situation
Yeah.
and really make your money work for you?
Good question.
Right.
Something to really consider.
Especially with everything going on in the economy right now.
Yeah, it is.
So that's something to ponder as we all wait.
Imagine getting direct financial support, money that truly makes a difference in your life. And it arrives consistently every month, and it's specifically designed to help you, thrive. Forget the old ways of doing things. We're talking about a proposed plan, a really exciting one, for substantial ongoing payments.
This could potentially mean thousands more in your pocket every single month, maybe even double what some folks on fixed incomes get now. So how can this be a powerful win-win? Offering more benefit, less hassle, and just more money directly to you. We're diving into a pretty revolutionary approach today, one that aims for much greater financial security for individuals and a healthier economy overall. Get ready to maybe rethink how economic support actually works. This could be a real aha moment. Welcome to the Deep Dive. Today we're taking a really close look, an in-depth exploration of a fascinating and frankly incredibly relevant discussion happening among economic experts right now. It's all focused on a proposed new plan for economic stimulus. Our mission here in this deep dive is to go beyond just the headlines. We want to unpack the details, the nitty-gritty of this approach. We'll explore the research behind it, the solid data supporting it, and most importantly, understand how it could directly and positively impact you, especially if you're on a fixed income or maybe part of a low-income household. We'll dig into why this method is gaining such strong support from economists and how it aims to provide, more significant sustained benefits. And crucially, how it hopes to avoid the drawbacks, the downsides we saw with previous efforts. Okay, let's start with something many of you probably know all too well. It's a reality that drives, countless questions we hear every single day. Questions about financial support, about stimulus payments, when might they arrive, who might be included this time. It really just highlights the ongoing, the persistent financial pressures faced by so many low-income and fixed-income households. We're talking particularly about folks relying on benefits like SSI, SSDI, VA benefits, Social Security. The simple truth is prices for everyday things, they've climbed significantly. Groceries, fuel for the car, heating your home, it all adds up.
It really does. And the core issue is that incomes just haven't kept pace for many people.
Exactly. You've probably felt this yourself, right? Watching your money just not stretch as far as it used to. That purchasing power, it just seems to diminish as the cost of living keeps creeping up. It makes every pound count, sometimes to the breaking point.
It's an incredibly challenging situation, and that's why the search for effective, sustainable solutions is, frankly, more critical than ever. And this challenging reality brings up a really important question, an urgent one even.
Which is?
Why haven't the previous attempts at widespread stimulus really fixed these deep-seated financial pressures?
Good point. We did see those checks go out before.
We did. Significant distributions, actually. If you look back, we're talking about roughly 3,200 pounds in total. That was across 3 separate checks.
And they went to a lot of people, right?
A huge number. About 85% of the population received them. The total cost was, staggering. Around $850 billion.
Wow. That's a massive amount of money.
It is. And look, the intention was absolutely to help.
Yeah.
And they certainly did provide some immediate relief for millions, no question. But that very broad distribution, sending so much money to such a vast percentage of the population, it had a significant side effect, an unintended one.
Inflation.
Exactly. It fueled substantial inflation. And the thing is, we're still feeling the effects of those rising prices today, long after those checks were spent.
So even if your benefits going up a little, the price hikes kind of canceled it out.
Precisely. Even small increases in fixed incomes, like the cost of living adjustments, they've seen their actual buying power eroded. The higher cost of everything from food to rent just ate away at the increase.
Okay.
So that historical context, understanding the diminishing returns from those previous broad approaches, it's absolutely crucial. It's why this new, much more targeted approach is being discussed now with such, enthusiasm among economists.
Learning from the past to do better in the future.
That's the idea, crafting something more effective, more beneficial, especially for those who really need that support the most.
Okay, so if the old way, the broad approach, had these significant unintended consequences like inflation, what's the new thinking? This is where it gets really interesting, right? Where the insights from the latest economic research start to come in.
Absolutely. Experts are now seriously discussing something they're calling a plan-targeted stimulus.
Targeted stimulus, okay.
And this isn't just a small tweak. It's proposing a pretty revolutionary approach. We're talking about 2,000 pounds ongoing monthly checks.
2,000 bahts, monthly.
Monthly, and specifically focused on low-income households. So this isn't a one-off payment like before, not a temporary fix. It's designed as a consistent, sustainable source of direct financial support, arriving reliably month after month.
Wow. Okay, just stop and think about that for a second. 2,000 pounds extra coming in reliably every single month. For many people on fixed incomes, that could be, transformative, a huge increase in their monthly budget.
It really could be. Think about the practical impact.
Yeah, like basic necessities, being able to afford healthier food choices without worrying quite so much, maybe.
Definitely. Or ensuring utility bills are paid without that constant stress.
Or having funds for, an unexpected car repair that you just have to get done.
Right. Or even reducing reliance on those high-interest payday loans that can unfortunately trap people in a cycle of debt.
Mm-hmm. So this proposal really stands out then. It's not just a quick boost. It's about building a more stable financial foundation.
That's exactly the goal. Stability for those who are most vulnerable to economic shifts, to price changes.
It feels like a really significant strategic shift from what we saw before, moving from like a blunt instrument to more of a precision tool.
That's a great way to put it. Designed for maximum benefit right where it counts the most. And what's truly fascinating here, what's really driving the strong expert support, is the core philosophy behind this plan.
Okay.
It's meticulously designed, based on evidence, to be the most effective way forward. It's directly learning from the clear lessons of those past stimulus efforts.
So what's the precise goal then?
It's very precise. Ensure money reaches the people who genuinely need it the most. And this is crucial. Do that while simultaneously aiming to avoid those adverse economic consequences.
Like the inflation we talked about.
Primarily inflation, yes, which arose from the previous broader distributions. It's about striking a critical balance in policy.
How so?
Well, when funds are distributed too widely, like before, the sheer volume of new money flooding the economy can actually outpace the supply of goods and services available.
Leading to prices going up.
Exactly. That's the inflationary pressure, and it erodes the very benefit the stimulus was meant to provide.
Right.
But by strategically targeting these funds to specific groups, the aim is to provide that powerful stimulus effect without overwhelming the economy's capacity or driving up prices across the board.
That makes sense.
It's viewed as a remarkably positive step forward. It directly addresses the financial struggles many have been experiencing persistently, offering a direct, significant boost, but one that's intended to be both profoundly impactful for the person receiving it and also much healthier for the wider economy.
So it's not just about handing out money.
Not at all. It's about optimizing the impact of every single pound spent for maximum collective and individual benefit.
Okay, let's unpack the core economic idea here, the thing that really underpins this whole targeted plan. Marginal propensity to consume. MPC.
MTC, exactly. And I know it sounds a bit academic, maybe a bit of a mouthful.
Yeah, a little bit.
But in simple terms, it's really just about how much of any extra money you receive you're likely to spend, and crucially, how quickly you spend it.
So it's about spending habits.
Fundamentally, yes. It's about understanding spending habits at different income levels. Think of it like this. If you suddenly get an extra 100 pounds, do you spend, say, 80 pounds of it right away on things you need and maybe save 20 pounds? Or do you spend the whole 100 pound immediately because you have urgent needs?
Or maybe save most of it, or pay off a credit card bill.
Precisely. MPC is just the economic measure of that immediate spending impulse. How much of that next pound you get actually goes straight back into the economy as consumption, as spending. Right. And this concept, surprisingly simple but incredibly powerful, is absolutely central to why this targeted stimulus approach is seen as so promising and why it's gaining so much traction. Now, this concept of MPC, it's actually incredibly encouraging news for low-income and fixed-income individuals, like many of you listening.
How so?
This is where the robust research really backs up this new policy idea. Studies consistently clearly show that you, as a group, fall into what economists call a high MPC category.
High MPC, meaning they spend more of any extra money they get.
And crucially, they spend it faster.
Yeah.
Let's break down the numbers, what they actually mean in practice. When a low-income or fixed-income individual receives an additional, say, 2,000 pounds.
Like in this proposal.
Yes. Approximately 80% of that, that's a hefty 1,600 pounds, is typically spent within the first 10 days.
10 days. Wow, that's quick.
Incredibly quick. Think about the velocity of that money. Within just over a week, most of that immediate financial help is already circulating. It's back in local businesses, supporting jobs, buying essential goods and services.
And the rest. The other 20%.
That remaining 20%, the other 400 pounds, is then typically spent over the following 30 days or so.
So the whole 2,000 pounds is usually gone, spent within about a month.
Generally, yes. It goes directly into the economy quite rapidly. And this rapid, consistent spending pattern, that is precisely what economists look for when they're aiming to effectively stimulate the economy, especially during slower periods or contractions.
Why is that speed so important?
Because that swift injection of money back into local businesses, buying essential goods, it creates an immediate, tangible economic boost exactly where it's needed most.
It gets things moving.
It gets things moving. When money changes hands quickly, it multiplies its economic effect. Economists call it the multiplier effect.
Okay.
A pound spent at your local grocery store becomes income for the store owner. They then use it to pay suppliers or their employees.
Who then spend it on their own needs.
Exactly. And so on and so on. It creates this powerful ripple effect throughout the local community and the wider national economy. Now let's contrast this with, say, middle or higher income individuals.
Okay, how do they compare?
The research indicates that if they receive an additional 2,000 pounds, they might only spend about half of it relatively quickly, maybe 1,000 pounds.
And often on different things.
Often on more discretionary items, perhaps, or services rather than immediate necessities. And crucially, what happens to the other half, the other 1,000 pounds?
They save it, pay down debt, invest it.
Exactly. They might hoard a significant portion, putting it into savings, or use it to pay down existing debts like mortgages or loans, or perhaps put it into investment stocks, bonds.
Which is good for them personally, obviously.
Absolutely prudent and beneficial for their personal finances, yes. But those actions aren't the primary goal of broad economic stimulus aimed at boosting overall demand quickly.
Right. The goal is to get money circulating now.
Precisely. The core goal of stimulus, especially in a downturn, is getting money circulating throughout the real economy shops, services quickly, to boost demand, support businesses, create jobs. When money is hoarded or mainly used for debt repayment or put into assets that don't immediately translate into more consumption, well, it just doesn't circulate as effectively to provide that widespread economic uplift.
And higher income folks save even more.
Generally, yes. They're even further on the low MPC scale. They tend to save or invest in even larger proportion, spending very little of any extra money they receive quickly on actual consumption.
So targeting high MPC individuals, the low-income groups, it's not just about fairness, it's about economic efficiency too.
It's about unparalleled economic efficiency, yes. It ensures the money you receive not only directly helps you with immediate needs,
Which is huge.
absolutely huge, but it also acts as a powerful, precise catalyst for broader economic activity. It creates a virtuous cycle of spending and growth.
Okay, that distinction, that MPC difference, it makes the contrast with previous stimulus efforts really stark.
Yeah.
The idea that who gets the money is just as critical as the amount itself. So knowing this, understanding these efficient spending patterns,
Yeah.
how does that insight translate into a genuinely better strategy compared to what we've seen before?
Right. Let's connect that MPC understanding directly to the bigger picture strategy. This proposed new approach, it strategically focuses the stimulus specifically on the low-income and fixed-income population.
The high MPC group we just talked about.
Exactly. Maybe the bottom, say 25% to 50% of income earners. This is a crucial difference from past efforts which spread the money much, much more broadly across the income spectrum.
Okay.
This narrower, more precise focus means that the money distributed just to this high MPC group could potentially have the same overall economic impact
As the previous, much larger stimulus efforts.
That's the projection, yes. But, and this is key, it achieves this impact with a significantly smaller total amount of money going out overall.
Wow. So same bang for fewer bucks, essentially.
That's a good way to think about it. Think about the incredible efficiency gains there. Achieving the same desired macroeconomic outcome, the same level of economic boost, but with potentially a fraction of the total government outlay.
That's amazing.
It allows for a much more efficient, much more precise economic intervention. And importantly, it drastically reduces the risk of accidentally overheating the broader economy. Now, one of the most crucial and I think incredibly beneficial indirect impacts for you as someone potentially receiving these funds
Yes.
is the potential to actually avoid those significant inflationary problems that came with the previous widespread stimulus packages.
That's a massive point.
Yeah.
Because inflation really hurt people on fixed incomes.
It absolutely did. And this is where this targeted approach really shines because high MPC individuals, as we said, spend money quickly and predominantly on essential goods and services, groceries, rent, utilities, transport.
The basics.
The basics. Distributing funds mainly to this group effectively stimulates the economy by increasing demand for the things people truly need day to day. But crucially, it does so without creating that huge wave of excess, unfocused demand across the entire economy that drives up prices for everyone, especially for non-essential stuff or luxury goods.
Ah, I see. The previous stimulus went everywhere, even to people who might save it or buy non-essentials, creating broad demand pressure.
Precisely. When the previous stimulus was so widely distributed, even to folks who might have saved a large chunk or invested it, that sheer volume of extra money chasing a relatively fixed supply of goods and services created that upward pressure on prices. It stretched supply chains.
But this way, funneling it to those who spend it immediately on necessities.
The economic impact is more immediate, it's more direct, and it's significantly less inflationary overall. It's about stimulating the right parts of the economy, the parts serving everyday needs, without causing those widespread price hikes. And this, honestly, is excellent news, because if prices don't rise as drastically—
Their benefits go further.
Exactly. Your hard-earned benefits, your Social Security, your SSI, SSDI, VA benefits, they retain far more of their real purchasing power, their true value.
That's key to genuinely improving quality of life, isn't it? Not just getting more money, but being able to die more with it.
Absolutely. You wouldn't be caught in that frustrating cycle where rising costs just seem to cancel out any small increase you might get in your income, like those cost of living adjustments.
That's been a huge source of frustration for so many people. Your check goes up a bit, but prices go up more, so you feel like you're falling behind.
Right. This targeted approach aims to ensure that the financial assistance truly improves your quality of life, your standard of living, without inadvertently causing those other economic headaches like runaway inflation.
It's about making sure the money you receive actually goes further.
Yes. Providing not just a nominal increase on paper, but a real, tangible improvement in your ability to afford the necessities, maybe even some small comforts. It fosters a genuine sense of financial stability.
It feels like a fundamental shift, making economic policy work for people, not accidentally creating new problems for them.
That's a goal, a smarter, more people-centric approach.
Okay, it's really clear this plan offers significant benefits, both directly in terms of the cash and indirectly by hopefully keeping inflation lower and preserving buying power.
Yeah.
That sounds great for the individual. But what about the bigger picture, the broader economic view? How do the experts, the economists who study these large-scale systems, how do they weigh in on this highly targeted approach? Is this just, a nice idea, or is there real consensus building around it?
Well, from the expert perspective, the consensus seems remarkably robust. This targeted approach is being overwhelmingly supported as a genuine win-win.
A win-win, okay.
Yeah. I can confidently echo the sentiment you hear from many leading economists who are essentially saying, look, I 100% agree with what they're talking about here.
Strong words.
Very strong. It's increasingly seen as the best approach going forward. And the reasoning is quite clear. It brilliantly achieves two critical goals simultaneously.
Which are?
One, it efficiently gets money to the people that actually need it, meaning those with the highest MPC who will spend it quickly. And two, it simultaneously helps avoid the adverse consequences of just flooding the economy with money.
Like the inflation we keep coming back to.
Exactly. Avoiding the kind of widespread inflation we definitely experienced from those previous, much less targeted stimulus programs.
So the old blanket approach may be well-intentioned in a crisis.
Right. It was often done under pressure in crisis moments, but it demonstrated that sometimes just putting too much money into too many hands, especially if it doesn't get spent quickly by everyone, can lead to negative effects.
Like supply chains getting overloaded.
Yes. Supply chains struggling to keep up with that sudden, huge, unfocused demand, which ultimately just drives up prices for everybody. This targeted approach aims to avoid that bottleneck. Maybe we can delve just a bit deeper into why this is so critical from that economic standpoint.
Please do.
Okay, so the very purpose of stimulus, the official term is often economic impact payment, or EIP.
Right, the EIP checks.
Yeah, those checks. It's essentially the government injecting cash directly to kickstart spending. And the reason they do it is usually to stimulate the economy, particularly when things slow down during economic contractions.
To stop things from spiraling downwards.
Precisely. When the economy slows, people tend to spend less. Businesses see less demand. Maybe they lay people off, which reduces spending even further. It's a negative feedback loop.
And stimulus tries to break that loop.
Exactly. By injecting cash, it encourages people to buy goods and services again. That supports businesses, helps preserve jobs, and hopefully reignites overall economic activity.
Makes sense.
Now, by focusing squarely on the high MPC individuals, the goal of stimulation is achieved with remarkable efficiency and effectiveness.
Because they spend it right away on necessity.
Yes. They are the most likely to immediately use those funds to purchase necessities, keeping local economies vibrant. The money doesn't just sit idle in savings accounts or get diverted primarily into, say, the stock market, which doesn't immediately stimulate that broad consumer demand in the same way.
So it avoids creating that excess broad demand that just pushed prices up before.
That's the core idea. It avoids creating the kind of overwhelming demand that previously outstripped supply and caused that widespread inflation. It makes the stimulus truly effective for its intended purpose, stimulating real economic activity now. And look, there's pretty strong optimism among economists that stimulus will be used again in the future when we face economic contractions. It's become almost a standard tool in the government's economic playbook during downturns.
It seems like a go-to move now.
It really does. However, the key insight, the lesson learned, particularly from recent experiences, is that how it's done matters immensely. It's not just if you do stimulus, but how you design it.
Yeah, and this targeted approach is seen as the smarter way.
It's seen as the smart, effective, and refined way forward. It ensures you get the maximum benefit, the economic boost, with minimal negative side effects like inflation.
Can you give us an example of that efficiency, maybe comparing the costs?
Yeah, let's consider a compelling example based on the figures we discussed earlier. The previous broad stimulus efforts, remember, cost around $850 billion in total.
Huge sum.
Huge. Now, compare that to a potential scenario using this targeted approach.
Yeah.
Let's say, just as an example, the government sent 3 £2,000 ongoing monthly checks.
So £6,000 total per person over 3 months.
Right. And let's say they sent it to 50 million people, that high MPC group we identified.
Okay, 50 million people getting £6,000 each.
If you do the math, £6,000 times 50 million people comes out to 300 billion total.
300 billion, that's way less than 850 billion.
Significantly less. It's less than half the cost of the previous efforts. Yet economists who support this model predict that this 300 billion, targeted correctly, could still achieve the desired economic effect the stimulus needed.
But without causing all that inflation.
Exactly. Without causing the same level of damaging inflationary pressure, this just demonstrates the massive potential for efficiency here.
That's really powerful.
It highlights the truly transformative potential for substantial, regular payments directly to you, the recipient real money making a real difference, while also managing the wider economy much more effectively and avoiding the pitfalls we saw before.
So it's financially sound, it's based on evidence.
And it prioritizes both individual well-being and broader economic stability. That's why, in the eyes of many leading experts, it really does look like a win-win scenario.
So wrapping this up, what does all of this really mean for you? We spent this deep dive exploring how this proposed plan, these £2,000 monthly checks, aimed at low-income and fixed-income households. Well, it's not just about the direct financial support, as crucial as that is. It's also about a fundamentally smarter, more sophisticated economic strategy. A strategy designed, hopefully, to combat inflation, to preserve the real value of your income, and to provide meaningful, consistent help without those unintended side effects that have sometimes undermined past efforts.
Right. It's about making the help more effective.
Yeah, it feels like a more thoughtful, more precise approach to economic support. One that really tries to understand and directly address your unique financial situation. Bottom line.
Correct.
It's about getting more money into your pocket and critically ensuring that money genuinely goes further for you month after month.
And, this whole deep dive into targeted stimulus, it maybe raises a bigger overarching question for all of us to think about.
Okay.
If understanding how different groups of people actually spend money can lead to such precise and potentially profoundly beneficial economic interventions like this, where else could that apply?
Exactly. What other areas of economic policy, or maybe even our own personal financial planning, could benefit from a deeper understanding of individual behavior and from using targeted solutions rather than just broad, one-size-fits-all approaches?
That's a really interesting thought. It's a powerful reminder, isn't it, that sometimes maybe less really can be more when it comes to economic impact, especially when resources are directed with such clear intent and with a solid data-backed understanding of how they'll actually flow through the economy to create the maximum positive effect for everyone. So you're probably listening because, well, the idea of a bit more cash, maybe some extra financial breathing room sounds pretty good, right?
Absolutely. Who would be interested in that?
Exactly. And today we're really digging into the real possibilities of future financial boosts. We're talking potential unexpected deposits, maybe even, significantly larger payments potentially landing your way. We've been looking at this really fascinating discussion all about what the future might hold for economic support.
Yeah, it raises a lot of interesting points.
It does. And our goal in this deep dive is pretty simple, really, just to understand exactly what conditions, what signals could actually open the door for more money heading your way.
And the question that seems to be on, well, so many people's minds is about another big round of financial help. You hear it all the time.
Oh, yeah, constantly.
Could we see a fourth stimulus check? Maybe even something substantial, like in the ballpark of $2,000 for, a really wide range of people, folks on Social Security, retirement, disability, SSDI, survivors, SSI, VA benefits, railroad retirement.
It covers a lot of ground.
It really does. And given how much impact those previous payments had, it's just, well, it's a natural thing to wonder about, isn't it?
It absolutely is. Everyone wants to know the details, the when, the how much, who might even get it if more support actually rolls out.
Right.
And the material we've been looking through, it really hammers home one key thing.
Yeah.
The main driver behind any kind of widespread financial help seems to be the overall health of the economy.
That's the core of it.
And this is where it gets interesting, because looking back, seeing how things have played out before, well, it can give us some pretty valuable clues,
Definitely. What's really fascinating when you look back over, say, the last 25 years or so, is this clear pattern. There's a connection between periods of real economic trouble, like recessions, big contractions, and when the government steps in with stimulus.
It's not just random?
Doesn't appear to be, no. It looks like a pretty deliberate response, trying to kind of prop up the economy when times get tough.
Okay, and talking about watching the economy, the discussion we looked at really flagged one specific piece of information as, crucial to watch. That's the non-farm payroll number, the jobs report.
Yeah.
It comes out the first Friday of every month.
That jobs report.
Now, if you're sitting there thinking, okay, jobs, but what's that got to do with me possibly getting more money? Well, this connection is really key to understand.
Exactly. That report, that monthly jobs number, gives you a really detailed snapshot of how the economy is actually doing.
Like a checkup.
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah.
It tells us, are businesses hiring more people, or are they having to let people go? We see what's happening with the unemployment rate. Is it ticking up or going down?
Right. We also get a sense of whether more people are even looking for work. That's the labor participation rate. And really importantly, are average hourly earnings going up or down?
So all those little pieces paint the bigger picture.
Precisely. And if we start seeing trends like fewer jobs being created, maybe more layoffs happening, the unemployment rate creeping up, and wages sort of stagnating or even falling, well, those are all signals.
Signals of what? Exactly.
Signals that the economy is slowing down, maybe hitting a rough patch. And historically, that's exactly when we've seen the government become more likely to, intervene.
Okay. Let's unpack that. So weak economy signals. Lawmakers start looking for ways to, jumpstart things again?
That seems to be the pattern.
And one of the big tools they've pulled out in the past is putting money right into people's hands through those stimulus packages, like the CARES Act, the American Rescue Plan.
Exactly right. Those big legislative efforts often included what they technically call economic impact payments, EIPs.
Which we all just call stimulus checks. Pretty much, yeah. And it's helpful to think of them as essentially an advance payment on a refundable tax credit.
Okay, refundable tax credit. Why is that bit important?
Well, refundable means that even if you don't owe any taxes or your tax bill is zero, you can still get this money back as a payment. It's not just reducing taxes you owe. It can be actual cash back to you.
Gotcha. So it reaches more people.
It can, yes.
Yeah.
And the whole idea behind these payments, it's really not for people to just squirrel them away. The discussion we looked at used this analogy I thought was pretty good. A squirrel with a nut.
Okay.
The point isn't for the squirrel to just bury the nut and forget it.
Yeah.
The stimulus payment, the nut, is meant to be used, spent, to get money flowing through the economy fast.
Right. Makes sense. Get it circulating, give everything a boost. And didn't the source material also use another comparison, something about a doctor?
Ah, yes. The economy as the patient. And the stimulus, the money, is like the medicine.
Yeah.
The lawmakers are kind of like the doctor prescribing it.
And the sicker the patient.
The sicker the economy, yeah. The potentially larger the dose of financial medicine or stimulus that might be deemed necessary to get things back on track.
Okay. And when we look at the size of those doses historically, well, that's where it gets pretty interesting too, doesn't it?
It really does. If you track it back, during that recession around 2000, 2001, those first stimulus payments were around, $300?
Yeah, about that.
Then fast forward to the financial crisis, 2008, 2009. The amount basically doubled. up to about $600.
Okay, I see the pattern.
And then, most recently, in 2020, with the pandemic's initial hit, the mean payment was around $1,200.
Doubled again, roughly.
Pretty much. What really stands out is this trend, this pattern of the amount significantly increasing with each major economic downturn.
So this is where the speculation comes in, I guess. If you follow that historical pattern, that doubling, could we potentially be looking at a figure closer to, say, $2,400 next time around?
Well, that's the logical extrapolation, isn't it? Now, the material we reviewed is, very careful to stress that this is speculative. It's not a guarantee.
Right, depends on the circumstances.
It heavily depends on how severe any future economic slowdown might actually be. But yeah, that recurring pattern of bigger amounts, it certainly gives you something to think about.
Definitely does. And building on that, the discussion we analyzed also raised another really important point, didn't it? About how any future money might be given out.
Yes, the distribution method. It sort of contrasted two main approaches.
Which were?
Well, one is the broad distribution we saw mostly last time, where a really large chunk of the population gets a check. The other idea is a much more targeted approach.
Targeted towards who?
Aimed specifically at people with lower incomes and folks on fixed incomes like Social Security recipients, SSI, VA beneficiaries, and so on.
And what's the thinking behind targeting it like that?
Well, the argument, and it makes a certain kind of sense, is if your main goal is to stimulate the economy quickly.
Get people spending.
Exactly. Then directing the money towards those groups who are statistically much more likely to spend it right away rather than save it could potentially have a bigger, faster impact. Bang for your buck, economically speaking.
Okay, that follows. More immediate boost.
Right. Plus, the source material suggested that maybe, just maybe, this kind of targeted approach could allow for multiple payments. And potentially more substantial ones, too, maybe in that $1,400 to $2,000 range we keep hearing about, but specifically for that targeted group.
So multiple larger payments for some instead of one smaller one for everyone.
Potentially. So it's actually possible that a more focused strategy, while reaching fewer people overall, could mean a greater total financial benefit for those individuals who do receive it.
Interesting. And any other potential benefits to that targeted approach?
Well, there's also an argument it might be less likely to fuel inflation compared to sending money out very broadly. Injecting massive amounts everywhere can sometimes push prices up. Targeting might lessen that risk.
So different ways it could play out, leading to pretty different outcomes for different people.
Absolutely. A smaller check going to almost everyone versus, say, several larger checks going to specific groups. Those are very different scenarios for individual households.
Okay, so bringing it back to right now, where do things actually stand? Is anything happening?
Well, the material we looked at was pretty clear on this.
Yeah.
Currently, there are no immediate concrete plans for another widespread stimulus check being rolled out.
Right. Nothing on the table today.
No. But the really crucial takeaway, the thing to keep in mind, is that the possibility of future financial boosts, whether checks or something else, seems very closely tied to which way the economy heads next.
So it all comes back to those economic signs.
It really does. Which brings up a key point for you listening right now. If you know that these economic indicators, especially that monthly jobs report we talked about, play such a big role in triggering potential government action,
then those reports become pretty important to watch.
Exactly. They can almost act like early clues, potential signals about whether future financial support might move from just talk to, becoming a reality.
And you can bet we'll keep watching those developments closely, and we'll definitely break down what any significant signals might mean for you.
Yeah, absolutely. So just to kind of recap the main points here, the likelihood of seeing more financial boosts, like stimulus checks, it really seems to hinge heavily on the state of the overall economy.
It's the deciding factor.
Seems to be. And while that $2,000 figure gets tossed around a lot,
yeah,
the actual amount and crucially how it might be distributed if it happens, that's all still up in the air. It would likely depend entirely on the specifics, the severity of any future economic challenges we might face.
Right. So thinking about everything we've discussed, those historical patterns of increasing amounts, the critical role of economic indicators like the jobs report, here's something for you to consider. What economic signals will you be paying closer attention to in the coming months? What signs might suggest to you that things are shifting, maybe towards further financial support becoming more likely?
It's definitely something worth keeping an eye on.
Absolutely. And as always, we really encourage you to stay informed, keep exploring the economic news and data that's out there. It helps. Imagine checking your bank balance and seeing a significant, unexpected deposit maybe even double what you were anticipating.
Wow. Yeah.
That's the exciting potential we're diving into today. The possibility of a fourth stimulus payment. And crucially, the economic factors that could trigger it landing in your account maybe sooner rather than later.
Right.
We're going to unpack what to watch for because it could mean, well, more money heading your way. Welcome to the deep dive. We're the place that analyzes the information that directly impacts you, cutting through the noise to deliver clear insights.
Exactly.
And today, we're tackling a question we know is a major concern for so many: the prospect of another stimulus payment.
It's definitely top of mind for a lot of folks.
You've told us you want to understand how this could boost your financial situation, and that's precisely what we're exploring in this deep dive. We'll examine the economic signs, the things that could pave the way for additional funds in your hands.
Makes sense.
Now, this question of a fourth stimulus payment, it's been floating around for quite a while, hasn't it?
It really has. It keeps coming up.
And it's a topic that's especially relevant, I think, for those of you relying on low or fixed incomes.
Definitely.
We're talking Social Security retirement, disability, SSDI survivor benefits, spousal support, SSI, VA benefits, railroad retirement board income.
Yeah, for people on those fixed incomes, any extra support can make a huge difference. It's understandable they're looking for clarity.
Absolutely. And what's really striking about this whole discussion, looking at the information, is how tied it is to the economy.
That's the core of it, isn't it? The info we've reviewed consistently points to economic conditions as the main driver, the primary catalyst for any future stimulus measures.
It all hinges on whether the economy, broadly speaking, needs that kind of support for people.
Exactly. Does the overall health signal a need for more financial help going directly to individuals?
Right. And the data we've looked at really underscores the importance of, well, keeping a close watch on that economic climate.
And when we talk about that, certain indicators give us particularly valuable insights. We need to focus on what they call lagging indicators. Right?
That's right. Because leading indicators, they try to predict, but lagging indicators, well, they confirm what's already started happening. They show us the reality on the ground.
Okay. And a really big one there is the non-farm payroll number.
Yes. The job report. That's the one released by the government, usually the first Friday of each month.
And that gives us a pretty broad picture.
Oh, absolutely. A really comprehensive look at the labor market.
Okay. So let's break that down a bit. What inside that job report should people be watching for? Specifically, what signals might point towards needing more direct financial support that could benefit them?
Good question. The report details employment trends, and we look closely at a few key things. First, the unemployment rate.
Okay.
If that starts creeping up, that's generally a negative sign. More people out of work, less income circulating.
Makes sense. Second, job creation or loss. Are companies hiring, expanding, or are we seeing layoffs, hiring freezes?
Right. Fewer jobs being added or actual job losses.
Right.
Those are bad signs.
Clear signals of an economy under pressure, yeah. We also look at the labor participation rate, basically. What chunk of the working age population is actually working or looking for.
Okay.
And finally, average hourly earnings. If those decline or stagnate, it could mean wages aren't keeping up, or maybe there's less demand for labor.
So if we start seeing those trends align, unemployment ticking up, job growth slowing way down or reversing, maybe earnings falling, those are the red flags.
Those are the big ones.
Yeah.
Rising unemployment plus weaker hiring strongly suggests the economy is slowing down significantly, or maybe even stalled.
And that's when the government tends to step in.
Historically, yes. It's exactly those kinds of negative economic shifts that have prompted government intervention in the past. And stimulus payments have been a major tool they've used to get money directly to people.
Right, to try and cushion the blow and stimulate activity. And speaking of the past, the information we looked at highlights a really interesting pattern when you look back at previous stimulus checks and the downturns that caused them.
There is a historical context here, definitely. Looking back at tough economic times, we see this pattern of direct payments.
Like after the dot-com bubble, around 2000, 2001?
Right. Back then, it was $300 checks.
Right.
Then, the big one, the subprime mortgage crisis in 2008, 2009, those payments went up to $600.
$600 then?
And then, most recently, the start of the pandemic shock in 2020, that first round was $1,200.
Okay, now this is where it gets really interesting, I think, for our listeners, especially thinking about potential future money. Did you catch that progression?
It's noticeable.
$300, then $600, then $1,200.
It's a doubling pattern
Yeah.
in those initial amounts during major downturns.
Exactly. Now, the material we reviewed, it does acknowledge the later payments in 2020 and 2021, the $600 and the $1,400, but that initial
It
doubling,
raises a compelling question, doesn't it?
it really does. Could that historical trend suggest that if, and it's a big if, we face another crisis of similar magnitude, could we potentially see a $2,400 payment?
The analysis we looked at specifically flags that as a thought-provoking possibility based on that history.
Wow.
But, and this is crucial, it's based on observing that past pattern. It would absolutely depend on the specifics of any future downturn, how severe it is, and what lawmakers feel is needed.
Of course, lots of factors, but still, that doubling trend is intriguing.
It is.
So these payments, they aren't just the government deciding to send out money randomly, are they? There's a mechanism behind it.
That's correct. The information explains they're essentially an advance payment on a refundable tax credit.
So instead of waiting for tax time.
Exactly. Instead of waiting potentially months to file your return and get that credit, the government sends the money out directly, much sooner. The whole point is speed.
Get the money into the economy quickly.
That's the primary goal, yes. Get it circulating fast.
And the underlying idea, the reason for that speed, is to encourage people to actually spend it, right?
Precisely. It's about boosting economic activity when times are tough, increasing consumption, getting people to buy goods and services.
Which hopefully supports businesses and helps the economy recover.
That's the theory. The information we reviewed kind of contrasts this with just saving the money. The intended impact is really through active spending to stimulate things.
Got it. Now, the materials we looked at also brought up another really interesting idea. What, if any, future stimulus was more targeted?
Ah, yes, the targeted approach. That's a significant point.
What would that actually mean? Who gets the money, and could it mean maybe a bigger benefit for certain groups?
It's a crucial concept. A targeted approach means focusing payments on a narrower group, specifically low-income individuals and those on fixed incomes.
So the people we mentioned earlier, Social Security, SSI, VA, etc.
Primarily, yes. The reasoning is that this group is statistically much more likely to spend any extra money they receive and spend it quickly.
Ah, so it gets into the economy faster and more directly.
Exactly. You get more bang for the buck, as the saying goes.
Yeah.
A more immediate injection of funds where it's likely to be used right away.
Okay, so instead of maybe a smaller amount spread thinly across almost everyone.
The focus could shift, provide more significant support, potentially, just to those who need it most and will likely spend it promptly.
And the information even suggested potentially multiple payments for this group?
That's part of the thinking, yes. By concentrating the funds this way, the analysis suggests there's a possibility of issuing multiple payments.
Like how many?
Maybe 4, maybe even 5 separate payments. And the amounts could be substantial, potentially $1,400 or even $2,000 each time.
Wow, okay. For someone in that group, getting 4 or 5 payments of, say, $1,400 or $2,000, that would be a much bigger deal than one single smaller check spread wide.
A significantly more substantial financial benefit, absolutely, compared to a one-off smaller payment to a broader population.
That's a potential huge difference in direct financial relief. And there was another potential upside mentioned, right? Something about inflation.
Yes, that's another argument for the targeted approach. By directing funds to a smaller group, the overall inflationary pressure might be less severe.
Because it's not flooding the entire economy with extra cash all at once.
Sort of, yeah. It's a more controlled, focused injection compared to a massive, broad distribution. Less risk, potentially, of overheating the whole economy.
Okay, that makes sense. So putting this all together, what should our listeners really be keeping an eye on right now? What are the key things to watch to gauge if more financial support might actually be coming?
Well, the main takeaway, the thing to really grasp, is that any potential for more money, another stimulus payment landing in your account, is directly tied to the economy's health.
It all comes back to that.
It really does. While there are absolutely no guarantees, the most reliable signals will come from closely watching those key economic indicators we talked about.
Especially the job report.
Especially the monthly job report, yes. And the broader trends in unemployment, job creation, even wage growth. Is the situation getting worse? Is it deteriorating significantly?
That's what might trigger action.
That's what would likely prompt lawmakers to seriously consider intervention, potentially including stimulus measures.
And it's worth remembering, these things are watched constantly, right? The information suggests that if things do take a significant downturn, action can be taken relatively quickly.
Yes, the mechanisms exist. Lawmakers can act swiftly when the economic need becomes apparent and undeniable.
Okay, so the crucial point for everyone listening today is this. The possibility of seeing that unexpected, maybe even significant deposit hit your bank account really hinges on how the overall economy performs.
Keep a close eye on those job reports. Watch the wider economic trends.
They're the most important clues right now for any indication of future stimulus payments potentially coming your way. And just to leave our listeners with something to think about, here's a provocative thought. Considering those historical patterns, that doubling trend we discussed,
Yeah.
and also this potential shift towards a more targeted approach, what kind of difference could multiple focused payments make to your personal financial situation
Compared to the old way.
compared to a single payment spread more widely? Think about the impact on your well-being and maybe even the broader economy. How could those different strategies lead to really different outcomes for you personally and for everyone else?
That's a really interesting question to ponder. Different approaches, potentially very... All right, everybody, let's jump right in. We're diving into something I bet a lot of you were thinking about, too. Would you get a stimulus check if a new one happened? Picture this $2,000 stimulus check right there in the headlines. Would that be your money?
It's funny. Everyone's asking, will I get it? But the thing is, those checks aren't really about whether you need the money. It's about the whole economy.
Yeah, it's like the economy have to, scream before anyone pays attention. And we've all felt that, haven't we? It's like, hello, what about me?
Exactly. It's not about what people want. It's about getting the economy going again when things are rough. And actually, if you look back, there's a pretty clear pattern with these stimulus checks. I mean, we've had 3 just in the last few years. Remember, $1,200 in early 2020, then $600 at the end of 2020, and another $1,400 in early 2021.
Oh, yeah. Those are big news. And our sources are pointing out some interesting stuff about who got those checks. It depended on how much money you made.
Yeah, every check had a cutoff, a limit on how much income you could have to qualify. So for that first one, the $1,200 one, it was $100,000 if you're single, $200,000 for married couples. But then for the $600 and the $1,400 checks, those limits went down $75,000 for individuals, $150,000 for couples.
So they actually made it harder to qualify as time went on. That's interesting. And this is where it gets really important for people listening who are on low incomes or fixed incomes.
Absolutely. Our sources are saying that most people in those situations, they make less than $40,000 a year. So even with those lower cutoffs, they probably still would have gotten those last couple checks.
That makes sense. But what if they decide to make those limits even lower next time? Could people on low or fixed incomes get left out?
That's a great question. And that's why looking at what happened before is so important. I mean, if we see the same pattern, it seems like even if those limits go down a little, most people making under $40,000 would probably still be included.
Okay, so say there is a new stimulus check, and it looks like you'd qualify based on your income. But then what about your regular benefits? Like Social Security or whatever. A lot of people are worried about that.
Oh, yeah. People worry about that all the time. And honestly, it shows there's some confusion about how these checks actually work. See, technically, they're what's called an advance on a refundable tax credit. An important thing is they don't mess with your regular monthly benefits at all.
I'm glad you brought that up because we got to break down this refundable tax credit thing. It sounds kind of scary,
For sure, for sure. It basically means that even if you don't make any money at all, you can still get this credit. And that means you can still get a stimulus check.
Whoa. So even if you don't usually file taxes, you could still get one. That's amazing. It really sounds like they're trying to make sure this money gets to the people who need it most. But how does that work? If you have zero income, you don't owe any taxes, so how can you get money back? Isn't the whole idea of a refund?
That's where that refundable part comes in. Imagine this. You owe $0 in taxes, right? But you qualify for a $100 refundable credit. You'll actually get that $100 back. That's what refundable means. It's money you're entitled to, even if you didn't pay any taxes in the first place.
Oh, okay. That makes a lot more sense. So anybody listening who's thinking, I don't file taxes, so this doesn't matter to me, well, that might not be true. You could still be eligible for a stimulus check because of this refundable tax credit thing.
Exactly. It's a way for the government to give financial help directly to people who need it, no matter if they file taxes or not.
So based on all this, it seems like if another stimulus check happens, a lot of you listening, especially those on lower or fixed incomes,
Yeah.
you probably wouldn't be left out. And these checks wouldn't affect your regular benefits either. That's a pretty big deal.
It really is. It's something good to keep in mind when you're thinking about your money situation. Knowing this could be out there, it could make a big difference, especially when the economy feels uncertain.
Yeah, it's like having a little breathing room, knowing there might be some help coming if things get tough.
You got it. And that peace of mind that can be super valuable, especially in times like these. It's not just about the money itself. It's about feeling a little more secure, knowing you might have some options.
I love how you put that. That's so true. It's like that feeling of knowing there's a little cushion there just in case. And that can change how you feel about your finances, about your future.
Absolutely. We hope this deep dive has helped you understand how these stimulus checks work, who might get them, and how knowing this stuff can help you make good financial decisions.
We always say knowledge is power, and this is a great example. When you understand how things like stimulus checks work, the good and the bad, it helps you plan ahead, get through tough times, and maybe even see opportunities you didn't notice before.
Exactly. It's all about being informed and ready. And remember, even if another stimulus check doesn't happen, there are other resources and support systems out there to help you reach your financial goals.
So keep learning, keep asking questions, and we'll see you next time. Until then, stay curious, stay informed, and stay empowered.
Precisely. It's a way for the government to get financial assistance directly to people who need it, regardless of their tax filing status.
So based on all this, it seems pretty likely that if another stimulus check is approved, a good chunk of you listening, especially those on lower or fixed incomes, wouldn't be left out. And these checks wouldn't mess with your regular benefits either. That's a pretty big deal.
It is. It's valuable information to have when you're thinking about your financial planning. Knowing this potential safety net is out there could make a big difference, especially in uncertain economic times.
You're absolutely right. It's like having a little extra breathing room knowing there might be some help coming down the line. But let's be real for a minute. What happens if the economy doesn't take a downturn and the government decides against another stimulus check? What options are there for folks who are struggling to make ends meet right now?
That's a crucial point. And it highlights the reality that stimulus checks are a temporary fix, not a long-term solution for systemic economic challenges. They're like a Band-Aid, not a cure.
Okay, so while it's great to be aware of the possibility of future stimulus checks, it's equally important to explore other avenues for financial stability and support. We can't just sit around waiting for a check that might never come.
Exactly. There are a lot of resources out there, from local community organizations to government programs that offer more ongoing assistance. It's about knowing where to look and who to ask for help.
And that's a perfect segue to our next point. We want to hear from you. What are your thoughts on this whole stimulus check situation? Have you received one in the past? How did it impact your life?
Your experiences and insights could be incredibly valuable to others who are navigating similar challenges. So please share your thoughts in the comments below.
It's so helpful to hear different perspectives and experiences. And speaking of valuable insights, we want to leave you with something to ponder. Let's say a new $2,000 stimulus check is approved, and based on everything we've discussed, you're pretty likely to be eligible. How would that change your outlook?
It's a great question to consider. Would you use it to catch up on bills, maybe pay down some debt? Or would you see it as an opportunity to invest in your future or maybe even start a small business?
Those are all excellent points. It could also just provide some much-needed breathing room in your budget, relieve some stress, and give you a little more peace of mind.
Exactly. And that peace of mind can be incredibly valuable, especially during times of economic uncertainty. It's not just about the money itself, but the sense of security and opportunity it could provide.
That's such a powerful way to put it. It's like that feeling of knowing you have a little cushion to fall back on if things get tough. And that can make a world of difference in how you approach your finances in your future.
Absolutely. We hope this deep dive has given you a better understanding of how stimulus checks work, who might qualify, and how this knowledge can empower you to make informed financial decisions.
We always say knowledge is power, and in this case it really is. Understanding the potential benefits and limitations of economic policies like stimulus checks can help you plan ahead, navigate challenges, and maybe even spot opportunities you might not have seen before.
It's all about being informed and prepared. And remember, even if another stimulus check doesn't materialize, there are still resources and support systems out there to help you reach your financial goals.
So keep exploring, keep learning, and keep those questions coming. Until next time, stay curious, stay informed, and stay empowered. So it's really helpful, to hear from everyone what they're thinking, what they've been through.
And speaking of helpful stuff, we want to leave you with something to think about. Let's say hypothetically there is a new $2,000 stimulus check, right? And based on everything we've talked about, it's looking pretty likely you'd be eligible for it. How would that change things for you? That's a great question to really sit with. Would you use it to catch up on bills, maybe pay off some debt? Or would it be like an opportunity, a chance to invest in your future, or even I don't know, start a small business.
Ooh, yeah, those are all such good points. I mean, it could also just be that breathing room you need in your budget,
Yeah.
take a little stress off, give you some peace of mind.
Exactly. And that peace of mind that can be so valuable, especially with all the economic uncertainty out there. It's not just about the money, it's about that feeling of security, that sense of possibility.
That is such a good way to put it. It's like knowing you've got that little cushion just in case things get rough.
Yeah.
And that can make a huge difference in how you think about your money, your future.
Absolutely. And we really hope this deep dive, it's giving you a better idea of how these stimulus checks work, who might qualify, and how all this knowledge can help you make smart financial decisions.
We always say knowledge is power, and in this case, it really is true. When you understand how these big policies work, like stimulus checks, the good and the bad, it helps you plan for the future, deal with challenges, and maybe even see opportunities you wouldn't have noticed before.
It's all about being prepared and informed. And hey, even if another stimulus check doesn't happen, remember there are still resources and support out there to help you reach your financial goals.
So keep exploring, keep learning, keep those questions coming. We'll see you next time. Until then, stay curious, stay informed, and welcome to the deep dive. Today, we're going to dive into something that's probably on a lot of people's minds right now.
Yeah.
Extra cash.
Definitely.
Specifically, we're going to explore the buzz around a potential $200 monthly increase to benefit checks
Okay.
and the possibility of a separate $2,000 stimulus check.
Interesting.
We've got a stack of sources all about it, ready to break down what's fact, what's fiction, and what it could mean for your wallet.
Yeah, it's a topic that's generating a lot of speculation.
Right.
And understandably so.
For sure.
These kinds of financial boosts can have a significant impact, particularly for those on fixed incomes. There's a lot of talk about how this money could help people reach their financial goals.
Okay, so let's unpack this. Our sources mentioned something called the Social Security Expansion Act.
Okay.
What's the deal with that?
The Social Security Expansion Act is a piece of legislation that's been proposed in Congress.
Okay.
It's designed to bolster Social Security benefits and includes a provision to add an extra $200 per month to a wide range of benefits.
Yeah.
Think Social Security, retirement, disability, survivor benefits.
Okay.
Even SSI and VA benefits could see an increase.
So if this passes, we're talking about a significant boost for a lot of people.
Absolutely.
But our sources also point out that the current version of the bill doesn't take income levels into account.
Right.
Wouldn't that mean someone already receiving a substantial amount would get the same increase as someone truly struggling?
That's one of the key points of debate surrounding the bill.
Okay.
Some argue that a more targeted approach focusing on those below the federal poverty line would be more impactful and fiscally responsible.
Okay.
It's all about making sure the funds are used in the most effective way.
That makes sense.
Oh.
It's like making sure the help goes to those who need it most.
Right.
What are the chances this $200 raise actually happens?
Well, it's still in the proposal stage,
Right.
so there are a lot of hurdles to clear before it could become law. But the fact that it's being discussed at all shows that there's a recognition of the need to strengthen the safety net for those receiving benefits.
So it's a possibility worth keeping an eye on.
Definitely.
Now let's dive into this $2,000 stimulus check.
Okay.
Is that even a real possibility?
There's no legislation for a fourth stimulus check right now.
Okay.
However, the constant chatter and questions about it really highlight the economic pressures people are facing.
Yeah.
It suggests that many haven't fully recovered from previous economic downturns.
Our source points out that previous stimulus checks were triggered by those economic downturns. So if things take a turn for the worse, could another stimulus package be on the horizon?
Absolutely. Stimulus checks have been used in the past to help stabilize the economy during challenging times.
Right.
If economic indicators suggest a need, it's definitely a tool that could be considered again.
Let's say both the $200 increase and the $2,000 stimulus check happen.
Okay.
Could someone actually get both?
That's a great question, and the answer is yes.
Okay.
They're completely separate programs funded from different sources.
Gotcha.
Think of the raise as an ongoing boost to your regular benefits, while a stimulus check is a one-time payment.
Okay.
They work independently of each other.
So even if someone's benefits increase slightly, it wouldn't disqualify them from a potential stimulus check.
That's right. Eligibility for stimulus checks is usually based on income thresholds. As long as someone's total income, including any benefit increases,
Okay.
remains below that threshold, They would still be eligible for the stimulus check.
That's reassuring for people to know.
Right.
It's like a double dose of good news if both of these come to fruition.
Exactly. And let's not forget the potential positive ripple effect this could have on the economy.
Right.
Increased spending power often translates to a boost for businesses and overall economic activity.
So not only could this directly benefit individuals and families, but it could have a positive impact on the economy as a whole.
Precisely. But we should also note that stimulus checks have been known to influence inflation.
Oh.
When more money is circulating, demand increases and prices tend to rise.
That's a good point. So while the idea of extra money is exciting, we should also be aware of the potential economic consequences.
Right. It's about looking at the full picture and understanding the complexities involved in these kinds of financial policies.
Well, we've covered a lot of ground so far. We've explored the potential for a $200 raise, the possibility of another stimulus check, and even how those two could work together.
It's important to remember that both the $200 raise and the $2,000 stimulus check are possibilities.
Right.
But nothing is set in stone just yet.
Okay.
Things could change, so staying informed is key.
For our listeners who are hoping for some extra cash, what are some signs they should watch for?
Keep an eye on economic news. If you start hearing about rising unemployment, persistent inflation, or sluggish consumer spending, those could be indicators that the government might be considering another round of stimulus to help stabilize the economy.
Okay.
Also pay attention to any updates or news regarding this Social Security Expansion Act, as any progress there could signal movement toward that $200 monthly increase.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
It's like being a financial detective looking for clues.
Exactly. The more informed you are, the better prepared you'll be to make financial decisions that benefit you.
Let's shift gears a little. Our sources highlight that even small financial boosts can have a big impact on people's lives.
Absolutely.
What are some of the ways people might benefit from these potential increases?
Think about it this way. For someone living paycheck to paycheck, an extra $200 a month could mean catching up on bills.
Right.
Having a little breathing room for unexpected expenses, or maybe even just enjoying a small treat without the guilt.
Yeah.
It could significantly reduce financial stress and anxiety.
It's like a little cushion to help people navigate the ups and downs of life.
Definitely.
And what about that $2,000 stimulus check? What kind of impact could that have?
That could be a game changer for many people. They could use it to pay down debt, make necessary home repairs, or even invest in their future.
Wow.
It's a chance to make significant progress toward their financial goals.
It's like a sudden boost that could help people break free from a cycle of just barely getting by.
Right.
It could open up possibilities they might not have had before.
It's about empowering people to take control of their finances and make choices that align with their aspirations.
This is all really interesting stuff. It's like we're getting a glimpse into how these financial policies could directly impact people's lives.
And remember, these policies can have ripple effects beyond just individual benefits.
Okay.
Increased consumer spending can benefit businesses,
Right.
potentially leading to job creation and overall economic growth.
So it's not just about individual wins, but about potentially boosting the whole system.
That's the idea. Individual financial well-being can be a driving force for a stronger economy.
Before we move on, I'm curious about something.
Okay.
Our sources mentioned that social media is buzzing with ideas about how people would use this extra money.
Oh, yeah.
What have you seen?
It's fascinating. Some are talking about paying down debt. Others about essential home repairs or covering medical expenses.
Oh.
Some are even thinking about investing the money or starting a small business.
It really underscores the financial pressures people are facing and the need for some relief. But it's also inspiring to see people thinking about using this potential boost to not just survive, but to thrive.
It's about more than just meeting basic needs.
Right.
It's about creating opportunities and building a brighter future.
Speaking of opportunities, let's explore a key factor that could influence whether another stimulus check happens.
Okay.
Our source mentions the state of the economy as being crucial.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
If we see a significant downturn, like a jump in unemployment or a slowdown in economic growth, that could create pressure for another round of stimulus.
Right.
Think of it as an economic safety net, ready to be deployed if things get rough.
So if things start looking shaky, that $2,000 check might start looking more realistic.
It's definitely a possibility. The government might use it to help stimulate the economy and support those who are struggling.
Our source also points out that political will plays a role. If there's enough public support for another stimulus check, that could sway lawmakers' decisions.
That's a crucial point.
Okay.
Engaging in the political process contacting your representatives and making your voice heard can make a difference.
It's about being an active participant, not just waiting on the sidelines.
Exactly. And a final factor our source highlights is government funding.
Okay.
Stimulus checks require significant resources,
Right.
so the government's ability to fund them is a major consideration.
It's like a balancing act, right? Weigh in the potential benefits against the costs and the overall economic impact.
Precisely. These are complex decisions with a lot of factors to consider.
This is all incredibly insightful. It's like we're getting a peek behind the curtain of how these financial decisions are made and how they could affect people's lives.
It's about understanding the complexities involved and empowering people to take control of their own financial well-being.
That's a great point. It's not just about waiting for the government to act.
Right.
There are steps people can take to strengthen their financial positions right now, regardless of whether another stimulus check happens.
Absolutely. Our source highlights some really helpful strategies.
Well, we're about out of time for this segment, but I'm eager to dive into those strategies and hear what our listeners can do to be proactive about their finances.
I'm looking forward to that too. We'll have some valuable tips to share in our next segment. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to the Deep Dive. It's great to continue our exploration of these potential financial boosts and how they could make a real difference in people's lives. Yeah, I'm excited to dig deeper too. You know, it's interesting how our sources really emphasize that even small changes can have a big impact when it comes to personal finances.
Absolutely. They point out that for someone on a tight budget, an extra $200 a month could be a game changer.
For sure.
Think about it. Suddenly you have more breathing room to cover those unexpected expenses, or maybe even start building a little emergency fund.
Right. That peace of mind is invaluable. And for those who might be carrying debt, that extra $200 could go toward paying it down faster, ultimately saving them money on interest charges in the long run.
That's a smart strategy, and let's not forget the potential of that $2,000 stimulus check.
Yeah.
That could be a significant chunk of money that could help someone tackle a larger financial goal, like making a down payment on a car, or even starting to invest.
It's like a sudden injection of opportunity that could help people reach their financial goals faster.
Definitely.
Our sources also highlight the potential ripple effects these boosts could have on the economy as a whole.
They do. When people have more money to spend, businesses benefit.
Right.
Increased demand can lead to more jobs, which further stimulates the economy. It's a positive cycle that can benefit everyone.
It's fascinating how individual financial well-being is so interconnected with the health of the overall economy.
Yeah.
Like a rising tide that lifts all boats.
That's a great way to put it, but we should also be mindful of the potential impact on inflation.
Right.
When more money is circulating, demand for goods and services increases, which can sometimes lead to rising prices.
That's a good point. It's like a delicate balancing act.
Right.
But overall, it seems like these potential boosts could have a lot of positive effects for both individuals and the economy.
Definitely. And speaking of individual benefits, our sources also delve into the psychology of money, which I find fascinating.
Okay.
They talk about how our beliefs and attitudes about money can shape our financial behaviors.
I'm curious about, it seems like our mindset plays a big role in how we handle money. For example, if someone constantly worries about not having enough, they might make different financial decisions than someone who feels more abundant.
Exactly. If you're operating from a scarcity mindset, you might be more likely to hoard money, avoid taking calculated risks, or even miss out on opportunities, on the other hand. If you cultivate an abundance mindset, you might be more open to investing and exploring new income streams, or even just enjoying the money you have.
So how can we shift our mindset if we're stuck in that scarcity trap? Any tips from our sources?
They recommend becoming aware of those limiting beliefs first.
Okay.
Once you identify them, you can start challenging them and replacing them with more empowering thoughts.
It's like recognizing those negative self-talk patterns and consciously choosing to replace them with more positive affirmations.
That's a great analogy. They also suggest surrounding yourself with positive financial influences, like reading books or listening to podcasts that promote a healthy relationship with money.
It's about creating an environment that supports your financial growth and well-being.
Exactly. And don't be afraid to seek professional guidance. Financial therapists or coaches can help you dig deeper into those ingrained beliefs and develop a more empowering money mindset.
It's like invested in your financial mental health.
Speaking of investments, our sources emphasize that investing is crucial for building long-term wealth.
Yep.
They encourage people to start as early as possible, even if it's with small amounts.
I've always heard that time is your greatest asset when it comes to investing.
That's absolutely true. The earlier you start, the more time your money has to grow through the power of compound interest. It's like a snowball effect. Your money earns money, and then that money earns even more money.
That sounds amazing.
Yeah.
But investing can feel intimidating, especially for beginners. Any advice from our sources on how to get started?
They recommend starting small and gradually increasing your investments as you become more comfortable.
Okay.
There are plenty of resources available to help you learn the basics, and there are even apps that make investing accessible to anyone.
It's like dipping your toes into the water before diving in head first.
They also stress the importance of diversifying your investments. Don't put all your eggs in one basket, as the saying goes.
Yeah.
Instead, spread your risk by investing in a mix of assets like stocks, bonds, and real estate.
That makes sense. It's like building a well-rounded portfolio that can weather different economic conditions.
Exactly. And don't be afraid to seek guidance from a financial advisor. They can help you create a personalized investment strategy that aligns with your goals and risk tolerance.
It's like having a financial coach in your corner, cheering you on and helping you make smart decisions.
And speaking of smart decisions, our sources also touch on the importance of retirement planning, regardless of your age or income level.
Retirement might seem far off for some, but it's never too early to start planning right.
Absolutely. The earlier you start, the more time you have to save and let your investments grow. They use a great analogy comparing retirement planning to a snowball rolling downhill.
Okay.
The earlier you start, the more time it has to gather momentum and grow into a substantial sum.
So even small contributions made early on can have a big impact down the road.
That's the beauty of compound interest, and they emphasize the importance of understanding different retirement savings options like 401ks and IRAs. These can be confusing, but our sources break them down in an easy-to-understand way.
It's like having a cheat sheet for retirement planning.
They also encourage listeners to take full advantage of employer-sponsored retirement plans, especially if they offer matching contributions.
It's like getting free money. Don't leave that on the table.
Exactly. And they acknowledge that retirement planning can be emotionally charged. It's about thinking about the future, which can be exciting, but also a bit daunting.
Right.
They offer tips for managing those feelings, encouraging listeners to focus on what they can control and seek professional guidance when needed.
It's about creating a plan that aligns with your vision for the future and then taking steps to make it a reality.
And remember, retirement doesn't have to mean the end of work. It can be a time for pursuing passions, exploring new interests, or even starting a second career. It's about redefine what retirement means to you and creating a fulfilling next chapter.
It's about living a life that brings you joy and purpose both now and in the future. This has been such an insightful exploration of personal finance. We've covered so much ground, from potential financial boosts and the psychology of money to investing strategies and retirement planning.
It's been a holistic approach, recognizing that financial well-being is about more than just numbers.
Right.
It's about making informed decisions, building a secure future, and taking care of yourself along the way.
And speaking of taking care of yourself, our sources also dive into practical tips for making your money work harder for you through smart spending habits.
They offer strategies for prioritizing needs over wants, negotiating better deals, and avoiding those common spending traps that can drain our bank accounts.
Those little leaks in our budget can really add up over time.
Absolutely. And they emphasize the importance of being mindful of our spending habits. Emotional spending can derail even the best financial plans.
So it's not just about what we buy, but why we buy it.
That's a key insight. They encourage listeners to pause before making purchases, asking themselves if they truly need the item and if it aligns with their values and goals.
It's about being intentional with our spending and making choices that support our overall well-being.
They also provide tips for cutting back on those unnecessary expenses, like subscriptions we don't use or those impulse buys we later regret. Sometimes it's those small things that make a big difference in our budget.
This has been an incredibly empowering deep dive.
It has.
We've explored potential financial boosts, the psychology of money investing strategies, retirement planning, and even smart spending habits.
It's been a comprehensive journey through the world of personal finance, providing listeners with valuable knowledge and actionable advice to take control of their financial lives.
And now let's turn our attention to a specific topic that often generates a lot of questions.
Okay.
Credit scores. Our sources explain why credit scores are so important and offer some tips for improving them.
Credit scores play a huge role in our financial lives.
Oh, sure.
They influence our ability to get loans, rent apartments, even secure certain jobs.
Wow.
Having a good credit score can save you thousands of dollars in interest over time.
It's like a financial report card that follows you wherever you go.
That's a great way to put it. Our sources break down the factors that influence your credit score, like payment history amounts owed and length of credit history.
It's helpful to understand those factors so you can focus on the areas that need improvement.
They also provide practical tips for boosting your score, like paying your bills on time, keeping your credit card balances low, and avoiding opening too many new accounts at once.
It's about building a positive credit history over time through responsible financial behavior.
And they emphasize that checking your credit report regularly is crucial. You want to make sure there are no errors or discrepancies that could be negatively impacting your score.
It's like taking inventory of your financial health and making sure everything is in order.
And remember, if you do find errors on your report, you have the right to dispute them and get them corrected.
This is all incredibly valuable information. Knowing how credit scores work and how to improve them can really empower people to take control of their financial lives.
Absolutely. It's about leveling the playing field and giving everyone the tools they need to succeed.
We've covered so much ground in this episode, from potential financial boosts and the psychology of money to investment strategies, retirement plan and smart spending habits, and even credit scores. We've really delved into the key aspects of personal finance.
It's been a comprehensive exploration, and I hope our listeners feel more informed and empowered to make smart financial choices.
I'm sure they do. We've provided them with valuable insights and actionable advice that can help them navigate the complexities of the financial world.
And speaking of navigating complexities, our sources also touch on a topic that's becoming increasingly important: financial literacy.
That's a critical skill. In today's world, it's about understanding basic financial concepts and having the confidence to make informed decisions about your money.
Our sources highlight the importance of financial education and offer resources for those who want to learn more.
There are so many great books, websites, and even online courses available.
They also encourage listeners to talk about money with their loved ones. Open communication can help break down the stigma surrounding finances and create a more supportive environment for financial growth.
It's about normalizing conversations about money and sharing knowledge and resources with each other.
Exactly. Financial literacy is a lifelong journey, and the more we learn and share, the better equipped we'll be to achieve our financial goals.
Welcome back to the Deep Dive. We've covered a ton of ground in this episode, from the potential for extra cash through benefit increases and stimulus checks to smart spending habits, credit scores, and even the psychology of money.
It's been quite a journey through the world of personal finance. We've explored a lot of valuable information and practical strategies that can help people take control of their financial well-being.
Absolutely. And as we wrap up this deep dive, I'm wondering what you see as some of the most important takeaways for our listeners.
Well, one key theme that keeps emerging is that even small, consistent actions can have a big impact over time. Think about it. Setting aside just a little bit each month can add up to significant savings down the road, especially when you factor in the magic of compound interest.
It's like planting a tiny seed that can grow into a mighty financial tree.
Exactly. And on the flip side, even seemingly insignificant spending habits can sabotage your financial goals if you're not careful.
Those little leaks in our budget can really drain our resources over time.
Another important takeaway is that knowledge is power.
Right.
The more you understand about personal finance, the better equipped you'll be to make informed decisions that benefit you and your family.
It's about taking control of your financial destiny rather than feeling like you're at the mercy of circumstances.
And remember, you don't have to figure it all out on your own.
Right.
There are so many resources available to help you, from financial advisors and credit counselors to online tools and even just trusted friends and family members who might have a valuable experience to share.
It's like having a whole team of financial cheerleaders in your corner rooting for you to succeed.
And speaking of success, one final thought I want to leave our listeners with is that financial well-being is not a destination but a journey. There will be ups and downs, unexpected challenges, and maybe even a few setbacks along the way.
It's like navigating a winding road with twists and turns.
But the key is to stay focused on your goals, stay informed, and stay persistent.
Okay.
Celebrate your wins, learn from your mistakes, and never give up on your dream of financial security.
This has been an incredible deep dive, and I hope our listeners feel inspired and empowered to take charge of their financial lives.
It's been a pleasure joining you on this exploration. Remember, financial well-being is within your reach. It's about making informed decisions, taking action, and building a brighter future for yourself and your loved ones.
Hey everyone, welcome back. Today we're diving into something that's been generating a ton of buzz. Those proposed $2,000 monthly checks.
Yeah, it's definitely been making the rounds.
We've seen so many questions from our listeners, especially those dealing with fixed incomes or just feeling the pinch financially.
It's understandable.
So we thought, let's really unpack this, especially considering what we all went through with the last round of stimulus checks.
And it's interesting, right? It's not just about, hey, free money. There's a whole economic theory behind it. We saw what happened when they sent checks to, what was it, like 85% of Americans?
Yeah, I remember that. It felt like everyone had extra cash suddenly.
Right. And it led to some, shall we say, unintended consequences.
Like those supply chain issues we all remember. Empty shelves, delayed deliveries.
Exactly. Not to mention, hello, inflation.
Oh yeah, that was not fun.
Turns out, just flooding the system with cash when there wasn't enough supply to meet the sudden demand, well, it wasn't the most elegant solution.
Plus, it's not like everyone needed that extra cash. Some folks just saved it. Others used it to pay off debt.
Yeah, it didn't really boost the economy in the way they'd hoped.
Right. And that's where this whole idea of marginal propensity to consume, or MPC, comes in.
MPC.
It's about trying to figure out who's actually going to spend that money right away and who's not.
Exactly. It's all about targeting, trying to get the biggest bang for your buck, so to speak.
Okay, I kind of get the concept, but can you break it down a bit more? How does MPC work in practice?
Sure. Imagine someone who's living paycheck to paycheck. If they get an extra $2,000, that money's going straight back out the door. Groceries, rent, bills, you name it. That's high MTC. Money spent quickly.
Like someone with an empty pantry getting groceries.
Yeah.
They're not going to just leave them sitting there.
Exactly. They're going to use them right away. And that's the group this proposal is focusing on, those who need it most and who will spend it right away, putting that money right back into the economy.
It's about giving them some breathing room.
Ex-
So we've heard a lot about the potential benefits of these $2,000 checks. But let's get specific. What kind of difference would they actually make for people on the ground?
Well, think about it. Someone who's currently getting, say, $1,000 a month in benefits, this would more than double their income.
That's a huge jump.
It is. It could be the difference between making ends meet and really struggling.
Right. Makes sense. So beyond helping individuals, how does this fit into the bigger economic picture?
Well, the idea behind any stimulus is to get the economy moving, right? And the thinking here is that by putting money directly into the hands of people who are most likely to spend it.
You kind of create a ripple effect.
Exactly. Like they buy groceries, the grocery store does better, their employees have more money to spend.
It's like a domino effect.
Precisely. So you get this chain reaction of spending that, in theory, leads to more economic activity overall.
But that's all theoretical, right?
Yeah.
What are some of the real-world arguments for and against this plan, beyond just the economic theory?
Sure. Well, one of the big concerns you hear is that it might discourage people from working.
Yeah, I can see that.
Right.
I mean, why work if you're getting a decent check every month?
Right. But on the flip side, proponents argue that $2,000 a month, while helpful, isn't really enough to live comfortably in most places.
So it's more about providing a little cushion, not replacing a job entirely.
Exactly. It's about taking some of the pressure off so people can focus on getting ahead without constantly worrying about making ends meet.
Giving them some breathing room.
Exactly. And of course, there's the big elephant in the room, inflation.
Yeah, it's been tough. I think we've all felt it.
Definitely. And the concern is pumping more money into the economy, won't that just make things worse?
That's a valid point. We saw what happened
Yeah.
before, right? Too much demand, not enough supply, prices go through the roof.
Exactly. But those who support this program, they argue that this time it's different because these payments would be much more targeted.
Right, it's not like everyone's getting a check this time around.
Exactly. So the idea is this kind of spending, because it's more needs-based, it wouldn't have the same inflationary impact that we saw before.
Okay, so that's inflation. But even if we set that aside, I imagine funding this whole thing is a whole other issue. I mean, where's all this money going to come from?
That's the million-dollar question, right? It'd be a huge investment for sure.
Mhm.
And there are a few different ideas floating around.
Oh, like what?
Well, some folks are talking about reallocating existing funds, maybe shifting money from other programs. Others are saying we need to raise taxes, maybe on higher earners or corporations.
Yeah, I can see that being a bit controversial.
It definitely would be. And then, of course, there's the whole political side of things.
Right. Getting this kind of program passed would take some serious cooperation, wouldn't it?
It would. And, there's a lot of disagreement about the role of government assistance in general.
Yeah, and some lawmakers are always hesitant to support anything with a big price tag.
That's true. So yeah, there are definitely a lot of hurdles to overcome.
It sounds like this isn't just an economic debate, really. It's also a philosophical one about how we as a society take care of each other.
Exactly. It really gets to the heart of our values, doesn't it?
It does. It's like holding up a mirror to our priorities as a nation.
Yeah.
But, beyond all the big picture stuff, I'm also curious about the individual stories. Like, what kind of impact could these $2,000 checks actually have on people's lives?
Well, imagine a senior citizen living on a fixed income. They're struggling to afford their medication, put food on the table.
Or a single parent working 2 or 3 jobs just to make ends meet.
Exactly. For people like that, an extra $2,000 a month could make a world of difference.
It's like giving them a chance to breathe, to finally focus on what really matters.
Right. And it's not just about surviving, it's about thriving. That extra money could mean being able to go back to school, maybe start a small business.
Or just having more time to spend with family without the constant stress of financial worries.
It's about empowering people, giving them the opportunity to reach their full potential.
Instead of just barely scraping by.
Exactly. And that's where this ripple effect we talked about, that's where it gets really powerful. When people are supported, when they have a chance to thrive, they contribute more to their communities, to the economy as a whole.
So it's not just a handout, it's an investment.
I like that. An investment in people, in a more vibrant, more inclusive society.
I like it too. But, there's always the other side of the coin.
Oh, yeah.
What about the folks who say this kind of program would just create dependency, that it would discourage people from working?
It's a valid concern, for sure. But again, proponents argue that $2,000 a month, it helps, but it's not enough to live on comfortably in most places. It's not about replacing a job entirely.
It's more about providing a safety net, not a hammock.
Well said.
Thank you. But seriously, studies have shown that having that basic level of financial security can actually make people more likely to take risks, to be entrepreneurial.
And that can lead to even more economic growth, right?
Exactly. So it's not about creating a culture of dependency. It's about fostering a culture of opportunity.
I like that. A culture of opportunity.
Me too. And, at the end of the day, that's really what this whole debate comes down to. What kind of society do we want to build? One where everyone has a chance to succeed, or one where economic hardship keeps people trapped in a cycle of poverty?
It's a big question, a really big question.
It is. And I think it's important to acknowledge that there are no easy answers here. It's a complex issue with valid points being made on both sides.
It really is. Complex, I mean. And at the end of the day, it's up to each of us to really weigh those arguments, Think about the pros and cons and decide where we stand.
So where do we go from here? I mean, are these $2,000 checks actually going to happen?
Well, right now it's still very much a proposal. There's a lot to figure out, a lot of details, and of course it would take a lot of political will to actually get it done.
What kind of details, aside from the funding, I mean?
Well, there's the question of who would actually qualify for these payments. Eligibility. How do you make sure the money goes to the people who need it most? And then there's the whole logistics of actually getting the money out there, making sure it's secure, efficient.
Right. And of course, there's the political reality. Like you mentioned earlier, this isn't exactly an idea everyone's on board with.
Definitely not. It's going to be a tough sell for some lawmakers. They're worried about the cost, the potential for inflation, and then there's that whole philosophical debate about the role of government assistance.
So realistically, it sounds like we're still a long way off from seeing those $2,000 checks hitting people's bank accounts.
Probably, yeah. But I think the fact that we're even having this conversation is important. It means people are starting to realize that the system, the way it is now, it's not working for everyone. We need new ideas, new approaches.
It's like we're at a crossroads trying to figure out how to build a fairer, more equitable society.
Exactly. And this whole debate about $2,000 monthly checks, it's just one piece of that puzzle.
Well, I think we've given our listeners a lot to think about today.
We have.
It's a complicated issue, no easy solutions. But hopefully, by understanding those different perspectives, we can all be part of this conversation in a more informed way.
Absolutely. I think the key is to keep an open mind, really listen to those different viewpoints.
And who knows? Maybe this deep dive will spark some new ideas, some solutions we haven't even thought of yet.
That's what I'm hoping for. The more we learn, the more we talk about these things, the better equipped we'll be to build a future where everyone has a chance to thrive.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Thanks for joining us for this deep dive. We'll be back next time with another fascinating topic. Until then, hey everyone, welcome back. We're doing a deep dive today into something that I know a lot of you are thinking about, and that's the chances of getting more stimulus checks. especially those of you on fixed incomes, like SSDI. It can really give you some peace of mind if you know there's a possibility of some extra help coming your way.
Oh, absolutely. And it's smart to try and understand how these decisions get made.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So today we're going to try and go beyond the headlines and really understand the why behind sending out these stimulus checks.
Right.
That way you can feel more informed and more confident about your financial future. I see all this chatter online about how people think that public pressure on lawmakers is what drives these decisions. Like if enough people tweet that they need a check, it'll just magically happen.
Yeah, I've seen those too.
So what do you think about that?
Well, it's a common thought, but it's not really the whole picture. The public opinion can definitely influence things over time, but stimulus checks are really all about just keeping the economy healthy. It's not about rewarding people or giving in to any sort of pressure.
So if it's not about public pressure, then what is the key factor?
The overall health of the economy.
Okay.
Think of it like, it's like giving the economy a boost to get things going again, like restarting a car that's stalled out. It's really about making sure everyone has enough resources to keep the economy moving.
Okay, that makes sense. Now, I remember back in early 2020 when the CARES Act was passed, there was a lot of talk about those $1,200 stimulus checks. Could you remind us how those fit into the bigger picture?
Sure, those checks were definitely helpful to a lot of people, but they were actually a relatively small part of that huge $2.3 trillion package.
Wow.
The majority of the CARES Act money actually went toward broader economic support, like helping businesses stay open and making sure people had access to unemployment benefits.
So it wasn't just about sending individuals a one-time payment.
Right. It was about supporting the whole system.
Yeah.
It's like making sure the foundation of a house is strong so that everyone living in it can feel secure.
Okay, that's a great analogy. Now, I'm guessing some people listening are wondering if the economy seems to be doing okay right now. Does that mean more stimulus is off the table?
That's a good question. While it's true that there's no immediate plan for more stimulus, it's important to remember that economies go through natural cycles. Kind of like seasons,
Right.
Sometimes things are booming and sometimes there are slowdowns.
Okay, so you're saying that even if things are good now, there could be times when we need that extra support to get the economy going again.
Exactly. It's all about being prepared and having measures in place to help everyone when the economy goes through those different seasons.
Okay, that makes me feel a bit better knowing that those systems are in place to help when they're needed.
Yeah.
So let's say we do hit a rough patch again and the economy needs a boost. Who usually benefits from those stimulus measures?
Well, they're often designed to help those who need it the most, especially people with lower incomes. For example, in the past, individuals making under $75,000 or married couples making under $150,000 were likely to get a stimulus check. It's all about giving support where it can make the biggest difference.
That's good news for folks on fixed incomes like SSDI, right?
Yeah.
They often fall within those income ranges.
Exactly. And, it's important to understand how these checks actually work. They're often set up as an advance on something called refundable tax credits.
Okay, I'll admit that term always confuses me.
Yeah.
Can you explain what refundable tax credits means in simple terms?
Think of it this way. You're getting a part of your potential tax refund early, which gives you more money to spend right now, which helps boost the economy.
Oh, so it's not just free money coming out of nowhere.
Right.
It's connected to the taxes that you've already paid.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's a way to strategically put money back in people's pockets when they need it most to help the economy thrive.
This is all making sense now. So to bring it back to our main focus today, how likely is it that people on SSDI would be included in future stimulus checks?
Well, you can never say for certain, but the chances are pretty high.
Yeah.
Those folks on fixed incomes like SSDI generally fall below those income thresholds we talked about.
Okay.
So they'd most likely be included in any help that goes out.
That's great news. It sounds like there's a good chance that those on SSDI could see some more financial help down the road. Now, before we move on, can you tell us a bit more about those refundable tax credits and how they work?
Of course. Let's break that down further so everyone can see how they might benefit. Imagine it like this. You're baking a cake, and refundable tax credits are like that secret ingredient that makes it extra delicious. You've already put in the work by paying your taxes all year, and these credits are like a reward for being a responsible baker.
Okay, I like where you're going with this.
Yeah.
So how do these secret ingredients sweeten the deal for taxpayers, especially for folks on SSDI?
Well, certain refundable tax credits, like the earned income tax credit and the child tax credit, can actually bring your tax bill down to zero.
Wow.
And sometimes you even get money back. This can really help people on fixed incomes. It can give them a big boost to their finances.
So it's like getting a bonus refund on top of your regular refund? That's amazing.
Exactly. And sometimes when the economy needs a little help, the government might decide to send out these refundable tax credits as stimulus checks. This gives people immediate relief, and it encourages them to spend more. It's like getting a slice of that delicious cake before it's even finished baking.
I love that. So for our listeners on SSDI who are wondering how all of this applies to them, could you walk us through a potential scenario?
Sure. Let's say the economy is slowing down a bit and the government decides to issue stimulus checks.
Okay.
Our listener on SSDI has been paying their taxes like they're supposed to.
Right.
They could potentially receive a check for, let's say, $1,500.
Wow, $1,500. That could really make a difference.
Absolutely. Now imagine our listener uses that money to do some work around their house, like maybe finally buying that new energy-efficient appliance they've had their eye on. This not only makes their home more comfortable, but it can actually help them save money on their energy bills in the future.
That's being really smart with that money.
Yeah.
Turning a potential economic slowdown into a chance to improve their lives and save for the future.
Exactly. And it's not just about individual benefits either. When folks get these stimulus checks and use them in their local community, it creates a ripple effect.
Oh, yeah.
That money helps support local businesses, which creates jobs and strengthens the entire economy.
It's like a win-win for everybody.
Right.
People get some financial help when they need it most, and the economy gets a boost too. I'm starting to see how knowing about these economic cycles and the possibility of getting more stimulus checks can give folks a sense of hope, even when times feel a little uncertain.
That's the whole idea. It's about understanding that there are things in place to help us manage those ups and downs. And knowing that there could be additional support coming can really ease people's minds.
It's empowering. It feels like we're moving from a place of worry to a place of knowledge and preparedness.
That's what it's all about, learning how things work. And the best part is you don't need to be an economist to get it.
Right.
We can break it down into simple terms that everyone can understand.
Okay, so we've covered a lot today. We've talked about refundable tax credits and how they could turn into stimulus checks. And we even walked through a scenario where our listener on SSDI gets a $1,500 boost.
Yeah.
But I bet some people are still wondering, what if things get really bad? What if there's a serious economic downturn? Are there any other benefits out there to help people during those really tough times?
That's a great question, and one we should definitely answer. There are a lot of programs out there designed to help during those tough times. For example, there are programs like SNAP-P, which used to be called food stamps. It helps people and families afford healthy food.
Right.
It's a really important program that makes sure folks can get basic necessities, especially when things are tough.
Yeah. SNAP can be a real lifesaver for so many people.
Yeah.
And it's not just about putting food on the table. It also helps free up some money so folks can focus on other things they need.
Exactly. And then you have programs like LEAP, which helps low-income households pay for their heating and cooling costs. That one's especially important for seniors and people with disabilities who might have more trouble dealing with really hot or cold temperatures.
It's good to know those safety nets are out there to help people through those challenging times. But let's change gears for a minute. What can people do now to prepare for a potential downturn in the economy? What are some things people can do right now to get their finances in better shape?
Well, one of the most important things is to create a budget and actually stick to it.
Right.
It might seem obvious, but you'd be surprised how many people don't really know where their money goes each month.
Yeah, it's like trying to get through a maze without a map.
Exactly. A budget helps you see the big picture and make good decisions about how you spend your money.
Right.
Once you've got that budget, you can start looking for ways to cut back on things you don't really need.
Yeah.
Maybe cancel some subscription services you don't use, or try to get better rates on your bills.
Yeah, it's like a game. Try and find those hidden savings. You might be surprised how much you can free up if you try.
Absolutely. Another important thing is to try and build up an emergency fund. Even if you can only put away a little bit each month, it makes a big difference over time.
Yeah, it's like having that little cushion to help you bounce back when something unexpected happens.
Exactly. It can help you avoid going into debt if you lose your job, or if there's a medical emergency, or just any other surprise expenses that pop up.
Those are all great tips. It seems like being prepared is really the key to dealing with whatever the economy throws at us.
You got it. It's about taking control of your own financial well-being no matter what's happening in the rest of the world.
This has been such a great conversation. We've learned so much. We talked about what makes the government decide to send out stimulus checks. We looked at those refundable tax credits and how they can be really helpful. And we talked about some ways to prepare ourselves financially. What's the main thing you want our listeners to take away from today's deep dive?
I want everyone to remember that knowledge is power. When you understand how the economy works, you can feel more secure about your financial future. Even when the economy goes up and down, there are systems and plans in place to help us manage those changes.
I love that. Thank you so much for being with us today and sharing your knowledge. And to our listeners, we hope this deep dive has been helpful and empowering. Remember, when you understand how things work and you take steps to be prepared, you can create a more secure financial future for yourself. Welcome back, everyone. Today, we're going to dive into something I think a lot of you are probably curious about. It's the potential for another stimulus check in 2025. We're going to be looking at some analysis from a financial expert who breaks down all the economic factors that might be at play. And let me tell you, there are some really interesting historical patterns that we found
For sure.
that could mean some good news. So the source material that we're going to be taking a look at today is a YouTube video by this financial expert. And they start by highlighting this really interesting connection between stimulus checks and how the economy is doing.
What's fascinating is that stimulus checks aren't just random handouts. They're actually a really strategic tool to help give the economy a boost when it's going through a rough patch.
So it's not just about getting some extra cash in your pocket. It's about trying to lift up the whole economy.
Yeah.
And speaking of rough patches, the source actually points to some signs that things might be softening a bit, like rising unemployment claims. Can you explain why that's significant?
Absolutely. So unemployment claims are basically a measure of how many people are filing for unemployment benefits each week. When those numbers start to go up, it can be a sign that businesses are starting to slow down their hiring. And that can have an impact on overall economic growth.
Okay. So rising unemployment claims could be a signal that the economy needs a little boost. The source also mentions the Federal Reserve cutting interest rates. Now, I know interest rates can be a bit of a head-scratcher for some folks. Can you break that down for us in simple terms?
Absolutely. Think of interest rates as like the cost of borrowing money. When the Federal Reserve, which is kind of like the central bank of the U.S., lowers interest rates, it basically becomes cheaper for businesses to take out loans and invest in growth. And that can help stimulate the economy.
So it's like giving businesses a little incentive to expand and create more opportunities.
Exactly. It's all about trying to encourage economic activity and keep things moving in a positive direction.
And it's amazing how quickly things can change in the economy. The source talks about how in early 2020, life seemed pretty normal, and then suddenly everything shifted and stimulus checks were on their way.
That's right. Economic conditions can change rapidly, and that's why it's so important to stay informed and try to understand the forces that are at play.
And speaking of understanding the forces at play, the source points out this really intriguing historical pattern. Stimulus check amounts have doubled with each recession. So in 2001, it was $300. Then in 2008, it was $600. And then in 2020, we saw $1,200 checks. So following that trend, could we be looking at a $2,400 check this time around?
It's certainly a possibility. While we can't predict the future with absolute certainty, historical trends can sometimes offer valuable insights.
Okay, so let's say this pattern does hold true, and another stimulus check is on the horizon. This expert actually argues that a recession, while obviously challenging in the short term, could actually ultimately lead to a positive reset of the economic climate. Can you unpack that a little for us?
Absolutely. Recessions, while often perceived negatively, can sometimes act as a catalyst for positive change. They can force businesses to become more efficient, to innovate, and to adapt to new market realities. It's like clearing out the old to make way for the new and improved.
I love that analogy. It's like hitting the refresh button and giving the economy a chance to rebuild stronger than before.
Precisely. And throughout history, we've seen periods of economic downturn followed by periods of incredible growth and prosperity. It's all part of a natural cycle.
So even if we do see a recession, it doesn't mean it's all doom and gloom. It could actually be an opportunity for innovation and a chance to build a more robust economy. But let's get back to those potential stimulus checks for a moment. What could that kind of financial boost mean for people in practical terms?
Well, first and foremost, it would provide a much-needed cushion for many households, helping them cover essential expenses like rent, groceries, utilities, things that can become a real burden, especially if the economy is slowing down.
It's like a safety net, giving people a little breathing room and peace of mind. But the source goes even deeper and argues that it could have a ripple effect on the entire economy, right?
Exactly. When people have more money in their pockets, they tend to spend it, which supports businesses, creates jobs, and helps stimulate economic growth.
It's like a domino effect where one positive action leads to another and another.
That's a great way to put it. And it's not just about the direct financial impact. The source also talks about the psychological benefits of stimulus checks. Knowing that help is on the way can give people a sense of hope and security, which is incredibly valuable during times of economic uncertainty.
Absolutely. It's about more than just dollars and cents. It's about peace of mind, knowing that you're not alone in facing these challenges. And, one thing that really struck me in the source was how this expert emphasized the speed at which things can change. They talk about how in 2020, the economy went from business as usual to a full-blown crisis almost overnight.
That's right. Economic conditions can shift rapidly, and that's something we all need to be aware of. It's a good reminder that we need to be adaptable and prepared for whatever comes our way.
It's like one minute you're planning your summer vacation and the next minute the world's turned upside down. But even though those rapid shifts can be unsettling, they can also create opportunities.
Absolutely. When the economy slows down, it can actually be a breeding ground for innovation. Think about it. Some of the most successful companies in history were founded during economic downturns. It's a time when people are forced to think outside the box, come up with new solutions, and create new ways of doing things.
So a potential recession isn't necessarily all doom and gloom.
Not at all. It can be a time of incredible creativity, resilience, and opportunity. Remember, it's not about being afraid of change, but about being ready to adapt and even capitalize on it.
That's a really empowering way to think about it. It's about seeing the potential for growth, even amidst challenges. And speaking of growth, let's circle back to those potential $2,400 stimulus checks. If history is any indication, that kind of boost could be a real game changer for a lot of people.
Absolutely. It would provide significant relief for many households, helping them cover essential expenses, and maybe even giving them a little extra to invest in their future.
Okay, before we get too carried away dreaming about what we do with an extra $2,400, let's talk about what that kind of boost could actually mean for people in practical terms. The source mentioned that the last stimulus checks helped a lot of people catch up on bills, pay down debt, and even start saving.
That's right. And this time around, we could see even more of that, with people using the funds to boost their financial security and make investments that benefit them in the long run.
It's exciting to think about the possibilities. Maybe it's finally being able to afford that home repair you've been putting off. Or maybe it's having the peace of mind to start a small business or invest in your education.
Those are great ideas. Investing in yourself is one of the best things you can do. It can pay dividends for years to come. And let's not forget about the power of investing in your community. Maybe it's supporting a local business you love or donating to a cause you believe in.
That's a wonderful thought. Using that money to make a positive impact on the world around you can be incredibly rewarding. And, it doesn't all have to be serious. Maybe it's finally treating yourself to that vacation you've been saving up for, or making a special purchase that brings you joy.
Absolutely. It's important to find balance and allow yourself to enjoy the fruits of your labor. Whether it's a small indulgence or a big investment, it's about making choices that align with your values and enhance your life in meaningful ways.
I love that. It's about creating a sense of abundance and using those funds to create a life you love.
Precisely. It's about taking control of your financial destiny and using those resources to build a brighter future for yourself and those you care about.
Thinking about all this has really got my imagination going. Let's take a moment and imagine, just for fun, that those $2,400 checks do arrive. What are some ways people could use that money to really boost their financial well-being? It could be anything from practical expenses to long-term investments to maybe even a little something fun.
I love this idea. Let's dive into that world of possibilities.
Okay, so first off, I know a lot of people would probably use the money to get ahead on bills or pay down any outstanding debts. That would free up some monthly cash flow and give them more financial breathing room.
That's a smart move. Reducing debt can significantly improve your financial health and reduce stress. And once those essential expenses are taken care of, there's so many possibilities for using that money to create a brighter future.
Exactly. It's about empowering people to take control of their finances and build a brighter future for themselves and their families.
And, even beyond the individual level, the source argues that another round of stimulus checks could have a significant impact, a positive impact, of course, on the overall economy. It's like giving a boost to consumer spending. which then in turn helps businesses grow and create more jobs.
It's like that virtuous cycle we were talking about,
Exercise.
where one positive action leads to another, and ultimately we all benefit.
Exactly.
I love that. It's about fostering a sense of shared prosperity and creating an economy that works for everyone. Now, I know we can't say for certain when or if another stimulus check is coming, but just thinking about the potential benefits is pretty exciting, right?
Absolutely. And, while we wait and see what unfolds, it's a great opportunity to reflect on our own financial goals and consider how we might use those funds wisely if they do arrive.
Yeah, it's been fascinating to explore these possibilities and think about all the positive ways that potential stimulus could be used.
It really highlights how financial resources, when used thoughtfully, can be a catalyst for growth, innovation, and overall well-being.
Absolutely. And, even if those $2,400 checks don't materialize, this conversation has been incredibly valuable. Just thinking about how we'd use that money can inspire us to take action towards our financial goals, regardless of whether or not a stimulus arrives.
I completely agree. Sometimes a little thought experiment like that can be the spark we need to start making positive changes in our lives.
So as we wrap up this deep dive, what's the biggest takeaway you want our listeners to walk away with?
I'd say the key message is this. While we can't predict the future with absolute certainty, we can learn from the past, understand the economic forces at play, and make informed decisions that empower us to create a brighter future.
It's all about being proactive, not reactive.
Yeah.
Taking control of our finances, exploring opportunities, and building a sense of resilience no matter what the economy throws our way.
Well said. And remember, knowledge is power. The more we understand about how the economy works, the better equipped we are to navigate challenges and seize opportunities.
Exactly. So to our listeners, I hope this deep dive has left you feeling informed, empowered, and maybe even a little bit excited about the future. Remember, even amidst uncertainty, there's always potential for growth, innovation, and positive change.
Here's to a prosperous 2025 filled with possibilities and abundance.
Thanks for joining us on the deep dive. Until next time.
Imagine a significant financial boost landing right in your bank account.
Yeah.
Maybe even like a double payment or a really vital deposit just showing up exactly when you need it most, giving you that, that relief.
That breathing room.
Exactly. We're about to do a deep dive into the real prospects of more money, maybe more benefits, and what it could actually mean for your bank account, especially if you're on a fixed income. Today, we're really going to try and cut through all the noise, the rumors, the stuff that's just confusing online.
There's so much of it.
So much. We want to give you the straight facts on a potential federal fourth stimulus check. We'll cover everything we can think of, who might get it, how much more money you could possibly receive, and the big one, when it might actually land.
Yeah, the timing.
Our mission here is really to leave you feeling not just informed, but empowered with real information.
Definitely.
Welcome to the deep dive. Our mission today, plain and simple, is to unpack these really pressing questions around potential future financial relief.
Yeah, that's what everyone's asking.
We've really sifted through a ton of reports, expert analyses, focusing specifically on how potential benefits could impact folks on Social Security retirement.
SSDI, SSI.
Right, SSDI, SSI, VA benefits for our veterans, Railroad Retirement Board beneficiaries, RRB, and, other people on fixed incomes.
It's a huge group that really needs clarity.
Okay, let's unpack this. Our goal is just to give you a clear, detailed, and hopefully actionable understanding. We want to clear up those common misconceptions and point out any actual concrete opportunities for you to maybe get some additional financial support.
It's such an important topic right now, isn't it? Especially when you see, information flying around every single day.
Constantly.
And honestly, a lot of it can be confusing or, frankly, just wrong. Our aim is to really give you clarity on what's real, what's, a possibility down the line, and maybe what steps, if any, you could even take today to improve your situation, especially finding ways to get more money.
That's a perfect starting point. Let's tackle the most urgent question first and clear the air a bit.
Okay.
The foundational truth, and we have to be absolutely crystal clear here. As of this moment, right now, a federal fourth stimulus check of any dollar amount has not been approved.
That's the bottom line.
And when we say any dollar amount, we mean any. Doesn't matter if you heard $500, both $100, $1,200, $1,400, $1,600, or even that big $2,000 number.
None of them. Zero.
None have received official approval from Congress. It's just so important to get that straight right from the beginning.
That's precisely right. And this is exactly where so much of the misinformation just seems to spread. often really, really fast.
Yeah.
You see claims almost daily saying, oh, a $2,000 check has been approved, or it's confirmed, or it's being mailed out, or check your account tomorrow.
Yeah, I see those all the time.
Those statements,
Yeah.
they're just incorrect.
Why?
Plain and simple. Often they're coming from, unverified sources, maybe online petitions you see floating around.
Like on change.org or something.
Exactly, places like that. And look, while those petitions, they do gather signatures, and they definitely show public feeling, which is valuable, right? It shows people want something they have absolutely zero legislative authority.
Right. They can't actually make law.
No. They cannot approve or trigger a payment by themselves. For any federal money like this to be authorized and sent out, it needs an actual act of Congress. It has to pass both the House and the Senate, and then it has to be signed into law by the president.
That's the process.
That's the process. So when you're dealing with money stuff, especially anything that might affect your bank account, it is paramount, absolutely critical to rely only on verified official information, from actual government agencies.
Because those unofficial claims just cause confusion.
Right.
And frustration.
Exactly. Confusion, frustration, and sometimes they even lead people into potential scams, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's the dangerous part. And look, I totally get why these questions keep coming up, why they're so important for you listening right now. Money is very, very tight.
It really is.
For the vast majority of people, but especially for low-income and fixed-income beneficiaries. We hear it every day. We see the data.
The costs are just rising so fast.
It feels like fixed-income benefits are just not cutting it anymore for so many people. With prices going up rapidly on, well, pretty much everything essentials like food, housing, gas.
It's relentless.
People desperately need additional money just to make ends meet, just to survive month to month. That fundamental need, that's exactly why this topic stays front and center in everyone's mind. And it's why we're here, trying to give you the most accurate picture we can and help you spot any real chances for financial relief.
And speaking of real chances,
Yeah.
while the federal check isn't here yet, there's some things happening right now that could mean money for people.
Okay, let's pivot to that then, because that's immediate, right? Tangible opportunities available potentially today for some listeners. We've seen reports that about 20 states, roughly, across the country are currently sending out their own state-level stimulus checks or rebates or, different kinds of direct financial help.
That's right. It's not federal, it's state by state, but it's real money going out now.
And that's a direct, immediate financial opportunity that some of you listening might actually be able to tap into right now.
Yeah, and it's important to know these state-level checks, they really vary a lot in the amount, who's eligible, how you get it.
So it's not one size fits all.
Not at all. We've seen them range from, maybe $125 on the low end, all the way up to over $1,000 in certain states.
Wow, over $1,000 from a state.
Yeah. California, for example, had some significant payments. Other states with budget surpluses have done things like inflation relief payments or tax rebates, basically trying to help their residents cope with the rising cost of living.
Okay.
And sometimes it's not just a one-time thing. Some states have set up ongoing benefits or programs with different tiers based on your income or how many people are in your household.
So it could be more than one payment in some cases.
Potentially, yes.
Yeah.
It really depends on the specific state's program. The reason they're doing this often comes down to having strong state tax revenues, maybe from the post-pandemic recovery, combined with just recognizing the financial squeeze their citizens are feeling.
Right. They see the need locally.
Exactly. It's a direct way for those state governments to put money back into the pockets of the people living there.
Okay, so this is super important. Here's the crucial action step for you listening. If you think you might be in one of these states and you'll need to check your specific state, you need to actively do some research.
You have to look it up.
Yeah, see what you need to do to claim this money. And here's a really key tip, especially for those of you on fixed incomes who maybe don't usually file taxes.
This is important.
Even if you're someone who doesn't generally file a tax return, maybe because your income is usually too low to require it, who says you can't file one just to claim money that's available.
Right, if there's money on the table.
Exactly. Seriously, we strongly encourage you. Look into filing a state tax return for the relevant year. This could potentially put hundreds, maybe even over $1,000 directly into your hands, even if you wouldn't normally file.
Because a lot of these state programs, they base eligibility on tax filings, right? Even if it's a zero-income filing. Or sometimes they have a simple application that kind of mirrors filing a tax return.
So your call to action today, right now, is to get online. Research your specific state's official government website. Look for the Treasury Department or the Tax Department or Revenue Department section.
Yeah, search terms like unclaimed property, maybe tax rebate, inflation relief payment, things like that.
Perfect. Check their specific requirements, see if you're eligible. Find out what the application process is for these state-level stimulus checks or rebates.
Right.
This is money that is actually available now in some places.
It's a tangible way to potentially get a direct financial boost today.
Oh.
Don't miss out on that.
Definitely don't miss out. Okay, so that's the state level. Now let's circle back to the federal side. Why are federal checks even considered? You mentioned they're an economic tool.
Exactly. They aren't just random acts of kindness from the government, though they certainly help people. They are a very specific, targeted economic tool.
Okay.
Their issuance is almost always a direct response to specific, usually pretty severe economic conditions. Their main purpose, like the name stimulus suggests, is to stimulate a weakening economy.
To get it going again.
Right. To inject money, encourage spending, and hopefully prevent a deeper downturn or pull the economy out of one.
Okay, so if they're not random, what are the actual economic signals? What are the key indicators that policymakers are watching? What has to happen in the economy to make a federal check more likely?
Well, what's really fascinating is how all these different indicators are sort of interconnected. They build pressure on each other, like a pressure cooker. The jobs market, for instance, that's a really key linchpin. We look closely at the unemployment rate, obviously. But maybe even more importantly, we look at the quality of jobs being created or lost.
Ah, not just the number.
Exactly. Because you might see some headline numbers suggesting, oh, overall job creation is happening. But if you dig just a little deeper, you often see a really concerning trend lately, which is that higher paying, more stable jobs, maybe in tech or corporate offices, those are being lost. Meanwhile, the jobs being created are often lower paying ones, maybe part-time, maybe gig economy work.
So the total number might look okay, but the underlying quality is dropping.
Precisely. And that's not a net positive for the economy. When, a skilled engineer or an experienced manager loses their good job, they lose significant spending power. And that loss ripples out.
Right. They start buying things, stop going out.
Exactly. We've seen examples just recently. Big companies like Walmart laying off hundreds of corporate staff. Robinhood, the trading app, cut almost a quarter of its workforce.
Wow, 23% is huge.
It is. And these aren't just isolated cases.
Right.
So a sustained rise in the unemployment rate, especially if it's coupled with this shift towards lower wage jobs, that directly correlates with an increased likelihood of a stimulus check.
Because more people out of work or earning less means less spending.
Less spending, consumer confidence tanks, demand for goods and services shrinks. And that's when the pressure really builds for the government to step in and get money flowing again.
Okay, that makes sense. Now, what about the Federal Reserve? We hear about them all the time. Interest rates.
Yeah.
How do they fit into the stimulus picture?
Yeah, the Fed, you can kind of think of the Federal Reserve as the main mechanic for the whole U.S. economy.
Okay.
Right now, their number one job, their overriding mission, is to fight high inflation. And their main tool, their strategy, has been to aggressively raise interest rates.
Which we've definitely been feeling.
Oh, yeah. It's like slamming on the brakes of an engine that's running too hot. The whole idea is to slow down economic activity across the board.
How does raising rates do that?
Well, it makes borrowing money much more expensive. For businesses looking to expand or invest, for consumers wanting to buy a house or a car, or even just use credit cards.
Right. Mortgages, car loans, credit card rates all go up.
Exactly. So while it's definitely painful for a lot of people, this intentional cooling effect is supposed to reduce overall demand in the economy, which eventually should help bring prices back down.
But there's a side effect, right?
Absolutely. The inevitable side effect of tightening money like this is, well, a slower job market, less business investment, and just an overall economic slowdown.
Which sounds like the conditions for stimulus you just described.
Exactly. It's kind of paradoxical, isn't it? The Fed's actions to fight inflation actually create the very economic conditions, slower growth, potential job losses that increase the pressure for fiscal interventions, like a stimulus payment from the government.
So they're deliberately slowing things down, knowing it might hurt to fix inflation. But that slowdown itself might trigger stimulus later.
It's a calculated strategy, yes. Inflict some, hopefully short-term economic pain to achieve that long-term goal of price stability. But they know full well it might require Congress to step in with fiscal help, like stimulus, down the road to cushion the blow or restart growth.
Okay, but here's the question I get asked all the time, and it seems like a contradiction. If the Fed is trying to lower inflation by slowing the economy, wouldn't sending out more stimulus checks just make inflation worse again, pouring fuel on the fire?
That is a very, very valid concern, and it really gets to a crucial nuance in economic policy.
Right.
You're right, inflation is currently high. I mean, forget the official headline numbers that jump around.
Yeah.
If you look at core things like food inflation, consistently, month after month, it's been going up like 1 to 1.3% every single month.
Wow, that adds up fast.
It does.
Yeah.
That annualizes to almost 14% a year just for food, regardless of what the overall CPI number says.
Yeah.
So inflation is definitely a problem. However,
Yes.
the whole calculation changes dramatically if the economy tips into a deep recession, a really bad one.
How so?
At that point, high inflation, while still not great, will likely no longer be the #1 priority for policymakers.
What becomes the priority then?
Saving the economy from a widespread collapse, preventing massive unemployment, widespread business failures, that becomes priority 1. And history shows us pattern after pattern that during really severe downturns, governments and central banks become willing to temporarily tolerate or at least risk some inflationary pressure. They'll inject money, print money, essentially, through things like QE to stabilize the system and revive the economy.
So the immediate threat of total collapse outweighs the inflation worry in that scenario.
Precisely. A functioning economy, even one with some inflation, is considered far preferable to a completely collapsed one. The priorities just shift based on the severity of the crisis.
Okay. And speaking of recession, you mentioned a deep one. How do we actually define recession? What are the numbers telling us right now? Are we technically in one already?
Yeah, the technical definition is actually pretty straightforward. A recession is generally identified as 2 consecutive quarters. That's 6 months of negative gross domestic product growth, negative GDP growth.
GDP. That's like the country's total economic output.
Exactly. Think of it as the country's economic report card. It measures the total value of everything produced, goods and services within the country over a certain time period, usually a quarter.
So if that number goes down for 2 quarters in a row.
Bingo. That's the technical definition of a recession. And here's the thing. We already have those numbers for early 2025.
Do you? Where are they?
The first quarter of 2025, GDP was down 1.6%. The second quarter of 2025, it was down 0.9%.
So 2 negative quarters in a row.
Correct. Which means, by the technical definition, the U.S. is already in a recession. Now, you might hear some political talk trying to redefine it or downplay it.
Yeah, I've heard that.
But based on the long-standing technical definition, we met the criteria back in mid-2025.
Okay. And what's concerning about that now?
What's even more concerning is that the full impact of those aggressive interest rate hikes from the Fed, it probably hasn't even fully hit the economy yet.
There's a lag.
Yeah, there's a well-known lag effect with monetary policy. It often takes anywhere from 6 months to maybe even 18 months for the full effects of rate hikes to work their way through the entire economy, impacting business decisions, hiring, consumer spending, everything.
So even though we saw negative growth already, the worst effects of the Fed's actions might still be coming?
That's what many economists and even some very high-profile figures are suggesting, yes. They're saying the worst is yet to come regarding the economic contraction, which, going back to our main topic, makes future stimulus not just, possible, but potentially increasingly likely as a necessary tool to avoid a much deeper, much more prolonged slump.
Wow. Okay, so we've looked at the immediate signals, the jobs, the Fed, inflation, GDP. But you mentioned these aren't just isolated events. They fit into a bigger pattern, right? These boom-bust cycles.
Exactly. It's important to see the bigger picture. Economies don't just grow in a straight line forever. They naturally move through these cycles of expansion and contraction, booms and busts.
So good times followed by bad times, basically.
Essentially, yeah. Periods of strong economic expansion, the booms, they feel great, right?
Yeah.
Lots of jobs, wages might be rising, people are spending money.
Yeah.
But those booms can also lead to imbalances. Maybe asset bubbles like we saw with housing before 2008, maybe too much risky lending, or maybe just high inflation like we're seeing now.
And when things get out of balance,
Then a bust or a contraction period usually follows. Economic activity slows down, unemployment starts to rise, banks get nervous and tighten lending. It's a correction phase.
okay.
And the thing is, especially after a really long or really strong expansion, the following downturn, the bust, can sometimes be even more ugly. It's like the system needs a bigger reset to get rid of those imbalances and inefficiencies that built up.
And that's when government intervention becomes more likely.
Absolutely. This inherent cyclical nature, these boom-bust dynamics, often necessitate significant government intervention. Things like stimulus checks. It's not just about helping individuals who are hurting, though that's part of it. It's also about trying to kickstart the recovery, trying to break that negative feedback loop where less spending leads to businesses closing, which leads to more job losses, which leads to even less spending.
Right, stopping the downward spiral.
Exactly. Stimulus is one tool they use to try and inject demand back into the system and stop that spiral.
Okay, this is making a lot more sense. Now, thinking about the likelihood of future stimulus, looking back at history seems really important. What does the actual data tell us, specifically about recessions since, say, the year 2000, and whether they led to stimulus checks?
This is where it gets really interesting, and I think this gives our listeners a very strong sense of historical precedent. It's quite striking, actually.
Okay.
Every single recession the U.S. has experienced since the year 2000, every single one has directly resulted in the federal government issuing stimulus checks or direct payments to individuals.
Every single one?
Every single one since 2000. Let's quickly tick them off.
Okay.
First, you had the recession around 2000, 2001. That was kind of the dot-com bust era. Relatively mild compared to later ones, but still.
Still a recession.
Still a recession. And it prompted the Economic Growth and Tax Relief Reconciliation Act of 2001. Part of that included a tax rebate check, basically a stimulus check of up to $600 per household.
Okay, so even the mild one got checks.
Yep. Then, fast forward to the big one. The 2007-2009 Great Recession, triggered by the housing market crash and the financial crisis. That was obviously a very severe downturn.
Yeah, that was bad.
And it resulted in the Economic Stimulus Act of 2008 that sent out rebates, again, stimulus checks of up to $600 for individuals, $1,200 for couples, plus extra for kids. And later, there were other measures too.
Okay, so that's 2 for 2.
2 for 2. And then most recently, you have the 2020 COVID-19 recession, which was incredibly sudden, incredibly deep.
Unprecedented, really.
Totally unprecedented. And it led to massive government action. We saw the CARES Act in March 2020, which had those $1,200 stimulus checks. Then another $600 check was approved in December 2020. And then another $1,400 payment came in March 2021 under the American Rescue Plan.
Wow. 3 rounds that time.
3 rounds directly tied to that recessionary period. So when you look at that pattern, 2001, 2008, 2020, it suggests a pretty well-established playbook, doesn't it?
It really does. Why would the next recession be any different, right? It probably won't be.
That's the logical conclusion based purely on recent history. When the economy gets into serious trouble, the government steps in with these kinds of payments.
And you mentioned the Fed acting like a doctor with medicine. Can you elaborate on that quantitative easing, or QE? How does that connect to stimulus checks?
Right. So when a severe downturn hits and just cutting interest rates isn't enough or isn't possible anymore, the Federal Reserve steps in with this medicine called quantitative easing, QE.
Which sounds complicated.
It does. But the basic idea is the Fed injects huge amounts of money into the financial system. They do this electronically, mostly by buying things like government bonds and other assets from banks.
So they're not literally printing stacks of cash.
Not usually physical cash, no. They're essentially adding digital money, reserves, to the bank's accounts at the Fed. This increases the overall money supply in the banking system and also helps push down longer-term interest rates.
And the goal of that is?
The goal is to encourage banks to lend more easily, to make it cheaper for businesses to borrow for investment or expansion, and hopefully get consumers spending again. It's like trying to grease the wheels of the economy when they're seizing up.
Okay.
The direct intervention to make sure there's enough money, enough liquidity flowing through the system to prevent a total freeze-up. And crucially, some of that increased liquidity, that new money created by the Fed, eventually finds its way to support government actions like sending out stimulus checks to the people.
So the Fed's actions help make the government's stimulus spending possible or easier?
It greases the wheels for that too, yes. They work in tandem during a crisis.
Got it. And you made a really important point earlier. These checks aren't called "we care about you" payments. They're economic impact payments.
Okay.
So it's really about the impact on the economy, not just individual welfare, right?
Right.
What's the government's main goal here?
That's the critical distinction, yes. While the relief aspect is certainly there and politically popular, the primary economic contention is just that, to stimulate the economy.
Okay.
Policymakers, economists, they understand a fundamental truth about consumer behavior, especially for lower and middle income folks. If they send money out to people, particularly those on fixed or low incomes who are struggling, they know exactly what most of us are going to do with it.
Spend it.
Immediately spend it.
Yeah.
The vast majority of people who need the money aren't going to stick it under the mattress or put it all in savings. They're going to immediately circulate that money back into the economy, mainly to cover essential expenses they've been putting off or struggling with.
Right. It's not designed for long-term saving. It's meant for immediate use to create that ripple effect you talked about.
Precisely.
When people spend that money maybe on groceries they couldn't afford, or fixing the car, or buying clothes for the kids, or just filling the gas tank, that money doesn't vanish.
No, it goes right to businesses.
Right. Those businesses then see a sudden uptick in sales, maybe a huge run on inventory, as the outline put it. Demand picks up. So what do? They have to order more products from their suppliers to restock the shelves.
And the suppliers?
The suppliers then have to order more from the manufacturers. The manufacturers might need to buy more raw materials, maybe even hire more workers to keep up with the new orders.
It creates a chain reaction.
Exactly. It creates this positive economic cycle that hopefully spurs production and boosts activity throughout the entire country. It's proven to be a very fast, very direct way to inject a lot of money and demand into the economy almost overnight.
They've tracked this. They saw it with the previous stimulus rounds. They know it works for that specific purpose, getting money moving quickly.
Okay, so if this playbook runs again, if another federal check is approved down the line, who actually gets included? Let's connect this to the bigger picture. Based on history, who can count on being included?
Yeah, this is crucial for our listeners, especially those on fixed incomes. Based on every historical precedent we just talked about, fixed income beneficiaries are virtually guaranteed to be included.
Guaranteed. That's strong.
I feel confident saying that.
Well, we're talking Social Security retirement recipients, people on Social Security disability insurance, SSDI, those receiving supplemental security income, SSI, our veterans receiving VA benefits, and also Railroad Retirement Board, RRB beneficiaries.
All of them.
All of them. They have a 100% for sure, very, very high likelihood. I mean, like a 99.99999% chance of being included in any broad-based federal stimulus payment.
Why so certain? Because there's simply no reason, based on all the previous legislation, that they wouldn't be included. In every past round, the vast majority of the population received payments, and fixed income beneficiaries were always explicitly included, often among the first groups to receive funds.
And that makes sense, right? They're individuals and families relying on consistent but often limited income.
Exactly. That makes them the sort of ideal recipients for economic relief that's intended to be spent quickly to boost the economy. The money goes right back out there.
Now, I know you mentioned you personally advocate for maybe a more focused check.
Yeah, that's my personal view, based on the current situation. I think the most effective approach right now, given the inflation concerns, would be a highly focused check, targeting it just to the lowest income individuals, especially fixed income beneficiaries.
Who would that include, roughly?
Defining the exact cutoff is tricky, but maybe pretty much anybody with an annual income under, say, $20,000, maybe $25,000, possibly up to $30,000, somewhere in that range.
Why focus just on them?
Because those are the people who are getting absolutely hammered the hardest by the current inflation. They're the ones where additional money would make the most immediate, most impactful difference in just being able to afford basic necessities.
Food, rent, medicine.
Exactly. They're the ones making impossible choices right now. A targeted approach like that ensures the money goes precisely where it's most desperately needed and where it's most likely to be spent immediately, circulating right back into the local economy.
Okay, that makes sense. So the $1 million question, or maybe the $1,000 question, how much money could it actually be? If a check happens, what kind of dollar amounts are we potentially looking at?
Right, the big question, and obviously we have to preface this by saying, again, nothing is approved, so these are just potential scenarios based on analysis and history.
Understood. No guarantees.
No guarantees. The exact dollar amount would totally depend on how severe the economic situation actually gets. How deep does this recession go? How much money do policymakers feel really needs to be plowed back into the economy to make a difference?
So the worse the economy gets, potentially the bigger the check.
That's generally the correlation, yes. Now, historically, if you look at the trend of previous stimulus payments during recessions and maybe adjusted the biggest ones for inflation, some economic models out there suggest that the next check theoretically could be around $2,400 to have a similar relative impact.
$2,400. That sounds like a lot right now.
It does sound like a significant amount, especially with the inflation concerns we just discussed. And honestly, based on our analysis and what seems politically feasible right now, the most probable scenario, especially if it's a more focused check like I suggested,
Yeah.
would likely be something smaller. Maybe in the range of $1,400, possibly $1,000.
Okay, $1,000 or $1,400 seems maybe more realistic currently.
So, unless the economy really truly hits the fan in a big way. If it completely falls off a cliff into a very severe, prolonged downturn, then yes, the pressure for larger, broader checks, maybe even that $2,000 figure people talk about, would become much, much higher.
But for now, a broad $2,000 check to almost everyone seems less likely.
Less likely for now, based on current conditions and the focus on inflation, yes. That would likely only come back on the table if things get significantly worse economically.
And just to circle back to the inflation point one more time with those amounts, if it was a more focused check, say $1,000 or $1,400,
Right.
would that significantly worsen inflation?
That's much less likely. Think about it. If you send a focus check to, let's say, 30 million, maybe 40 million, maybe 50 million people at the most,
Okay.
that's out of a total U.S. population of over 330 million people. It's a relatively small fraction receiving the funds. And as we said, that money is almost certainly going to be spent immediately on basic necessities.
Not on things that drive up prices broadly.
Exactly. It's not likely to create huge speculative demand or drive up prices for luxury goods or things across the entire economy. It's fundamentally different from sending checks to nearly 300 million people, like we saw in some previous rounds. That kind of broad injection absolutely contributes to wider inflationary pressures. So a targeted approach really helps mitigate that inflation risk, while still delivering crucial support and stimulus where it's needed most.
That makes a lot of sense. Okay, this brings us to another absolutely critical question. Timing. When could this money actually arrive? We know nothing's approved yet, so no dates now. But
Right. But we can look at how fast the government can move when it needs to and how quickly money flows after approval.
yeah, because the legislative process can feel really slow sometimes.
It absolutely can. Getting a bill through Congress, especially something major involving trillions of dollars, can be a slow, painful process full of debate and negotiation. However, history also shows that when things get truly dire, when the economic train derails, as the outline put it, it can derail fast. And when policymakers universally recognize that an urgent crisis requires immediate action, they can step up relatively quickly.
You mentioned the COVID example earlier, right?
Exactly. Think back to early 2020. The first real signs of the pandemic hitting the U.S. economy were maybe around January. By the end of March 2020, so roughly just 2.5 months later, the economy was cratering, and Congress had already passed and the president had signed the massive $2.2 trillion CARES Act.
Which included the first $1,200 checks.
Correct. That shows a clear capacity for rapid legislative response when the situation is perceived as sufficiently urgent and severe. So while getting there can be slow, once they decide to act, they can authorize funds fairly quickly.
Okay, that's reassuring in a way. Now, once a bill is actually passed by Congress and signed into law by the president, how quickly do the checks, the actual payments, start hitting people's bank accounts? That's the timeline people really care about.
Right. And the good news here is once the law is signed, the distribution process itself is typically very fast, especially for people who have direct deposit information already on file with the IRS or the Social Security Administration.
Which is most people these days, right?
It is, yes. For those folks, payments usually start hitting bank accounts remarkably quickly, often anywhere between about 7 to 10 days after the bill signing.
A week to 10 days. That's fast.
It is. Generally, you can expect most direct deposits to land within 1 week, maybe up to about 2 or 3 weeks at the outside, after the bill becomes law.
What about people who get paper checks?
For those who receive physical checks in the mail, it naturally takes a bit longer, maybe 3 to 4 weeks for those to start arriving. But that initial wave of electronic direct deposit payments is usually very swift.
Okay, good to know. Now, you mentioned earlier that timing can be influenced by political factors too. Let's talk about some key political timelines that people should maybe be aware of, as they could play a role in if or when a stimulus might happen.
Yeah, this is where things get into the realm of political strategy and legislative calendars, which absolutely can impact timing.
What's the first big one to watch?
One really important upcoming date, or deadline rather, is the end of the federal government's fiscal year. That's September 30th.
Not December 31st.
Nope. The government's budget year runs from October 1st through September 30th. And why that matters is because Congress often finds it, well, easier to pass certain types of major legislation before that September 30th deadline.
Easier how?
Particularly using a process called budget reconciliation. It's a bit complex, but basically reconciliation allows certain bills related to spending, taxes, and the debt limit to pass the Senate with just a simple majority of 51 votes instead of the usual 60 needed to overcome a filibuster.
So it bypasses the filibuster for specific budget-related bills.
Exactly. But those reconciliation instructions are often tied to the current fiscal year's budget resolution. Once October 1st hits and the new fiscal year begins, using reconciliation might require a whole new budget process, making it potentially more difficult to get that kind of legislation done quickly.
So there's a window of opportunity, legislatively speaking, before September 30th.
There often is, yes. It's a period where major fiscal legislation can sometimes move more easily using that reconciliation tool.
Okay. Now, this raises an interesting question because there's another huge timeline looming right after that.
The midterm elections.
Right, the midterm elections in early November. Now, I want to be absolutely clear here. We are not making political predictions or taking sides. This is purely about observing potential strategic dynamics we've seen play out before.
Understood. It's about policy timing and potential political calculations.
Exactly. So here's a hypothetical but plausible scenario based on past observations. Congress could, theoretically, pass a reconciliation bill, perhaps one that includes stimulus checks or other relief, right before that fiscal year ends, say in late September.
Yep.
The president could then sign that bill into law. Now, here's the interesting part. The timing of the actual payments could then be, shall we say, strategically managed.
How so?
Payments could be scheduled to begin distribution around mid-October, maybe the second or third week of October.
Which would be?
Which would be conveniently just about 2 weeks right before the midterm elections in early November.
Ah, putting money in people's pockets right before they vote.
Effectively, yes. It's a dynamic that has certainly presented itself as a strategic opportunity in the past. Enacting popular economic relief measures in the immediate lead-up to a major election can, of course, influence voter sentiment.
It's a potential October surprise scenario, fiscally speaking.
You could call it that. Again, not predicting it, just noting it as a strategic possibility based on historical patterns in the calendar alignment this year. It's something that has been employed across different administrations and parties over the years.
And there's one more timing factor to consider even after the midterms, right?
Yes, absolutely. It's important to remember that the current Congress, the one elected previously, actually remains in power until early January of the next year, even after the November elections determine who will be in the next Congress.
That's the lame duck session.
Exactly, the lame duck session. So even if the elections result in a predicted flip in control of the House or Senate, this current Congress still has a window of time from after the election until the new Congress is sworn in where they could still pass legislation.
Sometimes you see a mad dash of activity during that period.
You definitely can. If the outgoing majority anticipates that a change in power will make certain actions impossible later, they might try to push things through in that lame duck session. So even if a pre-election stimulus doesn't happen, the legislative window doesn't slam shut immediately after the votes are counted. It technically stays open for a couple more months, especially if economic conditions continue to worsen.
Lots of moving parts on the timing front then.
Definitely. Between the economy, the fiscal deadline, and the election calendar. It's complex.
Okay, so let's try and bring this all together now. Let's summarize the key takeaways from this really detailed deep dive into potential stimulus and what it means for your finances.
Good idea. First and most fundamentally, no federal stimulus check is approved yet. That's the baseline.
Crucial starting point.
But the economic signals we're watching, the technical recession, the jobs market shifts, the Fed's actions combined with that really strong historical precedent.
Every recession since 2000 leading to checks.
Right. That undeniable pattern certainly suggests a high likelihood of something happening if this recession deepens significantly.
Okay, second point.
Second, for those of you listening who are on fixed incomes, Social Security retirement, SSDI, SSI, VA benefits, RRB, based on all past legislation, you are almost certain to be included if a future federal check is approved.
Very high probability, yes.
And third, and maybe the most actionable point for today, don't forget about those state-level stimulus checks.
Yes, that's money potentially available now.
About 20 states are doing something. It's a current and active opportunity for immediate financial benefit. Please research your specific state. Don't overlook that possibility.
Absolutely. So drilling down a bit more, what does all this really mean for you, the listener? If we try to connect this to the bigger picture, it becomes really clear that your personal financial future is, in many ways, intrinsically linked to these huge, large-scale economic forces, isn't it?
It really is. Things like the Fed's interest rate decisions, the health of the national job market, those inflation numbers, even the technical definition of a recession. They all have downstream effects on us.
And understanding these cycles, these indicators, hopefully empowers you. It helps you anticipate potential changes, potential opportunities, instead of just being caught off guard by headlines or, worse, misinformation.
Right. Knowledge is power here.
Exactly. So this deep dive, it really isn't just about whether you might get another check someday. It's more about gaining the knowledge, the context, to better navigate what's clearly a very dynamic and often uncertain financial landscape.
That raises a really good provocative thought for everyone listening. What proactive strategies can you put in place now to help ensure your own financial well-being, regardless of whether more external stimulus comes or not?
How can understanding these bigger economic movements help you make smarter decisions about your own money, your own resources, starting today? How can you maybe identify other opportunities or plan more effectively for a secure tomorrow, given what we know?
That's the crucial takeaway. It's about taking control where you can.
Definitely.
And please know, your questions, your concerns, they really do drive these deep dives. We absolutely understand that money is incredibly tight for so many of you right now, particularly if you rely on a fixed income. We are truly dedicated to being your one and only daily advocate, constantly watching all this new information hitting the wire every single day.
We try to stay on top of it for you.
To make sure you don't miss any critical updates about your money, your benefits, potential policy changes, or any new opportunities like those state checks, please make sure you subscribe. Just hit that button right down below the video.
It's totally free.
Totally free, takes 2 seconds, and I promise I'll always be right here by your side, bringing you the latest information as accurately and quickly as I can. If this deep dive has brought you maybe some clarity, maybe a little peace of mind in these uncertain times, please do me a favor and give it a like.
Helps others find the info, too.
Exactly. And knowing how vital this information is, please consider sharing this deep dive. Share it with your friends, your family, maybe post it on social media so more people can stay informed and empowered and avoid that misinformation we talked about.
Get the real facts out there.
Get the real facts out there. And please remember, there are literally thousands of other videos right here on the channel. They're packed with information on benefits, programs, ways to save money, ways to get money. Go back and explore them when you have a moment. They are all here as a resource.
Hey everyone, welcome to today's deep dive. We're talking about something that's probably on everyone's mind, boosting your finances.
Absolutely.
You know, you've likely heard about a potential $200 monthly raise for beneficiaries.
Right.
And the possibility of another $2,000 stimulus check. But we're going to go deeper than just those headlines.
Yeah, today we're cutting through the noise to give you the information you need, for those of you who are trying to make informed decisions about your finances.
Exactly. And to help us navigate all of this is our incredible expert speaker.
Thanks.
They'll be breaking down all the facts and figures and maybe even revealing a few surprises.
Happy to be here.
Okay, so let's start with that $200 monthly raise.
Okay.
Making the rounds for a while now. What's the real scoop?
Well, this proposed raise is part of the Social Security Expansion Act.
Okay.
Which, to clarify, aims to enhance Social Security benefits.
Uh-huh.
And while it was introduced over a year ago, it's still very much in play.
So it's not just a rumor.
It's not just a rumor.
There's a genuine chance this could actually happen.
That's right.
Okay.
But it's worth acknowledging that with the current cost of living, an extra $200 a month, it might not feel like a game changer for everyone.
Yeah, that's true. That's a very fair point. But every little bit helps, right?
Yeah.
Especially when it comes to fixed incomes. Now, our research uncovered something pretty fascinating.
Okay.
The way this raise is structured, giving everyone the same amount,
Right.
might actually be hurting its chances of passing.
Hmm.
Can you shed some light on that for us?
Well, what's fascinating here is the potential for a targeted approach.
Okay.
Focusing the raise on lower income beneficiaries could actually resonate better with both sides of the aisle. Politically, it's seen as more fiscally responsible.
Right.
And from a social impact perspective, it directly addresses, those poverty concerns.
So instead of spreading the benefits kind of thinly, they're considering concentrating them.
Yeah.
Where they'll have the most impact.
Exactly. It's a strategy that could make the raise more likely to pass while also ensuring that those who need it most receive a substantial boost.
Okay. Now let's shift gears to that ever-tantalizing topic, stimulus checks.
Okay.
Everyone is buzzing about a possible $2,000 payment.
Uh-huh.
Could this actually become a reality in the current economic landscape?
Well, if we connect this to the bigger picture, stimulus checks are often linked to the overall health of the economy.
Right, and let's be honest, the financial news has been a bit of a roller coaster ride lately.
While there have been ups and downs, it's crucial to remember that stimulus checks are typically introduced during times of economic uncertainty,
Right.
aiming to provide relief and stimulate spending.
So it's not a guarantee, but it's definitely a possibility.
Precisely. It's a tool that policymakers might consider to help stabilize the economy and support individuals and families.
Especially if the economy were to take a downturn.
Well-
Okay, so we've got this potential $200 monthly raise and a possible $2,000 stimulus check on the table.
Right.
But here's the million-dollar question.
Okay.
Could someone actually get both?
Yes, absolutely.
Really?
And here's why. They originate from different funding sources
Yeah.
and have distinct eligibility criteria.
So it's not an either.
That's right.
This is starting to sound pretty good.
It's important to understand that the income thresholds used for stimulus checks
Mm-hmm.
are generally set higher than the typical income levels of most fixed income beneficiaries.
So even with a $200 raise, most beneficiaries would still likely fall within that range to be eligible for a stimulus check.
That's a strong possibility. To put it into perspective, for a single filer, the last stimulus check had an income threshold of $75,000.
Okay.
With the $200 monthly increase, many beneficiaries would remain well below that limit.
Wow, that's great news for those who could really benefit from that extra support.
It certainly presents a potential opportunity for a significant financial boost. Welcome back to part 2 of our deep dive.
Okay,
So we're getting practical
Yeah.
with those potential financial benefits.
all right, we've talked about the possibility of a $200 monthly raise and a $2,000 stimulus check.
Right.
Now, let's explore how those could make a real difference in your life.
Absolutely.
So let's get down to brass tacks here.
Yeah.
What are some smart ways our listeners could use this extra money
Yeah.
to really boost their financial well-being?
It really depends on, individual circumstances and goals, of course.
Right, because one person's financial dream might be another person's everyday necessity.
Exactly. For some, it might be about tackling those high-interest debts,
Mhm.
like credit cards or
Really?
personal loans.
Makes sense. Getting rid of those high interest rates can really free up so much breathing room in your budget.
Absolutely. For others, it could be about creating a financial safety net. That emergency fund we all need for those unexpected life events.
Yeah, having that cushion can make all the difference when it comes to peace of mind.
Absolutely. And then there are those who might use this extra money to invest in their future,
Uh-huh.
whether it's retirement contributions
Right.
or saving for a down payment on a home.
It's all about taking those steps towards financial security
Yeah.
and achieving those long-term goals.
Absolutely. And let's not forget those small but meaningful indulgences.
Ooh, yes.
That can add so much joy to life.
Absolutely. Sometimes a little treat is just what we need to kind of recharge and refocus.
Exactly. Maybe it's that weekend getaway you've been longing for,
What?
or treating yourself to a nice dinner.
Or even just having that extra wiggle room in your budget
Yeah.
to, enjoy your hobbies or spend quality time with loved ones.
It's about finding that balance
Yeah.
between responsible financial planning and actually enjoying the present moment.
I love that.
Hmm.
Personal finance isn't just about crunching numbers and being, super strict all the time.
No.
It's about creating a life that feels good,
Yes.
financially and emotionally.
Couldn't agree more. It's about aligning your spending with your values.
Yes.
And making those things that bring you joy a priority.
Okay. Let's paint some, real world pictures here.
Okay.
Say someone is struggling with credit card debt.
Okay.
How could these potential benefits help them kind of get back on track?
Let's imagine someone has $5,000 in credit card debt at an average interest rate of 18%.
Oof.
That's a significant burden.
Yeah, those high interest rates can be a real drain.
They really can. Now, imagine receiving that $2,000 stimulus check. Putting that entire amount towards the credit card debt
Wow.
would instantly reduce the balance to $3,000.
That's a huge chunk gone. Plus, it saves a lot in future interest charges.
Exactly. And with an extra $200 per month from the raise, they could accelerate their debt repayment even further.
Potentially be debt-free much faster. It's incredible how those, seemingly small amounts can snowball into such significant progress.
It's a powerful reminder that consistency and a clear plan can make all the difference.
Now, let's shift focus to someone who's dreaming of owning a home.
Okay.
How could these potential benefits help them get closer to that goal.
For many, the biggest hurdle to homeownership is saving for that down payment.
Especially with the current housing market.
Absolutely. But imagine getting a $2,000 boost from a stimulus check. That could be a fantastic jumpstart to a down payment fund.
Yeah. It's like a head start on building that financial foundation for home ownership.
Exactly. And then with an extra $200 flowing in each month, they could consistently contribute to their down payment savings.
Yeah. It might take some time, but with patience and diligence, that dream of owning a home could become a reality.
And let's not underestimate the power of compound interest. The sooner you start saving, the more time your money has to grow.
It's like watching your money work for you.
Absolutely. And you don't need to be a financial wizard to make it happen.
There are so many resources available to help people learn about saving, investing, managing their money effectively.
Absolutely. Books, websites, podcasts, even financial advisors who can provide personalized guidance.
It's all about finding what works for you and taking those first steps towards financial empowerment.
And remember, even small changes made consistently can create big results over time.
It's about progress, not perfection.
Yes.
Okay. So we've looked at how these potential benefits could help with paying off debt, saving for a home.
Right.
But let's zoom out for a moment.
Okay.
Financial well-being is about more than just dollars and cents, isn't it?
You're absolutely right. It's about feeling secure, empowered, and in control of your life.
It's about having the freedom to pursue your passions, care for your loved ones, and live a life that aligns with your values.
And that's something everyone deserves, regardless of income or circumstances.
As we continue our deep dive into boosting your finances, let's keep those, bigger goals in mind.
Absolutely.
Let's explore not just how to make more money, but how to make our money work harder for us.
Yes.
So we can live richer, more fulfilling lives.
Because ultimately, money is a tool.
Yes.
To help us achieve those goals and live the life we envision.
So before we wrap up this part, I want to encourage our listeners to really think about their own financial dreams and goals.
Absolutely.
What do you want to achieve? What steps can you take today, even small ones, to move closer to those aspirations?
Remember, small, consistent actions can create a ripple effect over time.
Don't underestimate the power of setting intentions and taking those first steps. Now, before we move on to the final part of our deep dive, let's address the political realities surrounding these potential benefits. We've talked about the $200 monthly raise and the $2,000 stimulus check. But how likely are these to actually happen?
That's the million-dollar question, and unfortunately, there's no crystal ball.
Right. So how do we make sense of all the political back and forth?
The political landscape is constantly in flux.
Yeah.
And there are many factors that could influence the outcome of these proposals, but staying informed is key.
All right, listeners, get ready to navigate the twists and turns of the political arena. In the final part of our deep dive, we'll examine the arguments for and against these proposals.
We'll explore the potential roadblocks and discuss how you can make your voice heard and advocate for policies that would benefit you and your community.
So stay tuned for part 3, where we empower you to become informed and engaged citizens.
We'll see you there.
Welcome back to the final part of our deep dive. We've explored the potential for a $200 monthly raise and a $2,000 stimulus check, and we've looked at how they could help you reach your goals.
Now let's tackle the big question everyone's wondering. Will these actually happen?
Right, because let's face it, the political landscape can be a bit of a maze.
It's true, but by understanding the dynamics at play, we can get a clearer picture.
So let's dive into the realities surrounding these proposals and see what our research reveals.
Sounds good.
Okay, starting with that $200 monthly raise for beneficiaries, we know there's debate about the best approach. You mentioned earlier that the idea of a universal raise where everyone gets the same amount is facing some headwinds.
Exactly. Some policymakers are advocating for a more targeted approach, focusing on those with the greatest need.
So instead of a one-size-fits-all, they're considering a more tailored solution.
Precisely. They're exploring various options, like a tiered system or an income cap to achieve that balance.
That makes sense. It's about ensuring that the benefits are distributed in a way that's financially sound, but also addresses those who need it most.
That's right. And that focus on providing tangible assistance is a positive sign.
Okay, now let's turn our attention to the stimulus check. We know those are often linked to the state of the economy.
Right.
And as we've discussed, the economic picture has been a bit mixed lately.
Yeah.
So is another stimulus check likely? What are the chances?
It's difficult to say for certain, however. Policymakers often consider stimulus checks as a way to boost the economy and provide relief during uncertain times,
So while we can't predict the future, it's a possibility that's definitely on the radar.
especially if economic conditions were to shift in a direction that calls for additional support.
Okay, so we have these two potential benefits, both with their own sets of possibilities and uncertainties.
It's true, the political process can sometimes feel like a waiting game.
But here's the crucial point. Your voice matters in this process. You have the power to influence the outcome.
Absolutely. Don't underestimate the impact of contacting your elected officials, sharing your perspective, and advocating for the policies that align with your needs and values.
It's about making your voice heard and letting your representatives know what matters most to you.
And remember, you don't need to be a political expert to make a difference.
Just being informed, engaged, and actively participating in the process is a powerful step.
Absolutely.
Okay, so as we wrap up this deep dive, let's bring it back to you, our amazing listener. We've explored the potential for a $200 monthly raise and a $2,000 stimulus check, recognizing both the possibilities and the unknowns.
Right.
We've discussed practical strategies for using this potential extra income to achieve your financial goals. And we've emphasized the importance of staying informed and engaged in the political process.
Right. It's about taking ownership of your financial well-being.
Exactly. So what's the key takeaway here? What can you do right now to feel more empowered and in control?
That's a good question.
Well, here's a thought. Why not take some time to envision your financial dreams, regardless of whether these specific benefits come to pass?
That's a great idea. It's about cultivating a mindset of abundance, believing in your ability to achieve those aspirations.
Imagine a world where you have the resources to make those dreams a reality, whether it's buying a home, starting a business, or simply enjoying greater financial freedom.
I love that.
It might seem like a distant goal, but remember, even small steps taken consistently can lead to remarkable results over time.
Absolutely. Consistency is key.
So start planning, start saving, and most importantly, start believing in yourself and your capacity to create a brighter financial future.
You got this.
And who knows, maybe these potential benefits will materialize, providing an extra boost to your financial journey.
That would be fantastic.
Either way, you've got this. Keep learning, keep growing, and keep striving towards those goals.
Absolutely.
We've reached the end of our deep dive, listeners. We hope this exploration has been insightful and empowering, equipping you with knowledge and inspiration to take charge of your financial well-being.
We had a great time.
Remember, your financial journey is unique, and there's no one-size-fits-all approach.
That's right.
Stay curious, stay informed, and keep diving deep.
Until next time.
Keep those dreams alive and take those steps towards making them a reality.
Oof.
Hey, everyone, wouldn't it be great, wouldn't it be nice to have some extra cash? To have some financial breathing room, maybe even enough to, finally tackle that dream project you've been putting off.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, today we're diving deep into something that could be pretty exciting. We're looking at the possibility of a $2,400 stimulus check. It could be hitting your bank account in 2025.
That's right.
We've got research, historical trends, and we've even got some expert opinions. We're going to sift through all of that, and it seems like everything is pointing towards another round of stimulus checks.
And you know what? I'm going to tell you something. The idea of getting a $2,400 loosed, that's pretty darn exciting.
It is. It really is.
But before we get too carried away with all this excitement, we really need to understand, what's going on underneath. What are the economic conditions that drive these decisions about stimulus checks?
Yeah, okay, you're right. Let's break it down. What is the connection between the economy and these stimulus checks?
Well, it's all about what economists call an inverse correlation. And basically, it just means the weaker the economy gets, the more likely we are to see stimulus measures like these checks.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So tough times for the economy could actually mean good news for our wallets.
Potentially, yeah. If you think back to the dot-com bubble burst in the early 2000s, the economy took a hit. And what happened? People got checks for $300.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. It wasn't a fortune or anything, but it definitely helped.
Exactly. And then came the 2008 financial crisis. Things were even tougher back then.
Yeah.
And the stimulus checks jumped up to $600.
Oh, wow.
And of course, we all remember 2020, right? During the pandemic, those checks reached $1,200.
So there's a pattern here, a sort of doubling effect with each economic downturn.
That's right. And if this trend continues, the next round of stimulus checks could very well be $2,400.
Wow, that's a pretty significant amount. It could really make a real difference for people struggling with bills or debt or just trying to make ends meet,
Right.
all that kind of stuff.
Absolutely. And you
Right.
know what? Beyond those individual benefits, Those checks can have a positive ripple effect, like throughout the entire economy.
Okay, I'm intrigued. Tell me more about how these checks can boost the economy as a whole.
So when people get extra money, what do? They tend to spend it, right? And so this increased spending helps businesses, it creates jobs, and it just stimulates economic growth. Economists call this fiscal stimulus.
So it's like a jump start for the economy, getting things moving in a more positive direction.
Precisely.
Okay.
And, it's not just about the spending.
Yep.
These checks can also provide individuals with a sense of financial security, like confidence, and that can further boost consumer spending and economic activity.
Oh, so it's like a psychological boost as well, knowing that you have a little extra cushion to, fall back on.
Exactly. That peace of mind can be so valuable during times of economic uncertainty.
Okay, so let's talk about the current economic climate. Are there any signs that a recession and therefore another round of stimulus checks might be on the horizon?
Well, there have been some recent developments that are worth looking at.
Like what?
Well, we've seen a little bit of an uptick in unemployment claims,
Oh, okay.
particularly in sectors like manufacturing and tech.
That's concerning. Those are usually pretty key industries that drive economic growth.
They are. And the Federal Reserve, the central bank of the U.S., they've been cutting interest rates. Think of it like they're hitting the brakes on the economy,
Okay.
It means that they're starting to see some trouble ahead. They're trying to slow things down gently before we crash.
So those rate cuts are like a signal, kind of, that the Fed is worried about a potential economic slowdown.
They are, and they're taking steps to try to prevent a full-blown recession.
Okay, so what other indicators should we be watching for to kind of gauge the likelihood of a recession and, maybe those potential stimulus checks?
Well, keep an eye on those economic growth reports.
Okay.
If we see growth consistently slowing down, that's kind of a red flag. Also, pay attention to the Federal Reserve, what they're saying, what they're announcing. If their tone starts to become more cautious or negative, that could also signal some trouble ahead.
So we need to stay informed and read between the lines, so to speak.
Exactly. Being aware of all these economic signals can help us anticipate potential changes and make informed financial decisions.
All right, let's say that a recession does hit and those $2,400 checks become a reality. What are some wise ways that people can use that money to their advantage?
Well, it really depends. It depends on individual circumstances and what their financial goals are. But here's the thing. This potential influx of cash could be a game changer for so many people.
Okay, I'm all ears. Let's dive into those potential benefits.
Okay, great. Welcome back to the deep dive.
Okay, so where were we?
We were talking about all the benefits of those potential stimulus checks, from covering essential needs to making strategic investments, all those good things we talked about.
Right.
It's definitely an exciting prospect. But, even if those checks don't materialize, there's still things you can do.
Okay.
Plenty of steps you can take right now
Okay.
to navigate this kind of uncertain economic climate
Yeah.
and just build a really solid financial foundation.
Well, I love that proactive approach. Let's dive into those practical steps. What can people do right now to get their finances in order, regardless of, what happens with the economy?
One of the most important things is to just create a realistic budget.
Okay.
It's like taking inventory, you look at your finances, where's your money going, and then you got to make sure it's actually aligned with your goals.
Yeah. I think a lot of people avoid budgeting because it seems like, I don't know, intimidating or restrictive or something.
Yeah.
But it doesn't have to be that way.
No, not at all. Think of a budget as a roadmap to financial freedom. It's not about depriving yourself. It's about making conscious choices, prioritizing the stuff that matters most.
So it's about taking control of your finances rather than letting them control you.
Exactly. And once you have a clear picture, of your income and your expenses, you can start figuring out, where you could save a little extra each month.
Okay, so let's get specific. Where are some common places people might find some hidden savings?
Well, you got to look closely at your subscriptions.
Okay.
All those streaming services. Do you really need all of them? Or are there some you could, I don't know, live without?
I've been guilty of that myself. I sign up for those free trials and then I totally forget to cancel them.
Oh, yeah. It happens to everyone. And, don't forget about those recurring charges, the ones that happen every month.
Okay.
You might not even be aware of them, like old gym memberships that you don't use anymore, or those subscription boxes you're not really interested in.
Yeah, it's amazing how those small amounts can really add up over time.
They do. They really, really do. And then there's dining out, Eating at home can make a big difference in your budget.
Yeah. But sometimes you just got to get that takeout. You know what I mean? Those cravings hit hard.
I hear you. It's all about balance. Maybe try cooking at home more during the week and then save those restaurant outings for like special occasions or something.
That's a good tip. What about like those larger expenses like housing or transportation? Any advice on managing those?
Well, when it comes to housing, you could maybe think about downsizing.
Oh, okay.
Or maybe you could try renegotiating your rent if that's possible.
Right.
And if you're a homeowner, maybe you could refinance your mortgage. It might lower those monthly payments.
Right, right. And with transportation, there's always carpooling, public transportation, even biking or walking to work, if that works for you.
Yeah. It's about exploring those alternatives and finding ways to cut down those transportation costs.
Okay, so we've talked about budgeting and cutting expenses. What about the flip side, increasing income?
Yeah, that's a great point.
Any tips on that front?
One of the best ways to boost your income is to invest in yourself. Invest in your skills, your education. Maybe take some courses, get some new certifications, maybe even go for a whole degree.
Yeah.
That could lead to higher paying jobs, open up new career opportunities.
It's like that saying, the best investment you can make is in yourself.
Exactly. And in today's digital age, there are so many online learning platforms.
Oh, yeah.
It's easier than ever to just acquire new skills from home, You don't even have to go anywhere.
That's true. What about like side hustles? Are those still a good way to earn extra income?
Yeah, absolutely. Side hustles are a great way to, supplement your income. You can explore your passions, maybe gain some valuable experience.
Yeah, everyone's talking about the gig economy these days.
Yeah.
There's so many opportunities out there.
Yeah.
Like freelance writing or being a virtual assistant or driving for rideshare companies or delivering food.
Yeah, the key is just to find something that, aligns with your skills and your interests, something that you actually enjoy doing.
That makes a big difference because if you're passionate about what you're doing, it doesn't even feel like work.
Exactly. And even if you can only dedicate a few hours each week, that extra income can make a real impact.
Okay, so we've covered budgeting, cutting expenses, increasing income, all that good stuff. But let's be honest, finances could just feel overwhelming sometimes. What advice do you have for people who are feeling stressed or anxious about money?
Well, the first thing to remember is that you're not alone. So many people experience financial stress at some point. It's just a normal human emotion.
Yeah, it's easy to feel isolated or ashamed when you're struggling, but just talking about it can be so helpful.
Absolutely. Don't be afraid to reach out to people you trust, friends, family, or even a financial therapist.
Yeah.
Just sharing your concerns, getting advice, it can take such a huge weight off your shoulders.
It's like that saying, a problem shared is a problem halved.
Exactly.
Right.
And remember, focus on what you can control. You might not be able to change everything overnight, but you can take small steps each day,
Yeah.
Improve your habits, build your knowledge, and work towards your goals.
So it's about having that positive mindset, taking action and focusing on the progress rather than being perfect.
Precisely. And don't underestimate the power of self-care.
Yeah.
Taking care of your mental and physical health is so important when you're dealing with financial challenges. You need that resilience and clarity.
That's so true.
Yeah.
When you're stressed, it's so easy to neglect your well-being, but that can actually make things worse.
It really can. Make time for activities you enjoy, things that help you de-stress. Maybe it's spending time in nature, listening to music, practicing yoga, just connecting with loved ones.
It's about finding those healthy coping mechanisms that work for you.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And remember, financial well-being is a journey. There will be ups and downs.
Yeah.
But by developing healthy habits, seeking support, and focusing on your progress, you can build a life of financial security and peace of mind.
Okay, this has been super insightful. All these practical strategies for managing money and navigating that financial stress. I think our listeners now have a toolbox, full of tips and techniques to take control of their finances,
I hope so.
to build a brighter future.
I hope so too. And remember, financial empowerment is within your reach. It really is. It's about taking action, making informed choices, and just believing in your ability to create that abundance,
Absolutely. Welcome back, everyone, to The Deep Dive. We're jumping right back into our conversation all about that potential $2,400 stimulus check coming in 2025.
You got it. And we've been talking about all sorts of things, like how the economy might be headed and smart ways to use that money, even if it's, not a sure thing yet.
Right, exactly. Budgeting, dealing with debt, thinking positively about money, even getting support from our community. We've covered a lot.
We have. But you know what? We saved the most exciting part for last.
Ooh, I like the sound of that.
Let's talk about what you could actually do with that potential $2,400 boost.
Okay, I am ready to dream big. What are some of the, most impactful ways people could use this money to really create a brighter future for themselves, their families, the whole shebang?
Well, it all comes down to you. What are your values? What are your long-term goals? And how can you align your spending with those? For some folks, it might be about finally achieving that dream they've always had.
Ooh, like what? Give me some examples.
Imagine finally having the funds to start that small business you always wanted to.
Oh, that's huge. It could be the start of something amazing.
It really could. Or how about investing in your education? You could take that course, maybe even go for a whole degree. Who knows what doors that could open?
Yeah, it's like unlocking your potential.
Yeah.
Creating a pathway to a better career, something more fulfilling, more rewarding.
Exactly. And for others, it might be about making memories that will last a lifetime. Spending time with the people they love.
Like taking that dream vacation you've always talked about.
Exactly. Imagine exploring a new culture, relaxing on a beautiful beach, or even just spending quality time with family and friends. Those are the experiences that bring real joy, the kind that lasts.
Yeah, those are memories you hold on to forever. It's not just about spending money. It's about investing in those experiences that make you happy.
That's it. And for some people, it might be about giving back to their community, maybe donating to a cause that means something to them, supporting an organization doing good work.
Oh, that's such a wonderful way to use that money. Amplifying the good, spreading kindness and generosity.
Exactly. It's about recognizing we're all connected. By supporting each other, we're creating a stronger community for everyone.
Okay, so we've talked dreams, we've talked experiences, giving back. But what about those everyday practical things? How could that $2,400 help people with those day-to-day challenges?
Well, for one, it could be a real lifesaver for those unexpected things that pop up. Car repairs, medical bills, even just having a little extra to cover groceries when things are tight.
Yeah, it's like having a safety net. Lets you breathe easier, face those tough times with more confidence.
Exactly. And for those struggling with debt, this could be their chance to finally make a serious dent in those balances. Think about it. Paying off a credit card, getting ahead on student loans.
Wow, a chance to break free. Start building a more secure future.
You got it. And sometimes it's just about having a little wiggle room in your budget. That can make the difference between feeling totally stressed and overwhelmed or like you're actually in control.
Yeah, that feeling of stability, that can change everything. It's about having choices,
Yeah.
living a life that reflects your values.
Absolutely. So you see, this potential $2,400 boost, it's not just about the money itself. It's about all the possibilities that come with it.
It's about shifting your mindset, believing in yourself, and taking steps to make your dreams a reality.
Exactly. And remember, even if those checks don't happen, you still have the power to create that brighter future.
Yeah, it's about all those smart strategies we've been discussing. Budgeting, having a positive attitude towards money, supporting each other.
That's it.
This has been an incredible conversation. I'm feeling really inspired, and I think our listeners are walking away with so much hope, so many ideas.
I hope so too.
It's about knowing we can all achieve financial well-being. It's within our reach.
Absolutely. It's about taking those steps, making smart choices, and most importantly, believing in ourselves.
And on that note, we'll wrap up this deep dive. Thanks for being here with us, everyone.
It's been fantastic sharing these insights with you all. And remember, stay curious, stay informed, and keep working towards those goals. We're here to support you every...
All right, everybody, let's jump right in. We're diving into something I bet a lot of you were thinking about, too. Would you get a stimulus check if a new one happened? Picture this $2,000 stimulus check right there in the headlines. Would that be your money?
It's funny. Everyone's asking, will I get it? But the thing is, those checks aren't really about whether you need the money. It's about the whole economy.
Yeah, it's like the economy have to, scream before anyone pays attention. And we've all felt that, haven't we? It's like, hello, what about me?
Exactly. It's not about what people want. It's about getting the economy going again when things are rough. And actually, if you look back, there's a pretty clear pattern with these stimulus checks. I mean, we've had 3 just in the last few years. Remember, $1,200 in early 2020, then $600 at the end of 2020, and another $1,400 in early 2021.
Oh, yeah, those are big news. And our sources are pointing out some interesting stuff about who got those checks. It depended on how much money you made.
Yeah, every check had a cutoff, like a limit on how much income you could have to qualify. So for that first one, the $1,200 one, it was $100,000 if you're single, $200,000 for married couples. But then for the $600 and the $1,400 checks, those limits went down $75,000 for individuals, $150,000 for couples.
So they actually made it harder to qualify as time went on. Huh, that's interesting. And this is where it gets really important for people listening who are on low incomes or fixed incomes.
Absolutely. Our sources are saying that most people in those situations, they make less than $40,000 a year. So even with those lower cutoffs, they probably still would have gotten those last couple checks.
That makes sense. But what if they decide to make those limits even lower next time? Could people on low or fixed incomes get left out?
That's a great question. And that's why looking at what happened before is so important. I mean, if we see the same pattern, it seems like even if those limits go down a little, most people making under $40,000 would probably still be included.
Okay, so say there is a new stimulus check, and it looks like you'd qualify based on your income. But then what about your regular benefits? Like Social Security or whatever. A lot of people are worried about that.
Oh, yeah, people worry about that all the time. And honestly, it shows there's some confusion about how these checks actually work. See, technically, they're what's called an advance on a refundable tax credit. An important thing is they don't mess with your regular monthly benefits at all.
I'm glad you brought that up because we got to break down this refundable tax credit thing. It sounds kind of scary,
For sure, for sure. It basically means that even if you don't make any money at all, you can still get this credit. And that means you can still get a stimulus check.
Whoa. So even if you don't usually file taxes, you could still get one. That's amazing. It really sounds like they're trying to make sure this money gets to the people who need it most. But how does that work? If you have zero income, you don't owe any taxes, so how can you get money back? Isn't the whole idea of a refund?
That's where that refundable part comes in. Imagine this. You owe $0 in taxes, right? But you qualify for a $100 refundable credit. You'll actually get that $100 back. That's what refundable means. It's money you're entitled to, even if you didn't pay any taxes in the first place.
Oh, okay. That makes a lot more sense. So anybody listening who's thinking, I don't file taxes, so this doesn't matter to me, well, that might not be true. You could still be eligible for a stimulus check because of this refundable tax credit thing.
Exactly. It's a way for the government to give financial help directly to people who need it, no matter if they file taxes or not.
So based on all this, it seems like if another stimulus check happens, a lot of you listening, especially those on lower or fixed incomes, you probably wouldn't be left out. And these checks wouldn't affect your regular benefits either. That's a pretty big deal.
It really is. It's something good to keep in mind when you're thinking about your money situation. Knowing this could be out there, it could make a big difference, especially when the economy feels uncertain.
Yeah, it's like having a little breathing room, knowing there might be some help coming if things get tough.
You got it. And that peace of mind that can be super valuable, especially in times like these. It's not just about the money itself. It's about feeling a little more secure, knowing you might have some options.
I love how you put that. That's so true. It's like that feeling of knowing there's a little cushion there just in case. And that can change how you feel about your finances, about your future.
Absolutely. We hope this deep dive has helped you understand how these stimulus checks work, who might get them, and how knowing this stuff can help you make good financial decisions.
We always say knowledge is power, and this is a great example. When you understand how things like stimulus checks work, the good and the bad, it helps you plan ahead, get through tough times, and maybe even see opportunities you didn't notice before.
Exactly. It's all about being informed and ready. And remember, even if another stimulus check doesn't happen, there are other resources and support systems out there to help you reach your financial goals.
So keep learning, keep asking questions, and we'll see you next time. Until then, stay curious, stay informed, and stay empowered.
Precisely. It's a way for the government to get financial assistance directly to people who need it, regardless of their tax filing status.
So based on all this, it seems pretty likely that if another stimulus check is approved, a good chunk of you listening, especially those on lower or fixed incomes, wouldn't be left out. And these checks wouldn't mess with your regular benefits either. That's a pretty big deal.
It is. It's valuable information to have when you're thinking about your financial planning. Knowing this potential safety net is out there could make a big difference, especially in uncertain economic times.
You're absolutely right. It's like having a little extra breathing room knowing there might be some help coming down the line. But let's be real for a minute. What happens if the economy doesn't take a downturn and the government decides against another stimulus check? What options are there for folks who are struggling to make ends meet right now?
That's a crucial point. And it highlights the reality that stimulus checks are a temporary fix, not a long-term solution for systemic economic challenges. They're like a Band-Aid, not a cure.
Okay, so while it's great to be aware of the possibility of future stimulus checks, it's equally important to explore other avenues for financial stability and support. We can't just sit around waiting for a check that might never come.
Exactly. There are a lot of resources out there, from local community organizations to government programs that offer more ongoing assistance. It's about knowing where to look and who to ask for help.
And that's a perfect segue to our next point. We want to hear from you. What are your thoughts on this whole stimulus check situation? Have you received one in the past? How did it impact your life?
Your experiences and insights could be incredibly valuable to others who are navigating similar challenges. So please share your thoughts in the comments below.
It's so helpful to hear different perspectives and experiences. And speaking of valuable insights, we want to leave you with something to ponder. Let's say a new $2,000 stimulus check is approved, and based on everything we've discussed, you're pretty likely to be eligible. How would that change your outlook?
It's a great question to consider. Would you use it to catch up on bills, maybe pay down some debt? Or would you see it as an opportunity to invest in your future or maybe even start a small business?
Those are all excellent points. It could also just provide some much-needed breathing room in your budget, relieve some stress, and give you a little more peace of mind.
Exactly. And that peace of mind can be incredibly valuable, especially during times of economic uncertainty. It's not just about the money itself, but the sense of security and opportunity it could provide.
That's such a powerful way to put it. It's like that feeling of knowing you have a little cushion to fall back on if things get tough. And that can make a world of difference in how you approach your finances in your future.
Absolutely. We hope this deep dive has given you a better understanding of how stimulus checks work, who might qualify, and how this knowledge can empower you to make informed financial decisions.
We always say knowledge is power, and in this case it really is. Understanding the potential benefits and limitations of economic policies like stimulus checks can help you plan ahead, navigate challenges, and maybe even spot opportunities you might not have seen before.
It's all about being informed and prepared. And remember, even if another stimulus check doesn't materialize, there are still resources and support systems out there to help you reach your financial goals.
So keep exploring, keep learning, and keep those questions coming. Until next time, stay curious, stay informed, and stay empowered. So it's really helpful, to hear from everyone what they're thinking, what they've been through.
And speaking of helpful stuff, we want to leave you with something to think about. Let's say, hypothetically, there is a new $2,000 stimulus check, right? And based on everything we've talked about, it's looking pretty likely you'd be eligible for it. How would that change things for you? That's a great question to really sit with. Would you use it to catch up on bills, maybe pay off some debt? Or would it be like an opportunity, a chance to invest in your future, or even, I don't know, start a small business?
Ooh, yeah, those are all such good points. I mean, it could also just be that breathing room you need in your budget, take a little stress off, give you some peace of mind.
Exactly. And that peace of mind that can be so valuable, especially with all the economic uncertainty out there. It's not just about the money. It's about that feeling of security, that sense of possibility.
That is such a good way to put it. It's like knowing you've got that little cushion just in case things get rough.
Yeah.
And that can make a huge difference in how you think about your money, your future.
Absolutely. And we really hope this deep dive, it's given you a better idea of how these stimulus checks work, who might qualify, and how all this knowledge can help you make smart financial decisions.
We always say knowledge is power, and in this case, it really is true. When you understand how these big policies work, like stimulus checks, the good and the bad, it helps you plan for the future, deal with challenges, and maybe even see opportunities you wouldn't have noticed before.
It's all about being prepared and informed. And hey, even if another stimulus check doesn't happen, remember, there are still resources and support out there to help you reach your financial goals.
So keep exploring, keep learning, keep those questions coming. We'll see you next time. Until then, stay curious, stay informed, and Hey everyone, welcome to another deep dive. Today we're going to be tackling something that's probably on a lot of people's minds.
Yeah.
And that's the possibility of another stimulus check hitting our bank account sometime soon.
Oh, yeah. Always a hot topic, right?
Absolutely. Especially these days.
Yeah, for sure.
With the economy being a little bit rocky, you sent over this analysis from a financial expert.
Right.
And it dives into some of the factors that might actually determine whether or not we get another round of stimulus checks.
It's really fascinating stuff. You hear a lot of talk about, people demanding stimulus checks.
Yeah.
But this expert makes a really strong case that it's not about public pressure. It's actually all about the economy.
So it's not just a matter of how many people are hoping for another check.
Not at all. I mean, think about it. Like the government's not just going to hand out money because people are asking for it.
Right.
There has to be a real economic justification. And this expert points to a pretty clear historical pattern.
Okay. I'm intrigued. Tell me more about this pattern.
Well, every time there's been a significant recession in recent history, stimulus checks have followed. It's like clockwork.
Really? Give me some examples.
Sure. So let's go back to the early 2000s. Remember the dot-com bubble burst?
Yeah.
Well, the economy took a hit, and what happened?
I'm guessing stimulus checks.
You got it. Boom. $300 checks for eligible individuals.
Wow. Okay,
Yeah.
so that's one instance. What about more recently?
Okay, fast forward to 2008, the financial crisis. Another recession and another round of stimulus, this time for $600.
Okay, yeah.
And then, of course, we all remember 2020 and the pandemic.
Oh, yeah, those $1,200 checks were a lifesaver for a lot of folks.
Absolutely. And that was the biggest recession in decades, so the biggest stimulus yet.
So it seems like the amount they're sending out is actually increasing each time.
It's an interesting trend, right?
It is. Makes you wonder what might be next if that pattern continues.
Uh-huh. Yeah, you're getting ahead of me a little there.
I know. I just can't help but get excited about the possibilities.
I get it. But before we start daydreaming about, what we'd spend those hypothetical checks on,
Right.
let's bring it back down to earth and look at what's actually happening in the economy right now.
Okay. Yeah, that's important. What's this expert saying about the current economic climate?
Well, they're pointing to some recent data that suggests we might be headed for a slowdown.
That doesn't sound good.
It's not necessarily all doom and gloom, but there are some warning signs, things like rising unemployment claims.
Yeah, that's always a bit concerning.
It is. Economists pay very close attention to those numbers.
So what else is this expert flagging as a potential red flag?
They also mentioned the Federal Reserve's recent interest rate cuts.
Okay, yeah, I'd heard about that, but I don't really understand what it means for the average person.
Well, those cuts are intended to try to control inflation, but they also signal some underlying worries about economic growth. It's like the Fed is tapping the brakes a little just in case.
So not exactly full speed ahead for the economy.
Not quite. And here's another interesting point. This expert warns that these kinds of shifts can happen really quickly.
Oh, yeah, like back in early 2020.
Exactly.
1 minute everything seemed fine, and the next we were in lockdown.
It was a whirlwind. And think about how fast the government responded with the CARES Act and those first $1,200 checks.
Wow, it all happened so fast.
Right. It was a remarkably rapid shift from seemingly stable to widespread stimulus measures.
Okay, so we've got a potential economic slowdown on the horizon, and history tells us that could mean more stimulus checks.
Potentially.
But what I'm curious about is, what are the specific factors that experts look at
Right.
to predict these slowdowns? Like, what should we, as everyday people, be paying attention to?
Yeah, that's a great question. And it's something that a lot of people don't really think about. One thing this expert highlights is consumer confidence.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so what does that even mean?
Basically, it's how optimistic people are feeling about the economy and their own finances.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So are they, confident enough to spend money, invest, make big purchases, that kind of thing?
Exactly. And the expert makes a really interesting point that consumer confidence can actually be a powerful predictor of economic slowdowns.
So you're saying that if people are feeling unsure or pessimistic about the future,
Right.
that can actually contribute to a slowdown.
Yeah, it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy in a way. If people are worried about the economy, they might start cutting back on spending.
Right? Makes sense.
And that can ripple through businesses, lead to job losses. It's all connected.
Yeah, I see what you mean. So it's not just about, the hard economic data.
Yeah.
It's also about how people are feeling.
Absolutely. And this expert points to another indicator that's often overlooked, the yield curve.
The yield curve. Okay, I'm not familiar with that one.
Yeah, it sounds a little technical, but it's basically a way to compare interest rates on short-term and long-term bonds.
Okay, but why is that important?
Well, when the yield curve inverts, meaning short-term rates are higher than long-term rates, it can be a sign that investors are getting nervous about the future. They're basically betting that the economy's going to slow down.
So this expert is looking at things like consumer confidence and the yield curve to get a sense of where the economy might be headed.
Exactly. And they argue that these indicators can actually be more reliable than, say, the stock market.
Okay, yeah, the stock market can be pretty volatile.
Right, exactly. It can be swayed by all sorts of short-term events and news cycles, but these other indicators tend to be a bit more stable and provide a clearer picture of the long-term economic outlook.
I appreciate the expert's focus on these less obvious, but potentially more insightful indicators.
Yeah, me too. It really makes you think about how to assess the economic climate in a more nuanced way.
Absolutely.
This
Okay, let's bring it back to the topic at hand.
stimulus checks.
Yes. Could another round be on the horizon?
Well, if these indicators continue to point towards a slowdown, history suggests it's definitely possible.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Right. So let's say another round of stimulus checks does happen. What can we learn from the past to maximize those benefits?
That's a great question. One key takeaway from this experts' analysis is that the amount of stimulus has been increasing with each recession.
Right. We saw $300 in 2001, $600 in 2008, and the big jump to $1,200 in 2020.
Exactly. So if the pattern holds, the next round could be even more substantial.
Wow, that would be amazing, especially with how prices have been going up lately.
Yeah, no doubt. And, this expert emphasizes that these stimulus payments can play a crucial role in stabilizing the economy. They inject cash into households, which boosts consumer spending.
Right.
And that helps to prevent a deeper recession.
It's like a lifeline for many families.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Especially those who are struggling to make ends meet during tough times.
And it's not just about the direct relief to individuals.
No, it's bigger than that. These payments have a ripple effect throughout the entire economy.
Oh, so?
Well, when people get extra cash, they tend to spend it on goods and services, and that supports businesses and helps to create jobs.
So it's really about stimulating economic activity across the board.
Precisely. And the experts suggest that these stimulus measures can be particularly effective in jumpstarting the economy after a slowdown.
So it sounds like understanding these economic cycles and paying attention to those key indicators
Right.
could really help people prepare and potentially benefit if another round of checks is issued.
Absolutely. Knowledge is power, especially when it comes to navigating economic uncertainty.
Couldn't agree more. Speaking of navigating uncertainty, I'm curious to hear more about this expert's perspective
Right.
on how people can prepare for these potential economic shifts, regardless of whether or not stimulus checks are actually on the table.
Yeah, it's like being financially prepared can help you really take advantage of any opportunities that come your way.
Exactly.
Like, even if there is another stimulus check, having a solid financial foundation could help you make the most of it.
Absolutely. And one of the first things this expert recommends is building a solid emergency fund.
Okay. Yeah, that's always good advice. Yeah. It really is. It's like having that financial cushion that can help you weather any storm,
Yeah, whether it's a job loss or a medical emergency or even just unexpected car repairs.
Exactly. It gives you that peace of mind, that security, knowing that you can handle whatever life throws at you.
So how much does this expert recommend saving in an emergency fund?
They suggest aiming for 3 to 6 months worth of living expenses.
Okay, so that could be a significant chunk of change for some people.
It can be,
Yeah.
but even if you start small, even setting aside $20 or $50 a week,
Yeah,
it adds up over time.
absolutely. Slow and steady wins the race.
That's right. And another strategy this expert recommends is diversifying your income streams.
Okay, that's interesting. So what does that look like in practice?
Well, it could involve exploring freelance opportunities, starting a side hustle,
Yeah.
even investing in dividend-paying stocks, anything that can generate additional income outside of your primary job.
I see. So having multiple streams of income can kind of provide a safety net.
Exactly. If one income source dries up, you've got others to fall back on.
And it can also potentially increase your overall earnings, right?
Absolutely. That's the beauty of it. It's not just about security. It's also about opportunity.
Okay, so we've talked about building an emergency fund and diversifying income streams.
Mm-hmm.
What other tips does this expert have for building that financial fitness?
Well, they also emphasize the importance of managing debt wisely, especially high-interest debt like credit cards.
Right, because that could really eat into your finances.
It's like a weight dragging you down. Those high interest rates can make it really hard to get ahead.
So what's the best approach for tackling debt?
The expert recommends prioritizing paying down high-interest debt as quickly as possible.
Even if it means making small extra payments each month.
Exactly. Even an extra $20 or $50 here and there can make a big difference over time.
And as you pay down that debt, it frees up more money to put towards other goals.
Right. Absolutely. You can put more money towards savings investments or even just, enjoying life a little more.
Yeah, it's like a virtuous cycle.
Exactly. The less debt you have, the more financial freedom you have.
So we've covered a lot of ground today, from the history of stimulus checks to practical strategies for building financial fitness.
It's been a great conversation.
It really has. As we wrap up this deep dive,
Yeah.
what's the one key message you want to leave our listeners with?
I think the most important takeaway is that no matter what happens with the economy or with future stimulus measures,
Yeah,
taking control of your financial well-being is always a smart move.
absolutely.
By building a solid financial foundation, you can handle whatever comes your way and set yourself up for a brighter future.
That's a really empowering message. It's a reminder that we have more control than we often realize.
Exactly. And remember, financial preparedness isn't about depriving yourself. It's about creating opportunities and building a life you love.
That's a great point. It's about making choices that empower you and give you the freedom to pursue your dreams. So to our listeners, we hope this deep dive has given you some valuable insights and inspiration to take charge of your financial journey.
Thanks for joining us.
And remember, even small steps can lead to big fun. All right, so today we're diving deep into some stuff I know a lot of you are curious about.
Oh, yeah.
A potential $200 monthly boost for Social Security, and all those rumors swirling around about another stimulus check,
Yeah.
specifically a $2,000 one.
Right.
We're dissecting a YouTube video titled $200 Monthly Raise and $2,000 Stimulus Check Update.
Okay.
But as always, the world of financial news can be, well,
Yeah.
confusing, right?
It can be.
So we're here to clear things up and
Absolutely.
get to what really matters.
Yeah, no, it's definitely creating a lot of buzz,
Yeah.
understandably.
For sure.
These potential financial changes could really impact a lot of people.
Absolutely. So let's start with that proposed $200 increase for Social Security beneficiaries.
Okay.
It sounds pretty tempting,
Yeah.
especially with how expensive everything is these days.
Uh-huh.
But the video makes it clear this isn't a done deal.
Right.
So what's the holdup?
Yeah, so it's important to remember this raise is still just a proposal.
Okay.
It's part of the Social Security Expansion Act,
Okay.
which is being championed by Senator Bernie Sanders and a few other lawmakers. But
Mhm.
as the video points out, this act has been kind of stuck for over a year and a half now.
For a year and a half. So what does that tell us?
Right.
Is this just political talk, or is there a real shot this could become law?
It's tough to say for sure. There are some hurdles this proposal would need to clear.
Uh-huh.
For one thing, it's going to come down to cost.
Yeah.
Any significant increase in Social Security benefits is going to have a big price tag.
Right.
And in a time of tight budgets and, all these competing priorities, it's going to be a tough sell.
Yeah, that makes you wonder, even if it did pass, would $200 really make a difference?
Yeah,
Especially with inflation still going up.
right. That's a really good point. $200 might have seemed like a lot when this was first proposed.
Yeah.
But prices are climbing so much now, it might not have the same impact. Right. Plus, not all Social Security beneficiaries are in the same situation financially.
Right.
Some are receiving substantial benefits already.
Right.
So it does make you question if a blanket increase is really the most effective way to help the people who are really struggling.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. If this has any chance of passing, they might need to change their approach.
Exactly.
Make more targeted.
The video suggests, maybe targeting those who need it most.
Okay.
Maybe make sure those below the federal poverty line at least reach that minimum with the extra $200.
Yeah.
Now, that's something lawmakers could get behind.
Right, yeah.
It makes a much stronger argument.
Okay, so let's talk about that other big question everyone's thinking about.
Mhm.
Will there be another stimulus check?
Okay.
And specifically a $2,000 one.
Right.
That video title definitely got people's hopes up.
Yeah, I think just the fact that people are so tuned into this possibility really says something.
Yeah.
It suggests there's a real need out there. A lot of people are still feeling the financial strain and could use that boost.
Absolutely.
Get back on track.
So is it actually going to happen? Will we see another round of stimulus checks?
Well, as of when that video came out, a fourth stimulus check hasn't been approved.
Right.
And the key here is that, and the video calls it this, economically predicated.
Economically predicated, yeah.
Which is a fancy way of saying it all comes down to how the economy's doing.
Right.
Policymakers aren't just going to hand out money unless they feel like it's absolutely necessary.
So what signs are they looking for? What would make them say, okay, it's time for another stimulus?
Well, they're watching all sorts of economic indicators.
Okay.
Things like the unemployment rate, inflation, consumer confidence, GDP growth. They want to see if those numbers are moving in the right direction or if there's a real danger of a recession.
So if the economy starts to struggle, the chances of another stimulus check go up.
That's the basic idea.
Okay.
It's all about trying to keep the economy steady and prevent a downturn.
They'll use the stimulus to give people a bit of breathing room.
Okay.
Hopefully that leads to more spending, which helps businesses, and then ultimately boosts the whole economy.
Okay, let's say hypothetically, both The $200 raise and the $2,000 stimulus check got approved.
Yeah.
Could you actually get both at the same time?
That's a great question, and I bet a lot of people are wondering that same thing.
Right.
The good news is that these are two completely separate programs.
Okay.
They don't use the same funding, and they have different rules for who qualifies.
So it's not like getting one would make you ineligible for the other.
Not at all.
Okay.
Remember, income thresholds were a big part of who qualified for the previous stimulus checks.
Right.
You know, those limits were there to make sure the money went to those who needed it most.
The goal was to help those who were really struggling.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So let's take a quick trip down memory lane
Okay.
and look at those previous stimulus checks.
Okay.
The first one, back in 2020,
Was for $1,200. The income limit for that was $100,000 for individuals.
Right.
And $200,000 for couples filing jointly.
And then for those later rounds, they changed the income limits, right?
You have a great memory.
Look at you, Ray.
For those next checks, they lowered the limit to $75,000 for individuals and $150,000 for couples.
Okay.
The thinking was that by making those limits stricter, they could focus the aid more precisely on those with lower incomes.
So if a new $2,000 stimulus check was approved, would we probably see similar income limits?
It's definitely possible.
Okay.
You know, policymakers might decide to use similar limits to make sure that money goes to those who are really hit hard by economic troubles.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You know, you want to make sure the aid is going to the people who are really having a tough time.
Absolutely. So
Yeah.
we've established that as of when that video was made, neither the $200 raise nor the $2,000 stimulus check is a sure thing.
Right.
And as you pointed out, the economy plays a big role in whether either of these things will actually happen.
Yeah, trying to predict the economy is kind of like trying to predict the weather.
Right.
You can look at trends and forecasts, but there are always going to be those surprises.
That's a great analogy.
Yeah.
And I think it just highlights how important it is to stay informed and be ready for different possibilities.
Cool.
You know, be financially savvy and adaptable.
Exactly.
Well, this has been fascinating so far.
Yeah.
We've covered a lot of ground, but there's still more to dig into.
Yeah, we've just scratched the surface.
Exactly.
There's a lot to unpack with these proposals.
Yeah.
We need to look at them from all sides
Right.
to really understand their potential impact.
And that's exactly what we'll do in part 2 of our deep dive.
Great.
We'll be taking a closer look at the potential pros and cons of both the $200 raise and the $2,000 stimulus check. And we'll explore what's happening politically and what factors could determine if either of these proposals actually become reality.
Sounds good.
Stay tuned.
Welcome back to our deep dive.
Okay, so we can't seem to get away from all the economic chatter.
Right.
And this video keeps coming back to how stimulus checks are linked to how the economy is doing.
Mm-hmm.
They use that term economically predicated.
Right.
But what does that actually mean in real life?
That's a great question.
Yeah.
It really gets to the heart of how economic policy works.
Okay.
Economically predicated basically means those who control the purse strings,
Okay.
the policymakers, are looking at a whole bunch of economic indicators
Right.
before they do something as big as a stimulus check.
So they're not just looking at whether people are struggling. They're
Yeah.
looking at the whole picture.
They're looking at the big picture exactly.
Okay.
Think of it like
Yeah.
when you go to the doctor,
Okay.
they don't just prescribe medicine based on one symptom. They look at your temperature, blood pressure,
Well-
the whole picture
Right.
to make the right diagnosis.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same with the economy.
Okay. So what are some of the economy's vital signs that policymakers are watching?
So they're watching things like the unemployment rate,
Okay.
which tells us how many people are out of work and looking for jobs.
Right.
And then there's inflation,
Uh-huh.
which is basically how much prices are going up,
Mm-hmm.
eating away at people's paychecks.
Right.
They also look at GDP growth,
Okay.
which measures how much the economy is producing.
Mm-hmm.
And finally, consumer confidence,
Okay.
which is how optimistic people feel about the economy.
Okay. So those are like the big four.
Mm.
Unemployment, inflation, GDP growth, and consumer confidence.
Yeah,
Got it.
those are the big ones.
How do those things actually factor into the decision to send out another stimulus check or not?
Okay, so let's say the economy is looking a little shaky.
Okay.
Unemployment's going up. Inflation's eating into people's paychecks.
Mm.
And consumer confidence is dropping.
Mm-hmm.
That's when policymakers might think about a stimulus check
Okay.
as a way to put some much-needed cash back into the system.
It's kind of like jump-starting the economy.
Exactly.
Okay.
Getting people to spend again and hopefully turning things around.
So a struggling economy could actually make another stimulus check more likely.
It seems counterintuitive, but
Uh,
yeah, a struggling economy often makes stimulus measures more likely.
okay.
Policymakers see it as a way to stop things from getting even worse, to soften the impact of a potential recession.
Okay, that makes sense. The video also mentions those income limits that were on the previous stimulus checks.
Right.
Can you remind us what those were and how they might apply to a possible $2,000 check?
Sure, the income limits were there to ensure that the money was going to the people who needed it most
Right.
for that first round of checks,
Yeah.
which were for $1,200, the limit was $100,000 for individuals,
Right.
and $200,000 for couples filing jointly.
And then they changed those limits for the later checks, right?
You're right.
Yeah.
They lowered the limit to $75,000 for individuals
Okay.
and $150,000 for couples for the later checks.
Okay.
The idea was that with stricter limits, they could better target those with lower incomes.
So if a new $2,000 check was being considered,
Yeah.
would we probably see similar income limits?
It's certainly possible policymakers might stick with a similar approach to make sure that help reaches those who need it most.
It makes sense to try and make sure that money's being used well and going to the people who are really struggling.
Right.
Now, back to that $200 monthly raise.
Yeah.
The video points out a problem.
Okay.
Not all Social Security beneficiaries actually need that extra money.
Right.
It's a good point.
Yeah, it's something that gets lost sometimes.
Yeah.
While a $200 boost would be a big help to many people, there are people receiving Social Security who are already doing okay,
Right.
and they might not need the extra money as much as others.
So how do you find that balance? How do you ensure that people who really need help get it
Right.
without spreading the money too thin or spending too much?
That's the tough question.
Yeah.
And there are no easy answers.
Right.
One way,
Okay.
as the video suggests, is to target the raise
Mm-hmm.
to those who need it most.
Okay.
Maybe set an income limit.
Okay.
So only those below a certain income actually get the full 200.
I like that idea.
Yeah,
It seems fairer and more responsible.
exactly. It allows you to help those who are really struggling without putting too much pressure on the whole system.
Now, the video clearly states that at the time it was made,
Mm-hmm.
neither the $200 raise nor the $2,000 stimulus check had been approved.
Right. It's important to remember
Yeah.
these are still just proposals.
Right.
There's a long way to go before they could become reality.
So as exciting as it is to think about that extra money,
Yeah.
we got to keep our expectations in check.
We do. It's important to stay informed, but we also have to be realistic.
Yeah.
You know, things move slowly in government,
Yeah.
and there are a lot of things that could change the outcome.
The video compares predicting the economy to predicting the weather,
Yeah.
which is a good point because you can look at the trends, but there are always surprises.
Right.
Yeah.
Both the economy and the political landscape are always shifting,
Mhm.
and unexpected events can always throw a wrench in the gears.
Okay, so let's just imagine for a second
Yeah.
that both the $200 raise and the $2,000 stimulus check magically get approved.
Okay.
Could you actually receive both?
Yes, definitely.
Uh,
Those two programs are totally separate. Different funding, different eligibility rules.
So you don't have to worry about getting one disqualifying you from the other.
No, not at all.
Okay, good to know.
They're different programs for different needs. That $200 raise would be a permanent increase
Right.
to your Social Security.
Mm-hmm.
The $2,000 stimulus is a one-time payment.
Okay, so even though they're both about providing some financial help,
Yeah.
they operate independently.
They do.
Okay, that's helpful.
Good.
The video also mentions those income limits from the previous stimulus checks.
Right.
Can we go over those again?
Yeah,
And how they might be relevant to a potential $2,000 check?
absolutely. Those income limits were designed to make sure that money was going to those who needed it most.
Okay.
For that first round of $1,200 checks, the limit was $100,000 for individuals
Right.
and $200,000 for couples filing together.
And then for those later rounds, they made some changes, didn't they?
Exactly.
Yeah.
They lowered the limit to $75,000 for individuals
Okay.
and $150,000 for couples.
Okay.
The idea was that with tighter limits, they could really target help to those with lower incomes.
Okay, so we have those income limits from the previous stimulus checks.
Yeah.
That's kind of a reference point.
Yeah.
Do you think we might see something like that again if they approve a new $2,000 stimulus check?
It's definitely possible policymakers might use a similar approach to ensure that help gets to those who need it most,
Yeah, it makes sense.
to make sure the aid is going to those who are really having a tough time.
Absolutely. Now, back to that $200 monthly raise for Social Security.
Yeah.
The video mentions some concerns about how that could impact the long-term sustainability of Social Security.
Right.
Can you explain those concerns a little more?
The main thing is
Yeah.
the Social Security trust funds are already under a lot of pressure. Adding a big benefit increase,
Right.
especially across the board,
Yeah.
could drain those funds faster.
So it's not just about finding the money for the increase.
Right.
It's about whether the system can even handle it in the long run.
It's about finding a way to help people now without risking the future of Social Security for everyone.
Okay, so you got to think about the long-term impact.
Yeah.
It's not just about today, but about tomorrow as well.
Exactly.
So how do we balance providing help now with making sure Social Security is there for future generations?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it?
It really is.
There are a lot of ideas out there like raising the retirement age,
Mm-hmm.
changing how benefits are calculated,
Yeah.
maybe even looking at new ways to fund it.
Okay.
It's going to take some out-of-the-box thinking
Yeah.
and some tough decisions to find a solution that works for everyone.
It sounds like there's no easy fix.
Oh,
It's going to take a lot of careful thought.
uh-huh. And probably some compromises.
Okay, so I think this brings us to the end of part 2 of our deep dive.
Okay.
We've talked about what's happening with the economy and how that affects the stimulus check discussions. And we've looked at the potential long-term impact of a Social Security raise.
We've explored some of the main challenges and things to consider with these proposals, and we've looked at how they could affect individuals
Right.
and the economy as a whole.
But our deep dive isn't over.
Not yet.
In part 3,
Yeah.
we're going to change things up a little
Okay.
and explore some broader questions about fairness, social responsibility,
Right.
and the kinds of choices we face as a society. All right, welcome back to our deep dive, where we've been digging into the potential for a $200 monthly raise for Social Security and whether or not we might see another $2,000 stimulus check.
We've covered the economic factors, the potential challenges these proposals are up against.
Now, I want to step back and look at this from a bigger picture perspective.
Yeah.
You know, the video doesn't really get into the politics of it all.
Yeah, that's a huge piece of the puzzle, isn't it?
It is.
Even the best ideas can get stuck in political gridlock.
Exactly. So what kind of political roadblocks could these proposals hit?
Well, first you got the cost. Both a $200 monthly raise and a $2,000 stimulus check. That's a lot of government spending.
And with all the concerns about the budget, you know, I can see that creating pushback.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
And you're likely to see clashes over ideology, too.
Right.
Some lawmakers might say these proposals are just too expensive or that they discourage people from working.
So it's not just about the numbers. It's about different ideas about what the government should be doing.
Exactly. It's about the role of government in providing a safety net.
Right. And then you've got the whole election year thing, right?
Yeah.
Lawmakers might be afraid to support anything that seems irresponsible, you know, fiscally, or anything that might be unpopular with voters.
Yeah. It's a tricky situation.
It's like walking on eggshells.
It is. That's why it's so important for people to stay informed, to understand all the different viewpoints,
Yeah.
and to really engage in these discussions about these issues.
Okay, so speaking of staying informed, the video talks a lot about keeping an eye on the economy. What are some of those key indicators people should be watching?
Well, some of the most important ones to track are things like the unemployment rate,
Okay.
which tells us how many people are out there looking for work but can't find any.
Right.
Then there's inflation, which is how much prices are going up.
Yeah.
You know, it's like your money doesn't buy as much as it used to.
Right, it just eats away at your paycheck.
Exactly. And then you have GDP growth, which is basically a measure of how much the economy is producing as a whole. And then finally, you got consumer confidence, which is basically how optimistic people are feeling about the economy and their own finances.
So those are the big ones. Unemployment, inflation, GDP growth, and consumer confidence.
Yeah, those are the key indicators.
Okay, got it. And how would those things affect whether or not these proposals actually have a chance of passing?
Well, let's say the economy starts to look a little shaky.
Okay.
Unemployment's going up, inflation's eating into people's paychecks, and consumer confidence is tanking. In that kind of situation, policymakers are going to feel a lot more pressure to do something, you know, to try and boost the economy.
So it's interesting because it almost seems like a struggling economy would actually make these proposals more likely to become law?
It does seem kind of backwards, but yeah, often a downturn in the economy makes people more willing to consider things they might not have been open to when things were good.
That's really interesting. Shows you how everything's connected.
Absolutely. It's all one big puzzle.
So as we wrap up this deep dive, I want to leave our listeners with a question to think about.
Okay.
The video mentioned how the past stimulus checks were targeted based on income, right?
Right.
Do you think that's the best approach?
That's a big question.
It is.
And it's one that sparks a lot of debate.
Yeah.
You know, there are good arguments on both sides.
Right.
Some folks say that means testing, that's what setting those income limits is called.
Okay.
They say that's really important to ensure that the help is going to the people who need it most.
I can see that you want to make sure that those limited resources are being used well.
Exactly. But then others say that universal programs, where everyone gets the benefits no matter their income, that those are actually more fair and efficient. They say means testing creates a lot of paperwork and hassle, and it can stigmatize people who get the benefits.
So it's about finding that balance, right?
Yeah.
Between targeted help and those potential downsides of means testing.
It is. It's a complicated issue. In the end, it comes down to values. What kind of safety net do we want to have as a society?
That's a great question. And it's one worth thinking about.
Definitely.
Because it's not just about how these programs work, it's about what kind of society we're building.
Right. One where everyone has the opportunity to succeed.
And on that note, we've reached the end of our deep dive. Thank you to our expert for sharing their insights.
It's been a pleasure.
And to all of you deep divers out there for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for listening.
Remember, staying informed is the first step toward making a difference.
Absolutely.
So keep asking those tough questions, keep thinking critically, and keep diving deep. Hey everyone, and welcome back. We've been getting a ton of questions about another stimulus check.
Yeah.
Specifically a $2,000 one hitting bank accounts in 2025.
Uh-huh.
Which makes sense with everything going on.
Yeah, especially with people facing some tough financial times these days.
Exactly. And we were curious too.
Right.
So we took a deep dive into some recent economic analysis to see what's up.
Oh, very cool.
And
yeah,
it's interesting stuff.
It is.
You know, it's fascinating how closely tied these stimulus checks are to how the economy is doing overall.
Totally. When the economy's strong,
right,
the need for stimulus goes down.
Makes sense.
But then when things start to weaken, that's when the government often steps in with some support.
Yeah, and the analysis that we were looking at really highlights this connection. It suggests that one of the big things to watch for is rising unemployment claims.
Interesting.
And before anyone starts to panic,
right,
we're not talking about a sudden spike in unemployment, just a gradual increase that could maybe signal a potential economic slowdown.
Right. That makes sense. And the Federal Reserve also plays a huge role in this whole thing.
Oh, absolutely.
They just started cutting interest rates.
Yeah.
Which could be a sign that they're trying to encourage economic growth and maybe prevent things from slowing down even more.
I see.
You know?
Yeah.
Think about it.
Okay.
We've had these historically high interest rates for a few years now.
Right.
And that's put pressure on people, businesses, even the government.
Yeah.
So easing those rates could be a big relief.
Yeah, for sure. Like they're trying to guide the economy to a soft landing.
Exactly.
And speaking of economic slowdowns, it's worth looking back at what happened in past recessions.
Oh, for sure.
Like, remember the dot-com bubble bursting back in the early 2000s?
Oh, yeah.
Or the 2008 housing crisis?
Totally. Each time the government responded with stimulus packages.
They help people get back on their feet.
Right. And there's actually a really intriguing pattern here.
Oh, really?
Yeah. The amount of stimulus they've given out has doubled with each recession.
Wow.
Back in the early 2000s, stimulus checks were $300.
Right.
Then in 2008, they jumped to $600.
Right.
And in 2020, we saw those $1,200 checks.
Really?
So if this trend keeps going,
a
future stimulus check could be even bigger.
Wow.
Maybe even reaching that $2,400 mark.
That's incredible. I know what people are thinking.
What's that?
Hold on. Things can change really quickly.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And you're right. Look at 2020.
Exactly.
We went from a seemingly stable economy to a global pandemic and economic shutdown in just a few weeks.
Yeah, it happened so fast.
Which is why it's important to stay informed.
Definitely.
And understand these economic factors.
Yeah, absolutely, because While no one can predict the future perfectly,
Right.
knowing these trends can give you valuable insight
Uh-huh.
into whether or not we'll see more stimulus checks.
It's like having a compass to navigate the economy.
Exactly.
Helps you make better decisions.
Yeah, and feel more prepared for whatever happens next.
So we've talked about how the economy and stimulus checks are connected.
Uh-huh.
And we've looked at how historical trends could mean a bigger stimulus in the future.
Right.
But what does this all actually mean for you?
Good question.
Let's shift gears a bit and explore how a $2,000 stimulus check could impact your life in a positive way.
Okay, this is where it gets really interesting.
Yeah.
Let's imagine for a second that you get a $2,000 stimulus check.
Okay.
That's a good chunk of money.
Right.
That could open up some amazing opportunities.
Yeah. I love getting into the specifics
Me too.
because it's not just about the money itself.
Right,
It's about what that money lets you do,
for sure.
the goals you could achieve,
Exactly.
the dreams you could pursue.
Exactly. Let's say you've been wanting to take a family vacation,
Oh, yeah.
but you just haven't been able to make it work financially. That $2,000 could be your ticket to making some awesome memories.
Absolutely. Or maybe you've been wanting to invest in your education,
Uh-huh.
take a course or learn a new skill.
Yeah, that $2,000 could help you boost your career
Right.
and maybe even earn more money.
And we can't forget about financial security.
Oh, that's huge.
Maybe you've been dealing with some debt,
Right?
or you're worried about unexpected expenses.
Yeah, that $2,000 could give you some breathing room
For sure.
and help you build a more stable financial foundation.
It's like that stimulus check could be a bridge to a more secure and fulfilling future.
Totally. And what's so cool about this
Yeah.
is that it's not just about individual benefits.
Right.
When people have more financial security,
Uh-huh.
they tend to spend more,
Right.
which helps local businesses
Yeah.
and boosts the whole economy.
It's a beautiful cycle of positive impact.
Exactly. And it all starts with that initial financial support.
So we've talked about some of the ways a $2,000 stimulus check could benefit you personally
Yeah.
and how that benefit could spread to your community.
Hmm.
But let's go even deeper into those individual possibilities
And
because everyone's situation is different.
for sure.
And there are so many ways to use this money to make a real difference in your life.
I'm excited to hear about it.
Me too.
Let's do it. Yeah. It's like having this extra cushion lets you make choices that feel good.
Yeah,
Choices that match your values and what you want in life.
I agree.
What I really love is seeing how people use these opportunities
Uh-huh.
to make their lives better and
Right.
create real positive change.
And let's not forget about the little joys.
Oh, yeah. Those are important.
Maybe that $2,000 means you can finally afford that new hobby
That's a great idea.
or take that weekend getaway.
Exactly. It's about having fun and feeling some relief,
Right.
even when things are uncertain.
Yeah, sometimes a little boost can go a long way.
Totally. It can really make you feel better overall.
Okay, so let's get even more specific.
Okay, I like it.
Imagine you're sitting there looking at that $2,000 in your account.
Okay.
What are some things you could do to really make the most of it?
Well, if you have a lot of credit card debt with high interest,
Yeah.
imagine using that $2,000 to pay a big chunk of it off.
Oh, that would feel amazing.
Right, you could free up so much of your monthly income.
Uh-huh.
You'd have more flexibility and less stress.
That's huge. And it could even help your credit score.
Totally.
And that could mean getting better loans in the future.
Exactly. Now, let's say you've been dreaming of starting a business.
Oh, yeah.
That $2,000 could be the push you need
Uh-huh.
to make it happen.
Wow.
Maybe it covers supplies or marketing
Okay.
or helps you get a small business loan.
That's so empowering.
It is. It's like taking control of your future,
Right.
building something you're really passionate about.
And for people who already own a business,
Yeah.
that $2,000 could be a huge help with cash flow.
Maybe you could buy new equipment
Uh-huh.
or ramp up your marketing
Yep.
or just have some breathing room if anything unexpected comes up.
It's like giving your business that boost it needs.
Right. To keep growing, even when times are tough.
And speaking of growth,
Yeah.
we can't forget about personal and professional development.
That's a great point.
Maybe that $2,000 lets you take that online course
Huh?
or go to a conference that
Mhm.
could lead to new job opportunities.
That's investing in yourself,
Right.
which is always a good idea.
It could even lead to a promotion
Yeah.
or a whole new career.
Or just the satisfaction of learning something new
Exactly.
and getting better at what you do.
And for people who are already happy with their jobs,
Yeah.
maybe that $2,000 helps them finally work on that passion project.
Oh, that's a good one.
Maybe it's writing a book or learning an instrument.
I love that.
It's all about finding that balance between work and fun.
Right.
And it reminds us that money isn't just about paying bills.
Uh-huh.
It's about living a richer, more meaningful life.
Absolutely. And for those thinking about retirement, that $2,000 could be a nice addition to their savings.
Right.
It could help them feel more secure about the future.
Peace of mind is so valuable.
It is, especially when you're retiring.
It's about enjoying those years without worrying about money.
Exactly. And don't forget about families with young kids.
Oh, of course.
That $2,000 could go toward educational toys and books, after-school activities, or even help with the rising costs of childcare.
It's all about investing in the next generation.
Right, and giving them the support they need to succeed.
It's incredible to think about how one check
I know.
could have such a big impact.
Yeah.
Not just on individuals and families, but on the entire community.
Imagine a world where everyone has a little more breathing room,
Right?
a little more opportunity to chase their dreams.
Yeah, and live their best lives.
It's a great vision.
It is.
And it might not be as far off as we think.
Right.
When people have the resources they need, they're more likely to support local businesses, get involved in their communities, and spread that positivity even further.
It's this amazing cycle of abundance.
I love that.
And it all starts with that initial bit of financial support.
Yeah. It really is amazing to think about all the possibilities that could open up.
Right.
With just a little extra help.
It really is.
It's like that $2,000 could be a key that unlocks all kinds of opportunities and well-being.
That's a great way to put it.
And you know, one of the interesting things about these potential stimulus programs is that they can show us what we value as a society.
Oh, interesting.
How people choose to spend that money can tell us a lot about what matters most to them.
That makes sense.
And what we've seen in the past
Yeah.
is that people use the money in so many different ways.
Oh, for sure.
Some folks pay down debt.
Right.
Others focus on essential things,
Oh.
while others invest in their future
Yeah.
or chase their passions.
It's really cool to see that variety.
It shows that there's no one right way to manage your money.
Right. What works for one person might not work for another.
Exactly. And that's totally fine.
And it's not just about the impact on individuals.
Right.
Stimulus programs can have a ripple effect that reaches the whole community.
Think about all those local businesses
Yeah.
that do better when people have more money to spend.
Exactly.
Those businesses can hire more people, invest back into themselves, and really contribute to a stronger local economy.
It's like a chain reaction of good things happening.
I like that.
And it starts by giving individuals that boost.
And that's so important.
It is when people feel secure financially,
Yeah.
they're more likely to get involved in their communities,
Right.
support local projects, and just contribute to a more positive and successful society.
So as we wrap up our deep dive on this $2,000 stimulus check in 2025,
Okay.
what are some key things you hope our listeners take away from this?
I hope they feel hopeful.
Knowing that even with all the uncertainty,
Yeah.
there's still potential for good things to happen. And I hope they feel like they can take charge of their money
Right.
and make choices that feel right for them.
I love that because at the end of the day,
Yeah,
it's not just about the money itself.
for sure.
It's about what it represents,
Totally.
the doors it can open, and the brighter future it can help build.
Exactly. And we can't forget,
Yeah.
no one can predict the future for sure.
Sure.
But by understanding what's going on, we can make smarter decisions
Right.
and feel ready for whatever comes our way.
So as we keep an eye on how the economy's doing,
Yeah.
let's stay informed and stay engaged and stay hopeful.
Yeah. Who knows what amazing opportunities are just around the corner.
Well, thanks for joining us on this deep dive.
It was my pleasure.
Until next time, keep learning, keep exploring,
Yeah.
and keep working towards a world where everyone has the chance to thrive.
Couldn't have said it. Hey, you. Let's talk about 2025 and your finances. Could there be an unexpected deposit showing up in your account next year? A bit of a surprise boost.
It's definitely a hot topic.
Especially for folks on Social Security, disability, VA benefits, you know, those fixed incomes. The big question is really buzzing around. Could a fourth stimulus payment actually be on the cards?
Yeah, and we're seeing that question everywhere.
So today we're going to cut through some of that noise. We'll do a deep dive into the real economic factors that might, just might, put more money in your pocket.
That's the plan. And, While that idea of another, say, $2,000 payment is really grabbing headlines,
Sounds good, doesn't it?
it absolutely does.
Yeah.
But what's maybe more useful is looking past that specific number for a second. It's about understanding the bigger economic picture.
Okay.
Think of it like this. Whether it ends up being a small amount or something more significant, any extra funds arriving really depend on the overall health of the economy.
Okay, so let's unpack that. A stimulus check isn't just like random. It doesn't just appear. It's tied to something bigger happening.
Exactly right. Stimulus measures fundamentally are an economic tool. Lawmakers pull this tool out when the economy is slowing down, contracting, or, heading into a recession.
To fix it, basically.
Well, to stimulate it.
Hmm.
The main goal is to get you and everyone else spending money,
Mm.
buying goods, using services. That spending helps get the economic engine revving again.
Ah, okay.
The idea isn't really for you to just squirrel that money away or pay off debt, but that might happen. It's about immediate spending.
Interesting. So paradoxically, the possibility of an economic downturn, which, let's face it, nobody really wants, could actually be the trigger for a payment that puts more cash in people's hands.
That's the dynamic, yes. And the source we're looking at today raises an interesting point. It suggests a recession could almost act as a kind of reset for the economy.
A reset. How so?
Well, while the immediate feeling of a recession is tough, definitely challenging, an economic contraction can force a kind of recalibration.
We eventually see some relief on prices, for example. And interest rates could potentially start coming down over time as the Fed reacts.
So some long-term positives potentially emerging from a negative situation.
That's the argument the source makes. It suggests that without a significant cooling off period for the economy, a lot of the financial pressures people are feeling right now, they might just continue.
Okay, that makes sense. Now, thinking about what could cause that cooling,
Yeah.
the source mentions potential warning signs or red flags for the economy in 2025. What kind of signs are we talking about?
Well, it doesn't list specific numbers in this piece, but generally it's about looking for a consistent pattern. Negative economic data across different sectors.
Like what, for instance?
Things like job growth slowing down significantly, maybe even turning negative, people cutting back on their overall spending, manufacturing activity declining. When enough of these indicators point downwards together.
It signals weakness.
Exactly. It suggests the broader economy is losing steam. And the source also points out that someone like the Federal Reserve might, well, downplay signs of weakness. Why would they do that?
Yeah. The Fed's communication is always very carefully managed. They have to be cautious.
Right.
If they came right out and said, look, the economy's really struggling, it could actually make things worse.
How?
It could spook investors, trigger stock market sell-offs, cause businesses and consumers to pull back just out of fear. It becomes a confidence game.
I see.
So their goal is usually to maintain stability, project confidence, keep things moving. They might paint a slightly rosier picture than the raw data suggests. It's a very delicate balancing act for them.
That makes a lot of sense. It's like that old saying, isn't it? The stock market takes the stairs up, but the elevator down.
Exactly. And the source applies that analogy to the whole economy.
Things build slowly, but can fall fast.
Precisely.
Right.
Economic growth often feels gradual, like climbing stairs.
Yeah.
But downturns, they can happen surprisingly quickly, like that elevator drop. The source actually uses the example of early 2020. Remember, January felt pretty normal, business as usual.
Right. Then suddenly.
By March, bam, widespread lockdowns, businesses shutting down, and the first round of stimulus checks were already being discussed and implemented. It just shows how fast the economic landscape can shift, especially when triggered by unexpected events.
So these unexpected events, the source calls them catalysts. What sort of catalysts could push us towards a recession in 2025?
Yeah, the source doesn't pinpoint one specific thing, and honestly, it's often a combination of factors. It could be anything from, geopolitical tensions flaring up somewhere, an unforeseen crisis in the financial sector, maybe big shifts in how people are spending their money, or even the knock-on effects of major new government policies.
So lots of possibilities.
The key idea is that after a period where growth might have already been slowing, the economy could become more vulnerable, more susceptible to these kinds of shocks.
Okay. The source also mentions something called a self-fulfilling recession. That sounds a bit odd. How can just the fear of a recession actually cause one?
It's about psychology and behavior, really. Mass psychology.
Okay.
If enough people, consumers, businesses, become genuinely worried about a recession hitting and worried about their own financial security, What do?
They probably tighten their belts, right? Spend less.
Exactly. They start cutting back on spending. Maybe delay big purchases, eat out less. Businesses might postpone investments or hiring plans.
And when everyone does that.
When overall demand for goods and services drops significantly because of this collective caution, well, that is an economic slowdown. Businesses see sales fall, they might lay people off, and suddenly the initial fear has helped create the very downturn everyone was worried about.
Wow. Okay. So sentiment really matters.
It absolutely does.
Yeah.
Widespread negative financial sentiment can be a powerful economic force.
Now, let's shift gears slightly. The source brings up the potential for massive legislation in 2025. How does new legislation connect to this whole idea of more money potentially coming to people?
Well, new laws, big policy shifts, they can really shake things up economically.
For better or worse?
Could be either, absolutely. Depending on what this massive legislation actually involves, it could maybe add to economic problems or perhaps provide a boost. But here's the connection to stimulus. If the economic data is already looking weak, or if the new legislation itself seems likely to slow things down further, then lawmakers in the administration might look at stimulus measures again.
As a countermeasure.
Exactly. As a way to try and offset those negative trends, provide some support, maybe inject some confidence back into the market. And that, of course, could mean more funds potentially flowing to individuals.
Got it. And how does the government actually pay for something like that? The source mentions they can essentially print money or just change digits on a computer. Is it really that simple?
Well, printing money is kind of a shorthand, you know? It's not like they're firing up giant physical printing presses for billions in cash anymore.
Right.
But the core idea holds. The government, usually through the Federal Reserve, has mechanisms to increase the money supply. Often, it involves electronically increasing the reserves that commercial banks hold.
Okay.
Which then allows the Treasury to issue debt that the Fed might buy, effectively funding government programs like stimulus payments. So it's more about expanding the digital money supply, changing digits on computer screens, basically.
So the capacity is there if they decide to use it.
The mechanism exists, yes.
Now, there's another slightly counterintuitive point in the source. It mentions the current political talk about trying to slash federal spending. How could cutting spending possibly lead to a situation where stimulus becomes more likely later?
Seems
backwards.
It does seem backwards at first glance, yeah. But think about the immediate impact of government spending cuts.
Less money flowing into the economy.
Right. Government spending is a component of overall economic demand. If you slash that spending significantly, especially if the cuts are deep or happen when the economy is already a bit fragile,
it could slow things down even more.
It could weaken economic activity further.
Yeah.
Yes. And if that happens, if the cuts contribute to a noticeable slowdown or tip things towards recession, then the pressure might build on the same government to do something to counteract that.
Like stimulus.
Like stimulus, exactly. To try and offset the negative drag caused by the earlier spending cuts and provide some support. It's a potential feedback loop.
Okay, so after digging into all these different angles, the economic indicators, the Fed, potential catalysts, policy changes, spending cuts, where does that leave us on the big question? Will there be another major payment in 2025?
Yeah, that's the million-dollar question, isn't it? Or maybe the $2,000 question.
Yeah, right.
But based on everything we've discussed from this source, the critical takeaway is we can't say for sure. Giving a definitive yes or no right now is simply impossible.
It's all conditional.
Very much so. The likelihood of any kind of stimulus measure, really regardless of the specific dollar amount people talk about, is tied directly, almost completely, to how the overall economic situation develops through the rest of this year and into 2025.
So for you listening, the key message here seems to be the possibility of seeing more money, that extra deposit next year, isn't really about just hoping for it.
No.
It's more about paying attention to those broader economic signals we've been talking about.
That's exactly it. The strength, or more likely the weakness of the economy, will be the primary driver behind any decisions on stimulus. It's less about public demand, though that plays a role in the politics, and much more about the perceived economic necessity to step in.
To stabilize things or give the economy a boost?
Precisely. And that intervention, if deemed necessary, could ultimately translate into more funds reaching individuals like you.
Okay. So as you start thinking about your own financial planning for the next year or so, this deep dive really underscores how much depends on that big picture, the overall economy. And given all this uncertainty we've talked about and the potential for things to change quite quickly.
Yeah, that 2020 example.
Right. It leads to a pretty important question for you to mull over. How might you proactively prepare for different potential financial scenarios in 2025? That's definitely something we're...
Hey, everyone. I bet a lot of you out there are wondering about stimulus checks.
Yeah,
Like if we'll see another one.
right.
And especially
Yeah,
if you might qualify this time if you're on a fixed income
absolutely.
or a lower income.
For sure.
There's so much speculation.
Yeah,
It can be hard to know what to believe.
yeah, it really can.
So today,
Mm-hmm.
we're doing a deep dive
Okay,
on past stimulus checks
interesting.
to see if we can spot any clues or patterns
Cool.
that might give you some insight
I like that.
into what the future holds.
Yeah,
We've got some great research lined up.
looking forward to it.
Even a few anecdotes from people who receive stimulus checks.
Oh, wow. That's great.
I've always wondered about this.
Okay.
Like, a lot of people think
Yeah.
that stimulus checks happen
Mm-hmm.
because the public demands them,
Uh-huh.
but that's not really true, is it?
Not really, no.
They're mostly tied to how the economy is doing.
Yeah, that's a much bigger factor.
It seemed kind of counterintuitive.
Yeah, it does.
Like if the economy's struggling,
Right.
the government just starts giving money away.
Yeah, you'd think they'd be tightening their belts.
Exactly. So can you explain that a little?
Sure.
Why would they give money away when times are tough?
Well, think of it this way.
Okay.
When we talk about the economy struggling, we're often talking about a recession.
Okay.
And that means things like employment
Yeah.
and production and spending
Uh-huh.
are all declining.
Makes sense.
And stimulus checks.
Yeah.
They're designed to combat that
Okay.
by injecting money directly into the hands of consumers.
So people will spend it.
Right, especially those who are most likely to spend it quickly.
Gotcha.
This helps increase demand
Okay.
for goods and services,
Uh-huh.
which can help businesses
Yeah.
and even create new jobs.
So it's like jump-starting a car.
Exactly.
That you give it a jolt of energy and it gets going on its own.
That's a great analogy.
Okay, so now I get why they do it.
Mm-hmm.
But how do they actually get that money to people?
Well, it's through what's called a refundable tax credit.
Ah, tax credits.
Yep.
I feel like a lot of people hear that
Yeah.
and they just tune out.
It doesn't sound very exciting.
Not at all. But this is actually good news, right?
It is.
Because refundable means
Yeah.
you could get money back,
Exactly.
even if you don't owe taxes.
That's right. It's a payment,
Wow.
like a direct deposit to your bank account.
Oh, that is good news.
Yeah, people get excited about that.
I can see why.
Yeah.
So looking back at past stimulus checks,
Okay.
like how have the rules for getting one changed?
Wow.
Especially the income limits.
Yeah, those are important.
Those are what most people want to know.
For sure.
So what have we seen so far?
So back in 2020, remember that $1,200 check?
I do, yeah.
You had to be under $100,000 income to qualify for that one.
Okay, as an individual.
As an individual.
And what about married couples?
Double that. So under $200,000.
Okay, got it.
Then later in 2020 and in early 2021, we had the $600 and the $1,400 checks.
Oh, yeah, I remember those.
And for those, the income limits were lower.
Oh, so they went down.
They did down to $75,000 for individuals
Okay.
and $150,000 for married couples.
Interesting. So it seems like
Yeah.
as things got tougher in the economy,
Uh-huh.
they started focusing those payments on people with lower incomes.
Exactly. They were trying to get the biggest bang for their buck.
I see. Yeah, that makes sense.
One of the sources we looked at called it a higher marginal propensity to consume.
Wow. Say that 3 times fast.
Right.
But what does that actually mean?
It basically means that someone with a lower income is more likely to spend an extra dollar,
Oh, okay.
whereas someone with a higher income might save it.
That makes sense.
Yeah, so giving money to lower income folks
Mhm.
is a better way to stimulate the economy.
Interesting.
You see, it's all about
Yeah,
getting that money circulating quickly.
makes sense.
It's key to stimulating a struggling economy.
And that's why focusing on lower income households is more effective. Okay. So this fact from our research really stood out to me.
Okay, lay it on me.
Most people living on fixed or low incomes made under $40,000 a year.
Yeah, that's right.
So let's say, hypothetically,
Mm.
there's another stimulus check.
Okay.
What are the chances someone making under $40,000 would qualify?
It's a good question. It's tough to say for certain.
Yeah, I know we don't have a crystal ball.
No, but if we follow the pattern
Yeah.
from previous stimulus checks, someone making under $40,000 a year would likely be eligible.
Okay, that makes me feel a little better.
No, it's a lot of uncertainty.
For sure. Okay, now I want to talk about another concern that came up in our research.
Oh, yeah. What's that?
A lot of people were worried
Yeah.
that a new stimulus check
Mm-hmm.
could affect their existing benefits.
Like Social Security and disability.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, I can see why people would worry about that.
So what do you think about that?
Well, it's important to remember
Okay.
that these stimulus payments
Mm-hmm.
are set up differently from existing benefits. Oh, okay.
They're considered tax credits.
I see.
And they aren't designed to interfere with or reduce
Gotcha.
other forms of assistance.
Okay.
So to answer your question,
Yeah.
you wouldn't have to worry
Okay.
about your Social Security or disability payments being affected.
That's a relief. I bet a lot of people are wondering about that.
Absolutely. A lot of folks depend on those programs.
Okay, so let's recap what we've learned so far.
All right.
Stimulus checks are tied to how the economy is doing.
Yep.
Past trends suggest that people with lower and fixed incomes would likely qualify.
Mm,
And they don't seem to impact existing benefits.
right.
That's a lot to unpack.
It is, but there's even more to consider.
Oh, really? Like what?
What other factors do you think policymakers look at
Good question.
when they're deciding whether to issue stimulus checks in the first place?
Besides the state of the economy?
Right.
I mean, I guess things like inflation,
Yes, definitely.
like if prices are going up faster than the value of the check.
It wouldn't help much, would it?
Not really. It'd be like trying to bail out a sinking boat with a teaspoon.
Uh-huh. Good analogy.
So yeah, inflation's a big one.
Okay, so we've got the economy
Right.
and inflation.
Mm-hmm.
What else?
Let's dive into that a bit more.
Sounds good.
Yeah, it's a tough job for policymakers.
Oh, for sure.
They have to find that sweet spot between stimulating the economy
Okay.
and not making inflation worse.
So it's kind of a balancing act.
Yeah, exactly. It's like adding air to a tire.
Ooh, I like that.
You want enough air so it runs smoothly,
Right.
but too much,
Yeah.
and you've got a problem.
Makes sense. Okay, so besides inflation,
Yeah.
what other economic indicators are they keeping an eye on?
Well, unemployment rates are a big one.
Okay, yeah, those make sense.
If unemployment is high,
Yeah,
it usually means the economy's struggling.
right.
So that might make them more likely to consider stimulus measures.
Uh-huh.
But if unemployment is low,
Okay,
it could suggest the economy's doing all right on its own.
so no need for a stimulus.
Right.
So they're looking at inflation, unemployment.
Yep.
What else?
Well, don't forget about consumer confidence.
Oh, right, yeah.
That plays a big role, too.
Because if people feel good about the economy,
Exactly.
they're more likely to spend money.
And that helps the economy grow.
Right. But if they're feeling uncertain or scared,
Yeah. Then they're more likely to save their money.
which can slow things down.
Right. It can become a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy.
I see what you mean. So it's not just about the numbers.
No, not at all.
It's about how people feel about those numbers.
Exactly. It's the psychology of economics.
Interesting. You know, it's easy to get caught up
I know what you mean.
in all the data and the jargon.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day,
Yeah.
this is about real people's lives.
Yeah.
It's about families trying to make ends meet,
Mm-hmm.
planning for the future,
Very
trying to
true.
navigate this crazy financial world.
Absolutely. And that's what makes it so important to understand, what's really going on.
Okay, so we've talked about how stimulus checks work,
Right.
who might be eligible.
Mm-hmm.
We've even looked at some of the economic factors
Yep.
that policymakers consider. Anything else we should keep in mind?
Well, I think it's important to remember
Okay.
that we can't predict the future,
No, we can't.
but by understanding the patterns of the past,
Yeah.
we can at least get some valuable insights,
Uh-huh.
and that can help us feel more prepared,
Okay, that's reassuring.
for whatever challenges or opportunities might come our way.
Right, so for someone who's listening to all of this
Yeah,
and maybe feeling a little overwhelmed,
it can be a lot to take in.
what's the one key takeaway you would give them?
Stay informed.
Stay informed.
Yeah, keep learning about these economic factors
Okay.
and how they might impact your personal finances.
So the more you know,
Exact.
the better decisions you can make.
For yourself and for your family.
That's great advice.
Thanks.
But sometimes too much information can be a bad thing.
Oh, absolutely. You can get analysis paralysis.
Uh-huh. Yeah, exactly.
It's about finding that balance.
So how do you recommend people stay informed?
Well, there are lots of great resources out there.
Like what?
Websites, podcasts, even social media can be helpful.
Yeah, if you know where to look.
Exactly. And you don't have to become an economist overnight.
Right.
Just learn a little bit at a time.
Yeah, bite-sized pieces.
And over time, you'll build a solid understanding.
Okay, that sounds manageable.
It is. You just have to be consistent.
So before we go, is there anything else
Yeah.
our listeners should be thinking about as they continue their own deep dive?
Yeah, I think it's easy to get caught up
Mm-hmm.
in what we stand to gain financially.
Yeah, for sure.
But it's important to think about the bigger picture, too.
Okay.
Like, what are the long-term effects of these policies
Yeah.
on things like government debt or inflation?
Okay, yeah, those are good points.
How might these policies impact different groups of people differently?
Those are some really interesting questions.
They are, and they're worth considering
Yeah.
as we navigate this complex and always changing economic landscape.
I like that. Well, this has been a fascinating deep dive.
It has.
We've covered so much ground today.
We have.
From the nuts and bolts of stimulus checks
Yeah.
to the potential implications for individuals and the economy as a whole.
Absolutely. It's been a pleasure exploring this with you.
Likewise. And I think the biggest takeaway for me
Yeah.
is that even though we can't predict the future,
Right.
understanding these underlying factors can really empower us
It can.
to approach our own finances with more confidence
Absolutely.
and clarity.
Yeah, it's about taking control.
Right. It's not about waiting for a check.
No.
It's about taking charge of your financial well-being,
Exactly.
no matter what happens.
That's the key.
Great advice. And on that note,
Okay.
I think we'll wrap up this episode of The Deep Dive.
Sounds good.
Thanks for joining us, and until next time,
Yeah.
stay curious and keep exploring.
Yeah, so let's break that down a bit.
Okay.
Marginal propensity to consume.
Yeah, it's a mouthful.
It is, haha, but the idea is simple.
Okay.
Imagine giving an extra $100 to
Okay.
someone who's really struggling.
Yeah.
They're probably going to spend that money right away.
On essentials.
Right, like groceries or gas.
Makes sense.
They need those things.
Yep.
So that extra cash helps them meet those immediate needs.
Okay.
But now imagine giving that same $100
To someone who's more well off.
right, someone who's already comfortable.
Okay.
They might choose to save it.
Or invest it.
Exactly, instead of spending it right away.
So the impact of that extra money
Yeah,
really depends on who gets it.
precisely.
Okay. I'm starting to see where you're going with this.
Good, because from an economic standpoint,
Mm-hmm.
if you want to stimulate a struggling economy,
Yeah.
you need to get that money moving.
Circulating.
Right, and focusing on lower income households.
Okay.
It's a really effective way to boost spending because they're more likely to use it right away.
And that helps those key sectors.
Exactly, the ones that drive economic growth.
Okay. Wow. That's a really interesting way to think about it.
It is. It's all about maximizing the impact.
Right. Getting the most bang for your buck.
Exactly.
Well, I've got to say,
Yeah,
this has been a fascinating deep dive.
it has been.
We've covered so much
Yeah.
from how stimulus checks actually work
Right.
to how they affect the economy
Mm-hmm.
and what might be in store for the future.
The big picture stuff.
Yeah. And, even though we can't predict when or if another stimulus check will happen,
Nobody can?
I feel like I have a much better grasp
Good.
of how it all works.
That's the goal.
And I feel more confident about my own finances.
That's what I like to hear.
So thank you so much for all of this.
You're very welcome.
This has been incredibly insightful.
Glad to hear it. Always happy to share what I know.
And to everyone listening out there,
Yeah.
keep learning, stay informed,
Absolutely.
and keep asking questions.
The more you know, the better.
Well said. And on that note,
Okay.
we'll wrap up this episode of The Deep Dive.
Sounds good.
Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, everyone.
And until next time,
Yeah.
stay curious and keep... Hey, everybody, and welcome back to another Deep Dive. We're going to be jumping into a topic that I know a lot of you out there are really curious about, especially if you're on a fixed income. We're going to be talking about the possibility of more stimulus checks. Now we're going to be taking a look at an expert's analysis from a YouTube video, and we're going to break it all down so you can really understand, what it means for you and what you need to know. And we're going to be separating the facts from the speculation so you can walk away feeling informed and hopefully a little optimistic. So this expert, he makes a really interesting point right at the start of the video, and he says that stimulus checks aren't really about need, they're about the economy. That might sound a little strange at first, so let's ask our expert to jump in here and explain that a little bit. So why would the economy trigger these payments?
Well, that's a great question, and it really has to do with the bigger picture. See, stimulus checks are just one tool in a much larger toolbox, and that toolbox is called economic stimulus packages. And governments use these packages to try and kickstart spending during recessions when the economy is kind of sluggish.
Okay, so it's like giving the economy a little caffeine boost?
Okay.
Okay, starting to see the connection here. The video also mentioned this huge $2.3 trillion CARES Act. Was that all about sending out stimulus checks?
Well, actually, that's a pretty common misconception. The CARES Act was a massive undertaking. And while stimulus checks were definitely a part of it, they actually only represented a small portion of the overall spending. Most of the money actually went towards a variety of programs designed to support different sectors of the economy.
Wow, so those individual checks were just the tip of the iceberg there. So let's get down to what everyone's wondering. Does a shaky economy mean that more stimulus checks are on the horizon?
Well, it's a natural question to ask. Recessions are a natural part of the economic cycle. It's kind of like a wave that rises and falls. So we will likely see them again in the future, but they're not always a bad thing. Sometimes they can actually offer an opportunity for things to readjust and for new growth to begin.
Okay, all right, so that's reassuring to hear. But let's get a little more specific here. Let's say another round of stimulus checks does happen. Who would likely qualify this time around?
Well, based on past stimulus packages, eligibility usually comes down to income thresholds. They often use something called refundable tax credits to figure out who gets what. Now, I know that might sound complicated, but it's actually a pretty straightforward concept.
Okay, so break it down for us. What are refundable tax credits, and how do they come into play with stimulus checks?
Okay, so imagine you have a coupon that not only wipes out what you owe on your taxes, but it actually gives you money back. That's essentially what a refundable tax credit is. Stimulus checks are often structured like an advance on these credits, so you receive the money up front.
Ah, okay, I see. So it's like getting a head start on a tax refund. But let's focus on our listeners today, those on fixed incomes, like SSDI.
Yeah.
Where do they usually fall within these income thresholds?
Well, based on previous trends, people on fixed incomes generally have a high likelihood of qualifying for these stimulus programs, and that's because their income levels are often below those thresholds.
So for those on fixed incomes, there's a good chance they'd be included in any future stimulus measures.
That's right. And remember, one of the key goals of stimulus packages is to get money flowing quickly back into the economy.
Right, and people on fixed incomes, they're probably more likely to spend that money right away too, right?
Exactly. It's all about getting the wheels turning again,
Yeah.
stimulating the economy. And speaking of those on fixed incomes, let's actually talk about the potential benefits another stimulus check could bring specifically for them.
Yeah, let's dive into that a little bit. I mean, I imagine it could be a really big help, especially with prices going up everywhere these days.
Absolutely. An extra influx of cash can really be a game changer for everyday expenses. I mean, we all know that the cost of living has been rising, and for people on fixed incomes, that can really stretch their budget thin. So a stimulus check could really help to cover those rising costs, whether it's groceries or utilities or healthcare, those essentials.
It's like having a little breathing room, right? Just knowing that you can handle those essential expenses without having to worry so much. I bet that peace of mind is invaluable for a lot of folks.
Absolutely. That sense of financial security can make all the difference in the world. It's about alleviating that stress and knowing that you have a cushion to fall back on. And, let's not forget about the positive ripple effects this can have on local economies as well.
Okay, so tell me more about that. How could stimulus checks for folks on fixed incomes actually boost the local economy?
Well, when people have more money to spend, they tend to spend it right. And that spending supports businesses in their communities, from, the local grocery store to the neighborhood pharmacy. And this can lead to increased sales for those businesses, which could then translate into more jobs and overall economic growth in those areas.
So it's like a win-win situation then, right? People on fixed incomes get some much-needed financial relief, and then those dollars, they circulate back into the local economy and help businesses thrive. So is there anything else? Are there any other potential benefits that we should highlight here?
Absolutely. So we've talked about, covering essential expenses and the boost to the local economy, but a stimulus check could also offer a chance for people to catch up on bills or even get ahead financially.
That's huge. For someone who's maybe struggling with debt, that extra money could be a real lifesaver.
Exactly. It could be an opportunity to reduce some of that financial stress and maybe even tackle some of that outstanding debt. Imagine being able to pay off a credit card balance or finally catch up on those medical bills. That can free up so much more money in the long run and really allow people to focus on their long-term financial goals.
It's about regaining control and building a more secure future. And I imagine it could also do wonders for people's mental well-being, too.
Absolutely. Financial stress can take a huge toll on mental health. And just knowing that you have a little extra support can really help to alleviate some of that burden. It allows people to feel, more secure, more hopeful, less anxious about their finances. And we also shouldn't overlook the potential for personal growth and development that a stimulus check could bring.
Okay, what do you mean by that? How could a stimulus check contribute to personal growth?
Well, for some people, a stimulus check could actually open up possibilities that they might not have considered before. It could be the stepping stone to investing in, education or training programs to enhance their skills. Maybe it allows someone to take a class or learn a new trade or even start a small side business.
That's incredible. So it's not just about survival then, it's about potential. It's about giving people the resources to improve their lives and really pursue new opportunities.
Precisely. It's about empowering people to invest in themselves and their futures. Now, I know we've painted a pretty optimistic picture here, but I do want to be realistic too. We can't guarantee that another stimulus check is on the way. However, there are definitely signs that point in that direction.
Okay, let's talk about those signs. We've touched on the economic factors a bit, but what else should our listeners be paying attention to?
Well, we can definitely look at, historical trends and current economic conditions to get a sense of what might be coming down the road. As we talked about earlier, stimulus checks are often tied to recessions. So if the economy starts showing signs of, a significant decline, well, the possibility of another stimulus package definitely increases. And that includes, those direct payments to individuals.
So it's a matter of keeping an eye on those economic indicators then, like
Yeah.
the vital signs of the financial world. But what does all of this really mean for our listeners, especially those on fixed incomes? What steps can they take, like right now, to prepare for the potential of another stimulus check?
That's a great question, and I'm glad you brought it up. While we can't predict the future with, absolute certainty, there are definitely some proactive steps that you can take. And for those on fixed income, staying informed is absolutely crucial. Keep an eye on reputable news sources, government announcements, and maybe even some financial websites or blogs that focus on these types of programs.
Knowledge is power, right? Especially when it comes to your finances. So stay informed. Got it. What else can our listeners do to be ready?
We'll start thinking about how you would use any potential stimulus funds. Would you prioritize paying down debt? Would you boost your savings? Or maybe cover some essential home repairs that you've been putting off? Having a plan in place can really help you maximize the benefit of any extra financial support that comes your way.
Makes a lot of sense. It's about being, financially savvy, having a strategy in place, not just letting that money slip through your fingers.
I love it. Well, we've covered so much ground today. The purpose of stimulus checks the potential for future payments and how to be prepared. This has been a really fascinating deep dive. So, any final words of wisdom for our listeners as they navigate these potentially, changing financial waters? I would just say this. While nothing is guaranteed, staying informed and having a plan can make all the difference. If another recession does hit and a new round of stimulus checks is implemented, you'll be ready to make the most of it and use that opportunity to really strengthen your financial footing.
That's a fantastic takeaway. Be informed, be prepared, and be optimistic. We'll be here to keep you updated on any new developments. But in the meantime, we encourage you to, do your own research and really take control of your financial future. Until next time, happy. Okay, so you know how sometimes you get those totally unexpected deposits in your bank account? Like maybe a payment arrives early or something.
Yeah.
Well, what if I told you that those pleasant surprises might become a bit more, shall we say, predictable in the near future?
Ooh, intriguing. You got my attention.
That's what this deep dive is all about today. We've been taking a close look at some pretty interesting economic signals, and let me tell you, there are some hints that more of those welcome financial boosts could be heading our way.
I love where this is going. So what kind of intel are we talking about here?
Well, remember that economic commentary video you shared with me?
Oh, yeah, the one with the deep dive into the latest economic data.
That's the one. We've been dissecting it, and it's got some pretty eye-opening insights. Our mission today is to unpack all that juicy information and see what it could mean for your wallet.
Sounds good to me. Let's break it down.
Right off the bat, the video paints a picture of an economic landscape that's been changing really fast. Like, buckle up your seatbelts kind of fast.
I can definitely relate to that. Things have felt a little shaky lately, haven't they?
For sure. And the video backs that up, pointing to several economic indicators that have been flashing some warning signs. It specifically focuses on those monthly jobs reports. The non-farm payroll numbers we always hear about.
Right. Those are always a big deal.
Well, the video's analysis shows a pretty clear trend throughout late 2024. Basically, the reported job gains were not only shrinking each month, but also being revised downwards later on.
So wait, they were initially saying more jobs were being added than actually were.
Exactly. It's like they were overestimating the strength of the job market and then having to correct themselves.
That's a bit worrying, isn't it?
It is. And the video speaker even uses the word bifurcation to describe this. You've got these increasingly negative job reports happening at the same time as we're still hearing claims about a strong economy. Kind of a mixed message, don't you think?
Definitely. It's like the economy is trying to tell us two different stories at the same time.
Exactly. And the video doesn't just stop there. It also digs into what the Federal Reserve has been doing with interest rates.
Ah, the Fed. Always a hot topic.
And the video speaker doesn't hold back on their opinion. They flat out argue that the Fed has been keeping those rates too high for too long in its fight against inflation.
So they're saying the Fed might actually be contributing to a slowdown.
That's their take. They believe these high interest rates could be putting the brakes on the economy.
Makes sense. When it costs more to borrow money, businesses and people tend to spend less, which can slow things down.
Right. And all of this leads to that big, scary R word that nobody really wants to talk about. Recession.
Oh, here we go.
The video reminds us of the technical definition 2 consecutive quarters of negative GDP growth, meaning the economy is actually shrinking.
Right. I remember that from Econ 101.
But here's the catch.
Yeah.
There's usually a lag before we get those official numbers and confirmations.
So we might already be in a recession and not even know it yet.
That's exactly what the video speaker suggests. They speculate that a recession might have actually started as far back as October 2024.
Wow. That's pretty bold.
It is. And they base this on that pattern of weakening and downwardly revised jobs data we talked about earlier. They see those labor market signals as early warning signs.
Okay, so if they're right, why wouldn't they just come right out and say we're in a recession? Why the delay?
Well, the video delves into that too. It's not just about number crunching. There's a psychological element involved.
You mean like people freaking out if they officially hear the word recession?
Precisely. The concern is that making a formal announcement could actually make things worse by shaking people's confidence and causing them to tighten their belts even further.
Like a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? If everyone thinks the economy is going down the drain, they'll stop spending, and that'll actually make it go down the drain.
Exactly. And the Fed would definitely be worried about that. They're all about keeping the economy stable, and they wouldn't want to do anything that could make things worse.
So we've got a potentially weakening economy, a Fed that might be overdoing it with the interest rate hikes, and the possibility that we're already in a recession. This isn't exactly a cheery picture, is it?
Not exactly. But now, let's talk about the silver lining here, the potential for those unexpected deposits we teased at the beginning. The video calls them stimulus checks, but officially they're called economic impact payments, or EIPs.
Okay, now we're getting to the good stuff.
Right. This is where things could get really interesting for your personal finances.
I'm all ears.
So, the video explains that the main goal behind these EIPs is to basically give the economy a shot in the arm during a downturn.
I see. So it's not just about helping people out financially, it's about trying to jumpstart the economy as a whole.
Exactly. When the economy slows down, the idea is to get money directly into people's hands so they can go out and spend it, which helps businesses and keeps things moving.
Makes sense. So more money in people's pockets means more spending, which means a boost for the economy.
That's the theory.
Yeah.
And the video points out a pretty consistent pattern. When the economy starts sputtering, lawmakers tend to respond with these massive spending bills. We've seen packages worth trillions of dollars in recent years, and those often include those direct payments, those EIPs, landing right in people's bank accounts.
I remember those. They definitely provided some much-needed relief for a lot of people.
Absolutely. And while helping individuals and families is certainly part of the equation, the bigger goal is really to try to get the economy back on track and prevent a deeper, more painful recession.
So are they saying that if things keep heading south, we could see those EIPs making a comeback?
Well, the video uses a really powerful example to illustrate how quickly things can happen when there's a perceived crisis. Think back to early 2020 when the pandemic hit.
Oh, yeah. That was a whirlwind.
It was. In mid-March 2020, Congress passed the CARES Act, that huge $2.3 trillion relief package.
Right. That was the one with the first round of stimulus checks.
Exactly. And get this. Those initial $1,200 payments started hitting people's accounts just a few weeks later, in April.
Wow, that was fast.
It was. And that's the point the video is making. When the situation is serious enough, The government can act with surprising speed to get these financial relief measures in place.
So they're saying it wouldn't be a long, drawn-out process. If they decide to do it again, those payments could arrive pretty quickly.
That's the takeaway.
So what should we be watching for? What are the signs that might suggest those early payments or unexpected deposits could be on the horizon?
Well, the video highlights one key indicator: the Federal Reserve.
Ah, the Fed again. They really are at the center of everything, aren't they?
It seems that way, and here's why. The video's speaker stresses that any hint of the Fed considering emergency rate cuts should be taken very seriously.
Emergency rate cuts, what would that even mean?
Think about it. Right now, the Fed is deliberately keeping those rates high to try and tame inflation. If it were to suddenly reverse course and start talking about emergency cuts, that would be a huge red flag.
So it would basically mean they see the economy in serious trouble and need to take drastic measures to prevent a meltdown.
Exactly. And the video suggests that such a move by the Fed, or even serious discussions about it, would be a major warning sign that things are getting really bad. And historically, those kinds of situations have often been followed by government intervention, including those financial relief measures we've been talking about.
I see. So the Fed holds the keys to the kingdom, in a way.
In a way, yes. And to bring it back to you, the listener, the video wraps up by assuring us that they're going to be watching all these indicators very closely: jobs data, GDP growth, and especially anything coming out of the Fed.
And they'll be on the lookout for any rumblings about new financial relief measures, bills being introduced, programs being discussed, anything that could potentially put more money in your pocket.
Absolutely. The goal is to keep you informed and help you navigate these potential shifts.
So even though we can't predict the future with 100% certainty, this deep dive has given us some really valuable insights.
It has. It shows how all these economic pieces fit together: the data, the Fed's actions, the potential for those EIPs, and it gives us a framework for thinking about what might be coming down the pike.
Knowing all this can help us make more informed decisions about our own finances and be prepared for whatever comes next.
Exactly. And we'll be here to keep you updated every step of the way. Thanks for joining us on this deep dive.
It's been a pleasure.
Hey there. You know, it seems like lately everyone's been buzzing about the possibility of another stimulus check hitting our bank accounts.
Yeah.
In 2025,
Yeah.
we're talking that exciting, maybe even bigger than before, fourth stimulus check.
Right.
And you've sent us some really insightful articles on the topic, so consider this your official deep dive into the world of stimulus, where we'll unpack the facts and explore what this could mean for you.
It's fascinating how much attention stimulus checks get. They really seem to capture the public imagination. And for good reason. It's about more than just the money. It's about the potential for positive change, both for individuals and the economy as a whole.
Okay, so let's unpack this. What makes the possibility of a fourth stimulus check a real topic of conversation right now?
Right.
It's not like the government just hands these out for fun.
Right. You're absolutely right. The likelihood of another stimulus check is closely tied to the overall health of the economy. Think of it like this. When the economy is robust and thriving, stimulus measures are less likely. But when things start to soften, well, that's when the conversation about stimulus starts to gain momentum.
So are there signs that the economy might be headed for a slowdown? Because let's be honest, a little extra cash in our pockets would be pretty welcome right now.
Well, there are indeed some indicators that suggest things might be cooling down a bit. One key signal is rising unemployment claims. More people filing for unemployment benefits can be a sign that businesses are slowing down hiring or even letting go of employees.
That makes sense. Anything else pointing in that direction?
Another significant development is the Federal Reserve's recent decision to cut interest rates. For the first time in 4 years, this move, which happened just last September, signals that the Fed is concerned about potential economic weakness and is taking steps to encourage borrowing and spending.
4 years is a pretty long time.
Yeah.
That definitely sounds like they're trying to give the economy a little boost. So historically, how have stimulus checks factored into periods of economic downturn?
That's where things get really interesting. If we look back at recent history, we see a fascinating pattern. In 2001, following the dot-com bubble burst, there was a $300 stimulus check. Then in 2008, during the housing crisis, we saw a $600 check. And of course, in 2020, with the pandemic, a $1,200 check provided much-needed relief.
Wait a minute, $300, $600, $1,200. It seems like the amount is doubling each time. So does that mean we could be looking at a potential $2,400 check in 2025?
It's certainly a possibility that's been suggested, and one that many people are hoping for. After all, the cost of living continues to rise, and a larger stimulus check could provide even more support to individuals and families feeling the pinch.
Now, let's not get ahead of ourselves. But just for fun, let's imagine that this dream scenario comes true. We get another stimulus check, and it's even bigger than before. What kind of impact could that have?
Imagine the possibilities. For many people, it can mean catching up on bills, paying down debt, or even just having a little breathing room in their budget. That sense of relief can be incredibly powerful, both financially and emotionally.
It's true. That feeling of financial security can make a world of difference. But beyond individual benefits, wouldn't another round of stimulus checks also have a positive ripple effect throughout the entire economy?
Absolutely. When people have more money in their pockets, they tend to spend it. This increased spending helps businesses thrive, creates jobs, and ultimately stimulates economic growth. It's a positive feedback loop that can help lift the entire country.
It's almost like jump-starting the economy with a surge of energy. And this time around, maybe those checks could be even more targeted and effective.
Now you're talking.
Yeah.
Imagine if those checks were designed to specifically address the areas where people are struggling the most, like rising housing costs or healthcare expenses.
That would be incredible.
Yeah.
It'd mean the money would go directly to where it's needed most, making a real difference in people's lives.
Exactly. It could be a way to not just provide temporary relief, but to actually create lasting positive change. It's about empowering individuals, strengthening families, and building a more resilient economy for everyone.
Okay, I'm officially on board with this dream scenario. But let's get real for a second. Even if all signs point to another stimulus check, there's no guarantee it's going to happen right now.
You're right. We can't predict the future with absolute certainty, but the economic factors we've discussed, coupled with the historical precedents, make it a real possibility worth considering. And even if we can't be sure about the timing, it's never too early to start thinking about how best to use those funds should they arrive. Because let's face it, a little extra financial breathing room opens up some exciting opportunities.
I love that perspective. It's not about sitting back and waiting. It's about being proactive and planning for a brighter future.
Exactly. And remember, responsible planning is key to maximizing the benefits of any potential stimulus. It's about making choices that align with your long-term goals and aspirations.
So let's say this fourth stimulus check does materialize. What are some smart ways our listener could put those funds to work?
Well, for starters, consider setting aside a portion for savings or investments. Think of it as planting seeds for future financial growth. Maybe contribute to a retirement account, bolster that emergency fund, or even explore some investment opportunities that align with your risk tolerance and financial goals.
That's a great point. It's not just about spending today, it's about setting yourself up for success tomorrow.
Precisely. And imagine the feeling of knowing that you've used this opportunity to build a stronger financial foundation for yourself and your loved ones.
It's like turning a one-time windfall into a long-term strategy for financial well-being. And speaking of long-term, what about using those funds to invest in education or personal development?
Now you're thinking strategically. Whether it's enrolling in a course to enhance your skills, attending a workshop to gain new knowledge, or even investing in tools and resources that support your personal growth, education is a powerful engine for opportunity.
It's like investing in yourself, which is always a smart move. And let's not forget the potential for using those funds to boost your career prospects.
Absolutely. Maybe it's finally time to launch that side hustle you've been dreaming about. Invest in equipment that will help you take your business to the next level, or even pursue additional training or certifications that will make you more competitive in the job market.
It's all about creating possibilities and seizing those opportunities to advance your career and reach new heights. Now let's shift gears a bit and tap into that sense of imagination we were talking about earlier. Let's say the stimulus check is more than just a financial boost. It's a chance to make some dreams a reality. What kind of dreams could our listener pursue with this newfound opportunity?
Ooh, I love where this is going. Let's dream big. Maybe it's finally taking that long-awaited family vacation, creating a special space in your home for a creative project, or even investing in experiences that enrich your life and bring you joy.
It's like adding a sprinkle of magic
Yeah.
to your everyday life.
Exactly. It's about remembering that financial well-being is about more than just numbers. It's about creating a life that is fulfilling, joyful, and aligned with your values.
I love that holistic perspective. It's about finding that balance between financial responsibility and pursuing those passions that make life truly meaningful.
Precisely. And remember, every individual's dreams are unique. What might seem like a small dream to one person could be a life-changing aspiration for another. The important thing is to embrace those dreams and explore the possibilities.
So let's say our listener is inspired and ready to embrace those possibilities. Where should they start? How can they make sure those stimulus funds are used wisely and effectively?
That's where a little planning goes a long way. I always recommend taking some time to reflect on your goals, both short-term and long-term. What do you want to achieve? What are your priorities? Once you have a clear picture in mind, you can start mapping out a plan for how to best use those funds to bring those goals to life.
It's like creating a roadmap for your dreams.
Exactly. And remember, it's okay to start small. Even setting aside a small portion of the stimulus check for a specific goal can make a big difference over time.
It's about taking those first steps and building momentum towards a brighter future.
Precisely. And remember, you don't have to do it alone. There are countless resources available to help you make informed decisions and maximize the benefits of your financial resources.
That's a great point. Whether it's seeking advice from a financial advisor, connecting with a mentor, or even just talking to a trusted friend or family member, it's always beneficial to tap into the wisdom and support of others.
Absolutely. And remember, even though we're talking about a potential stimulus check, the principles of responsible financial planning apply, regardless of the source of your income.
It's about building those good habits and making informed decisions. That will set you up for success in the long run.
Precisely. And who knows, maybe this conversation about a fourth stimulus check will inspire our listener to take charge of their finances and start building a brighter future today.
That's what I love about exploring these possibilities. It sparks that sense of hope and empowers us to take action. It's amazing how a simple conversation about a potential stimulus check can open up so many possibilities and inspire us to think about our financial goals in a whole new light.
It is. It's a powerful reminder that even in uncertain economic times, there's always room for hope and opportunity. It's about focusing on what we can control, making informed decisions, and
taking those proactive steps towards building a brighter future.
So as we wrap up our deep dive into the world of stimulus checks, what are some key takeaways our listeners should keep in mind as we navigate these interesting economic times?
Well, first and foremost, remember that while a fourth stimulus check is a real possibility, it's not a guarantee. The economic landscape can shift quickly, and there are many factors that could influence the government's decision. So it's important to stay informed, but not to count on those funds until they're actually in your account.
That's a great point. It's all about managing expectations and being prepared for any outcome. Exactly. But here's the most important takeaway. Regardless of what happens with stimulus checks, you have the power to take control of your financial future. Start building that emergency fund, explore those investment opportunities, and make sure you're prepared for whatever comes your way.
It's not about waiting for a handout. It's about taking charge and creating your own financial security.
Precisely. And remember, knowledge is power. The more you understand about the economy and personal finance, the better equipped you'll be to make informed decisions and navigate whatever challenges lie ahead.
So there you have it, our deep dive into the potential for a fourth stimulus check in 2025. It's a topic filled with possibilities, but also with the reminder that we all have the power to shape our own financial destinies.
And as we move forward, I'd like to leave you with this thought-provoking question. If a recession does trigger another round of stimulus, how might you best use those funds to not only weather the storm, but to emerge stronger and more resilient on the other side?
Ooh, that's a great question to ponder. Thanks for joining us on this deep dive. And remember, stay informed, stay empowered. And hey everyone, and welcome back. Today we're going to be looking into the possibility of another stimulus check in 2025.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to be breaking down some analysis from a YouTube video that looks into economic trends and past stimulus packages.
Exciting stuff. So, are we on the verge of another windfall? Let's find out.
I think so. I hope so, at least.
Well, the source we're looking at today says that there are a few economic indicators that could point to another stimulus check.
Awesome. I like the sound of that already.
Yeah. So one thing the video highlights is that a slowing economy actually makes stimulus checks more likely.
Really?
Yeah, it might sound a little strange, but think of it like this. When the economy is not doing so well, the government will sometimes step in to try and boost things.
Right. That makes sense.
Yeah.
So if things are a little shaky, it actually increases the odds of us getting some extra cash.
Exactly.
I like that. But how can we tell if the economy is actually headed in that direction?
Well, the source points to a few things.
Right? Like rising unemployment claims.
Gotcha.
So basically, if more people are finding themselves out of work, That can be a sign that the economy is slowing down. And guess what?
What?
That very thing is happening right now.
Oh, wow. So there's a real chance we could see another stimulus package based on what's happening right now.
It's definitely a possibility.
That's awesome. So is there anything else in the source that points to another round of stimulus?
Yeah, absolutely.
Wait.
The source also mentions that the Federal Reserve
Okay.
has started cutting interest rates.
Okay.
And now this is where things get really interesting.
Oh, really?
Yeah, cutting interest rates can be a sign
Okay.
that the Fed is trying to encourage borrowing and spending, to help stimulate the economy.
I see. So
Yeah.
there's like a little nudge to get things moving.
Exactly.
I'm all for it, especially if it means more money in our pockets.
Of course.
But how does this tie back to another stimulus check?
So if the Fed keeps cutting interest rates...
It could be a sign that they're concerned about the economy slowing down even more.
Okay.
And as we talked about earlier, a struggling economy can make stimulus checks more likely.
Right.
You see the connection.
Yeah, I'm starting to see the bigger picture here.
Yeah.
So it's all about reading the signs and understanding how different things can influence the possibility of another stimulus package.
Exactly. And this source does a great job of laying all that out.
I know everyone is eager to hear about the potential amount of these stimulus checks.
Oh, I bet.
And I have to say, this source has me feeling pretty optimistic.
Oh, yeah.
It points to a trend in the history of stimulus checks
Okay.
that could give us some clues about what to expect.
Love a good trend. Let's hear it.
All right, so think back to past recessions and the stimulus checks that were issued.
Okay.
In 2001, we saw $300 checks.
Okay.
Then in 2008, the amount doubled to $600.
Wow.
And in 2020, it doubled again to $1,200. Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
I think I am.
If that pattern continues, we could be looking at
A potential $2,400 stimulus check.
That's amazing.
It's important to remember that it's just a possibility,
Right.
but it's certainly something to get excited about.
Exciting is an understatement. That could make a huge difference for so many people. Just imagine the possibilities.
Yeah, and that's what this source wants us to do.
Okay.
Just imagine the positive impact that extra money could have on your life.
I love that. Okay, so let's dive into that. What would a $2,400 stimulus check mean for you?
Well, for starters, it could provide a significant cushion for people who are facing financial challenges. It could help pay down debt or cover essential expenses.
Absolutely.
Or even allow people to invest in their future.
And let's not forget the boost to the economy.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
More spending power means more demand for goods and services, which could really help businesses
Absolutely.
and even create new jobs.
It's like a ripple effect.
Right.
Starting with those checks and then spreading throughout the whole economy.
It's a win-win. I love it.
Definitely. It's pretty amazing how far that money could go.
Yeah. And this source doesn't just stop at the potential economic benefits.
Right.
It also talks about how a recession, which we said earlier, could actually increase the chances of getting another stimulus check.
Yeah.
Might not be such a bad thing after all.
Right. It's really easy to get caught up in the doom and gloom of the word recession. But the source is like, hey, look at it differently.
Okay.
It could be a fresh start,
Okay.
a chance to kind of like rebuild
Interesting.
and make the economy more resilient.
So what kind of fresh start are we talking about?
Okay, so the source uses this analogy
Okay.
of a forest fire. At first you think, oh, that's terrible, a fire.
Right. Yeah.
But it can actually be really important for the long-term health of a forest.
Really?
Yeah, it clears out like the dead wood.
Okay.
Makes room for new trees to grow. So
Sure.
ultimately, it creates a more lively and resilient ecosystem.
So they're saying that a recession could have that kind of effect on the economy.
Yeah, exactly like hitting the reset button.
Oh, wow.
It could force us to confront unsustainable practices
Okay.
and innovate,
Okay.
and then ultimately create a more efficient and fair economic model.
So instead of fearing it, we
Yeah.
could see it as an opportunity for positive change.
Exactly.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I really like that it's a very hopeful perspective.
Yeah, and they actually go even further,
Okay.
suggesting that this reset could lead to a lot of exciting new innovations,
Oh, cool. Like what?
especially in green technology and sustainable development.
So a recession could actually speed up our progress towards being more sustainable.
Yeah, it's a possibility.
That's really cool.
Yeah, economic downturns force us to reevaluate our priorities
Yeah.
and find new ways of doing things.
Right.
And that can lead to some amazing creativity.
That's so true.
Yeah.
But let's get back to those stimulus checks for a second.
Okay.
We're talking about that $2,400.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money.
It is. It really is.
It's kind of hard to wrap my head around that.
I know. And just think about the impact that it could have on
Oh,
people's lives.
like imagine being able to pay off a bunch of debt
Oh, yeah,
or put a ton of money in your savings
for sure.
or even like invest in something you've always wanted to do.
So like suddenly you've got all this financial freedom.
Yeah. And think about what people could do.
Yeah.
They could start a business,
Uh-huh.
go back to school,
Yeah.
or just have some peace of mind knowing that they've got a bit of cushion.
Yeah, just that feeling of security.
Yeah.
There's so many possibilities.
You know, I bet our listeners are already thinking about what they would do with that money.
Oh, I'm sure.
I am too. So let's pretend for a second.
Okay.
That check landed in your account tomorrow. What's the first thing you'd do?
Oh, man.
What would you buy? What would you do?
I've had my eye on some new equipment for my home studio.
Oh, nice.
I would love to finally get that and really level up my work.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Investing in your passion. I love it.
What about you?
I think I would finally book that trip to Italy.
Oh, wow.
I've been wanting to go forever. Just imagine like pasta and wine and all the art.
That sounds amazing.
Yeah, it would be a really good way to celebrate.
For sure. And, those are just two examples.
Yeah.
I bet our listeners have all sorts of amazing things they would do with that money.
It's really inspiring to think about.
It is.
And it just goes to show that even when things are uncertain, there's always a chance for good things to happen.
Absolutely.
And this source is a good reminder that even tough times can bring opportunities.
Yeah.
And sometimes those opportunities come with some extra cash.
A little padding doesn't hurt.
I couldn't have said it better myself. So it's really about keeping an open mind,
Yeah,
embracing those possibilities,
absolutely.
and remembering that even a little bit of hope can go a long way.
It really can. It's crazy what a little extra money can do. Just get your imagination going.
Yeah, it's like suddenly you're full of ideas and inspiration.
For sure.
And you know what? This whole conversation has really made me think about the power of perspective.
Oh, yeah. How so?
Well, this source encourages us to view a potential recession not as something to be afraid of, but as a chance for growth, and transformation.
Yeah. I like that. That's a good way to look at it.
So instead of getting all anxious and worried,
Right.
we can focus on the potential for things to get better.
Absolutely.
This source really drives that point home, that a recession could actually force us to be more innovative and create a more sustainable and fair economic system.
It's all about looking at the big picture and realizing that sometimes a little disruption can lead to progress.
And who knows, maybe that progress will come with a new stimulus check.
Maybe. I mean, it's not guaranteed,
Right.
but it's definitely something to think about.
Definitely. So let's wrap up this deep dive
Okay.
with a few key takeaways.
Sounds good.
First, stay informed. Pay attention to those economic indicators.
Yeah. Knowledge is power, right?
Exactly.
Understanding what's happening can help you make better decisions.
Second, remember that even if we do go through a recession, it's not the end of the world.
It might even be a good thing in the long run.
Right. It could be a fresh start, a chance to rebuild and come out stronger.
For sure.
And finally, don't stop dreaming big.
Yeah,
Whether or not that stimulus check comes, there are always good things to look forward to.
definitely.
Keep those goals in mind, stay positive, and just keep working towards the future that you want.
Well said.
Thanks for joining us, everyone. And until next time, welcome back to the Deep Dive. We're talking about something that I know was on a lot of people's minds.
Definitely.
A possible fourth stimulus check
Yeah.
for $2,000.
Huge.
And on top of that, a $200 monthly increase to Social Security benefits.
Right.
Now, with prices going up everywhere, this is really important information to understand. So today we are diving deep into how these potential changes could impact your wallet.
That's exactly right. And, there is a lot of information and misinformation swirling around out there. So we're here to cut through the noise and really focus on the facts so you can plan for your financial future.
Okay, so let's start with this $2,000 stimulus check.
Okay.
I feel like every few months we start hearing these rumors again.
It comes up a lot.
What's the real deal this time?
Right. So our sources are indicating that it's not a done deal yet.
Okay.
You can kind of think of stimulus checks as a tool that the government uses to boost the economy.
Yeah.
So if consumer spending starts to lag and the economy needs a little bit of a jump start.
Right. That's usually when you see a stimulus check is more likely to happen.
So we need to kind of keep an eye on those economic indicators.
Exactly.
But wouldn't sending out more money just lead to more inflation?
Well, yeah, that's a valid concern.
Yeah.
There is a delicate balance to strike.
Yeah.
But if a stimulus check is targeted towards those lower income households
Right.
who are more likely to spend the money immediately on essential goods and services, it can actually stimulate demand
Yeah,
and help the economy grow.
that makes sense. All right, let's move on to Social Security.
Okay.
There has been some talk of a $200 a month increase.
Yeah.
Is that for real?
It is a real proposal.
Okay.
It's called the Social Security Expansion Act.
Okay.
And it has gained some traction. So if it were to pass,
Right.
that would mean an extra $2,400 a year
Wow, yeah.
for those receiving Social Security benefits,
That would be a huge help for folks.
especially those who are living on a fixed income.
All right.
But one thing that our source mentioned was that with inflation being what it is $200 even enough anymore?
You know, that is a really good point. And while $200 is significant, you know, it's important to acknowledge that the cost of living has been going up steadily and consistently. So perhaps a larger increase would actually be needed to really offset those rising costs and ensure that Social Security recipients can maintain their standard of living.
Okay, so now the big question. Could you potentially receive both a stimulus check and that monthly Social Security increase?
Well, here's the good news.
Okay.
The answer is yes.
Really?
Yes. They come from different funding sources and they don't conflict with each other.
Okay, but help me understand that.
So imagine this.
Okay.
Your regular Social Security benefit is like your steady paycheck.
Okay.
Right. But then the stimulus check is like a one-time bonus.
Okay.
Like finding a $20 bill
I like that.
in your pocket.
Yeah.
So they're separate.
Okay.
And as long as your overall income falls below certain thresholds, which is likely the case for many Social Security recipients,
Right.
you could qualify for both.
Wow.
So that would mean if both of those initiatives were implemented, you could see a significant increase
Yeah.
in your overall income.
That's a relief to hear. So let's get into the details of how this could actually help our listeners. What kind of impact could this extra money have?
Well, think about it this way. This additional income could be a game changer for many people.
Yeah.
Imagine being able to pay off some bills or finally tackle those home repairs that you've been putting off or even just having a little extra breathing room in your budget.
Yeah, just that little bit of cushion.
Exactly.
Could really reduce stress for folks.
Absolutely. And, you know, it's about having that peace of mind, knowing that you can cover your essential expenses.
Right.
And maybe even treat yourself
Yeah.
to something special every once in a while.
I love that. But let's be realistic for a second. These are proposals, not guarantees.
Yeah.
How confident are we that either of these are going to actually happen?
It's true. Nothing is set in stone just yet.
Yeah.
The economic and political landscape,
Right.
it's always evolving.
Yeah.
But I will say that there is growing momentum
Okay.
and public support for both of these initiatives. And I think that a lot of lawmakers recognize the financial struggles that people are facing and are actively working to try to provide relief.
Okay.
So it's important to stay informed about any development.
Right.
And make your voice heard.
Yeah.
You know,
Okay.
contact your representatives.
Good reminder. Knowledge is power, right?
Exactly.
But what about those listeners who are struggling right now and can't wait for these potential benefits? What advice do you have for them?
Well, first and foremost,
Know that you are not alone.
yeah,
Millions of people are facing similar challenges,
right.
and there are resources available
Okay.
to help bridge the gap.
Like what kinds of things?
Well, there are a number of government assistance programs
Okay.
like SENEC and LIHAP that can help with things like food and utility costs. And, you know, a lot of communities also have local food banks
Right.
and charitable organizations that offer assistance
Yeah.
with basic necessities.
That's a good starting point. But I think sometimes those systems can feel really overwhelming,
Absolutely.
especially if you are already stressed
Right.
about money.
It can be daunting,
Yeah.
which is why it's so important to reach out for help.
Okay.
Don't be afraid to contact your local social services agency or a trusted community organization. They can help you understand what programs you qualify for
Right.
and kind of guide you through that application process.
So helpful to have that guidance.
Definitely.
Now, before we move on, okay.
I want to circle back to something you mentioned earlier about the impact of this extra money. You talked about paying off bills, home repairs, but let's dream a little bigger. How else could listeners use this financial boost?
Ooh, I like that. Let's dream big. So let's talk about who might actually qualify.
Yeah, let's get into the nitty-gritty.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Starting with the stimulus check.
Okay.
Historically, stimulus checks have been tied to income thresholds,
Right.
meaning if you earn below a certain amount, you're eligible for the full payment.
So what does that look like? Where can people find that information?
Well, that's where it gets a little tricky.
Okay.
The exact income limits for a potential fourth stimulus check
Right.
haven't been determined yet.
Okay.
However, we can look to previous stimulus packages for some clues.
Yeah.
For example, the last stimulus check had a phase-out income limit of $80,000
Okay.
for individuals and $160,000 for married couples filing jointly.
So that gives us a ballpark.
Exactly.
So if someone earns less than that, they're likely going to qualify for that full $2,000.
Exactly. And remember, even if your income is slightly above those limits, you might still be eligible for a partial payment.
Okay, interesting.
So it's all about understanding that sliding scale
Okay.
that they use to determine eligibility.
Got it. Now, what about the Social Security increase? How does that work with the income limits?
Well, the great thing about the proposed Social Security increase is that it wouldn't be based on your current income.
Okay.
So everyone receiving Social Security benefits would receive that extra $200 a month.
Got it.
Regardless of their earnings.
So no need to worry about those complicated income thresholds or phase-outs.
Exactly.
If you're getting Social Security, you're getting the boost.
Precisely.
Yeah.
Which makes it a very straightforward and impactful way to help seniors and those with disabilities keep up with the rising cost of living.
This is all really good news, but let's be realistic for a minute. These are proposals.
Right.
They're not guarantees.
Yeah.
How confident are we that either of these are actually going to happen?
Well, you know, it's true that nothing is set in stone yet.
Yeah.
The economic and political landscape constantly evolving.
Of course.
But I will say there is growing momentum
Okay.
and public support
Yeah.
for both the stimulus check and the Social Security increase.
Okay.
And I think a lot of lawmakers recognize the financial struggles that people are facing
Yeah.
and are actively working to provide relief.
Okay.
So it's important to stay informed about any new developments and make your voice heard. Contact your representatives.
Good reminder. Knowledge is power.
Exactly.
But what about the listeners who are struggling right now, who can't wait for these things to happen?
Right.
What advice do you have for them?
Well, first and foremost, know that you are not alone.
Yeah.
Millions of people are facing similar challenges.
Right.
And there are resources available to help.
Okay.
To bridge the gap.
Like what kinds of resources?
Well, there are a number of government assistance programs.
Okay.
Like SNP, LEHAPE.
Okay.
That can help with things like food and utility costs. And a lot of communities also have local food banks and charitable organizations that offer assistance with basic necessities.
That's a good starting point, but I think sometimes navigating those systems can feel really overwhelming.
Absolutely. Especially when you're already stressed about finances. It can be daunting, which is why it's so important to reach out for help.
Okay.
Don't be afraid to contact your local social services agency
Right.
or a trusted community organization. They can help you understand what programs you qualify for
Right.
and guide you through that application process.
So helpful to have someone to walk you through that.
Absolutely.
Okay, so before we move on, I want to circle back to something you mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
About the impact of this extra money. You talked about paying off bills, home repairs, but let's dream a little bigger.
I like it.
How else could our listeners use this potential financial boost?
Well, for some, it might be about investing in their health and well-being.
Okay.
Maybe it's finally being able to afford that gym membership or those much-needed dental checkups.
Right. Or like you were saying before, just having that little extra cushion
Exactly.
can really reduce stress,
Absolutely.
which is so important.
Huge for your health and well-being. For others, it might be about pursuing their passions or personal growth.
I like that.
Maybe it's taking that art class they've always dreamed of or learning a new language.
Right.
Or even starting a small side business, you know?
I love that.
Yeah.
It's about having that freedom to kind of explore new opportunities
Exactly.
and invest in yourself.
Precisely. And this extra money could really be the catalyst
Yeah.
for some positive change and personal fulfillment.
This has been such a great deep dive. We've covered a lot of ground,
We really have.
from those economic factors driving stimulus checks to the potential impacts these could have on people's lives.
Right.
What's the one key message you want our listeners to take away from this?
I would say stay informed,
Okay.
stay hopeful,
Mm-hmm.
and stay proactive.
Yeah.
You know, we don't have a crystal ball
Right.
to predict the future,
Of course not.
but we can empower ourselves with knowledge
Yes.
and plan for a brighter financial future.
That's a great message. So to our listeners, take a minute to think about how a potential stimulus check or a monthly Social Security increase could benefit you.
Yeah, imagine the possibilities.
What could you do with that extra money?
Hmm.
Until next time,
Mm-hmm.
stay curious, stay informed.
Empower.
And we'll see you on our next.
Hey, everyone. I bet a lot of you out there are wondering about stimulus checks.
Yeah,
You know, like if we'll see another one.
right.
And especially
Yeah,
if you might qualify this time if you're on a fixed income
absolutely.
or a lower income.
For sure.
There's so much speculation.
Yeah,
It can be hard to know what to believe.
yeah, it really can.
So today,
Mm-hmm.
we're doing a deep dive
Okay,
on past stimulus checks
interesting.
to see if we can spot any clues or patterns
Cool.
that might give you some insight
I like that.
into what the future holds.
Yeah,
We've got some great research lined up,
looking forward to it.
even a few anecdotes from people who receive stimulus checks.
Oh, wow. That's great.
You know, I've always wondered about this.
Okay.
Like, a lot of people think
Yeah.
that stimulus checks happen
Mm-hmm.
because the public demands them,
Uh-huh.
but that's not really true, is it?
Not really, no.
They're mostly tied to how the economy is doing.
Yeah, that's a much bigger factor.
It seemed kind of counterintuitive.
It does.
Like if the economy's struggling,
Right.
the government just starts giving money away.
Yeah, you'd think they'd be tightening their belts.
Exactly. So can you explain that a little?
Sure.
Why would they give money away when times are tough?
Well, think of it this way.
Okay.
When we talk about the economy struggling, we're often talking about a recession.
Okay.
And that means things like employment
Yeah.
and production and spending
Uh-huh.
are all declining.
Makes sense.
And stimulus checks.
Yeah.
They're designed to combat that
Okay.
by injecting money directly into the hands of consumers.
So people will spend it.
Right, especially those who are most likely to spend it quickly.
Gotcha.
This helps increase demand
Okay.
for goods and services,
Uh-huh.
which can help businesses
Yeah.
and even create new jobs.
So it's like jump-starting a car.
Exactly.
That you give it a jolt of energy and it gets going on its own.
That's a great analogy.
Okay, so now I get why they do it.
Mm-hmm.
But how do they actually get that money to people?
Well, it's through what's called a refundable tax credit.
Ah, tax credits.
Yep.
I feel like a lot of people hear that
Yeah.
and they just tune out.
It doesn't sound very exciting.
Not at all. But this is actually good news, right?
It is.
Because refundable means
Yeah.
you could get money back,
Exactly.
even if you don't owe taxes.
That's right. It's a payment,
Wow.
like a direct deposit to your bank account.
Oh, that is good news.
Yeah, people get excited about that.
I can see why.
Yeah.
So looking back at past stimulus checks,
Okay.
like how have the rules for getting one changed?
Wow.
Especially the income limits.
Yeah, those are important.
Those are what most people want to know.
For sure.
So what have we seen so far?
So back in 2020, remember that $1,200 check?
I do, yeah.
You had to be under $100,000 income to qualify for that one.
Okay, as an individual.
As an individual.
And what about married couples?
Double that. So under $200,000.
Okay, got it.
Then later in 2020 and in early 2021, we had the $600 and the $1,400 checks.
Oh, yeah, I remember those.
And for those, the income limits were lower.
Oh, so they went down.
They did down to $75,000 for individuals
Okay.
and $150,000 for married couples.
Interesting. So it seems like
Yeah.
as things got tougher in the economy,
Uh-huh.
they started focusing those payments on people with lower incomes.
Exactly. They were trying to get the biggest bang for their buck.
I see. Yeah, that makes sense.
One of the sources we looked at called it a higher marginal propensity to consume.
Wow. Say that 3 times fast.
Right.
But what does that actually mean?
It basically means that someone with a lower income is more likely to spend an extra dollar,
Oh, okay.
whereas someone with a higher income might save it.
That makes sense.
Yeah, so giving money to lower income folks
Mhm.
is a better way to stimulate the economy.
Interesting.
You see, it's all about
Yeah.
getting that money circulating quickly.
Makes sense.
It's key to stimulating a struggling economy.
And that's why focusing on lower income households is more effective.
It's
Okay. So this fact from our research really stood out to me.
Okay, lay it on me.
Most people living on fixed or low incomes made under $40,000 a year.
Yeah, that's right.
So let's say, hypothetically,
Mm.
there's another stimulus check.
Okay.
What are the chances someone making under $40,000 would qualify?
It's a good question. It's tough to say for certain.
Yeah, I know we don't have a crystal ball.
No, but if we follow the pattern
Yeah.
from previous stimulus checks, someone making under $40,000 a year would likely be eligible.
Okay, that makes me feel a little better.
No, it's a lot of uncertainty.
For sure. Okay, now I want to talk about another concern that came up in our research.
Oh, yeah. What's that?
A lot of people were worried
Yeah.
that a new stimulus check
Mm-hmm.
could affect their existing benefits.
Like Social Security and disability.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, I can see why people would worry about that.
So what do you think about that?
Well, it's important to remember
Okay.
that these stimulus payments
Mhm.
are set up differently from existing benefits. Oh, okay.
They're considered tax credits,
I see.
and they aren't designed to interfere with or reduce
Gotcha.
other forms of assistance.
Okay.
So to answer your question,
Yeah.
you wouldn't have to worry
Okay.
about your Social Security or disability payments being affected.
That's a relief. I bet a lot of people are wondering about that.
Absolutely. A lot of folks depend on those programs.
Okay, so let's recap what we've learned so far.
All right.
Stimulus checks are tied to how the economy is doing.
Yep.
Past trends suggest that people with lower and fixed incomes would likely qualify.
Mm,
And they don't seem to impact existing benefits.
right.
That's a lot to unpack.
It is, but there's even more to consider.
Oh, really? Like what?
What other factors do you think policymakers look at
Good question.
when they're deciding whether to issue stimulus checks in the first place?
Besides the state of the economy?
Right.
I mean, I guess things like inflation.
Yes, definitely.
Like if prices are going up faster than the value of the check.
It wouldn't help much, would it?
Not really. It'd be like trying to bail out a sinking boat with a teaspoon.
Uh-huh. Good analogy.
So yeah, inflation's a big one.
Okay, so we've got the economy
Right.
and inflation.
Mm-hmm.
What else?
Let's dive into that a bit more.
Sounds good.
Yeah, it's a tough job for policymakers.
Oh, for sure.
They have to find that sweet spot between stimulating the economy
Okay.
and not making inflation worse.
So it's kind of a balancing act.
Yeah, exactly. It's adding air to a tire.
Ooh, I like that.
You want enough air so it runs smoothly,
Right.
but too much,
Yeah.
and you've got a problem.
Makes sense. Okay, so besides inflation,
Yeah.
what other economic indicators are they keeping an eye on?
Well, unemployment rates are a big one.
Okay, yeah, those make sense.
If unemployment is high,
Yeah,
it usually means the economy's struggling.
right.
So that might make them more likely to consider stimulus measures.
Uh-huh.
But if unemployment is low,
Okay.
it could suggest the economy's doing all right on its own.
So no need for a stimulus.
Right.
So they're looking at inflation,
Mhm.
unemployment.
Yep.
What else?
Well, don't forget about consumer confidence.
Oh, right, yeah.
That plays a big role, too.
Because if people feel good about the economy,
Exactly.
they're more likely to spend money.
And that helps the economy grow.
Right. But if they're feeling uncertain or scared,
Yeah. Then they're more likely to save their money.
which can slow things down.
Right. It can become a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy.
I see what you mean. So it's not just about the numbers.
No, not at all.
It's about how people feel about those numbers.
Exactly. It's the psychology of economics.
Interesting. You know, it's easy to get caught up
I know what you mean.
in all the data and the jargon.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day,
Yeah.
this is about real people's lives.
Yeah.
It's about families trying to make ends meet,
Mm-hmm.
planning for the future,
Very
trying to
true.
navigate this crazy financial world.
Absolutely. And that's what makes it so important to understand, what's really going on.
Okay, so we've talked about how stimulus checks work,
Right.
who might be eligible.
Mm-hmm.
We've even looked at some of the economic factors
Yep.
that policymakers consider. Anything else we should keep in mind?
Well, I think it's important to remember
Okay.
that we can't predict the future,
No, we can't.
but by understanding the patterns of the past,
Yeah.
we can at least get some valuable insights,
Uh-huh.
and that can help us feel more prepared,
Okay, that's reassuring.
for whatever challenges or opportunities might come our way.
Right, so for someone who's listening to all of this
Yeah,
and maybe feeling a little overwhelmed,
it can be a lot to take in.
what's the one key takeaway you would give them?
Stay informed.
Stay informed.
Yeah, keep learning about these economic factors
Okay.
and how they might impact your personal finances.
So the more you know,
Exactly.
the better decisions you can make.
For yourself and for your family.
That's great advice.
Thanks.
But sometimes too much information can be a bad thing.
Oh, absolutely. You can get analysis paralysis.
Yeah, exactly.
It's about finding that balance.
So how do you recommend people stay informed?
Well, there are lots of great resources out there.
Like what?
Websites, podcasts, even social media can be helpful.
Yeah, if you know where to look.
Exactly. And you don't have to become an economist overnight.
Right.
Just learn a little bit at a time.
Yeah, bite-sized pieces.
And over time, you'll build a solid understanding.
Okay, that sounds manageable.
It is. You just have to be consistent.
So before we go, is there anything else
Yeah.
our listeners should be thinking about as they continue their own deep dive?
Yeah, I think it's easy to get caught up in what we stand to gain financially.
Yeah, for sure.
But it's important to think about the bigger picture, too.
Okay.
Like, what are the long-term effects of these policies on things like government debt or inflation?
Okay, yeah, those are good points.
How might these policies impact different groups of people differently?
Those are some really interesting questions.
They are, and they're worth considering
Yeah.
as we navigate this complex and always changing economic landscape.
I like that. Well, this has been a fascinating deep dive.
It has.
We've covered so much ground today.
We have.
From the nuts and bolts of stimulus checks
Yeah.
to the potential implications for individuals and the economy as a whole.
Absolutely. It's been a pleasure exploring this with you.
Likewise. And I think the biggest takeaway for me is that even though we can't predict the future,
Right.
understanding these underlying factors can really empower us
It can.
to approach our own finances with more confidence
Absolutely.
and clarity.
Yeah, it's about taking control.
Right. It's not about waiting for a check.
No.
It's about taking charge of your financial well-being,
Exactly.
no matter what happens.
That's the key.
Great advice. And on that note,
Okay.
I think we'll wrap up this episode of The Deep Dive.
Sounds good.
Thanks for joining us, and until next time,
Yeah.
stay curious and keep exploring.
Yeah, so let's break that down a bit.
Okay.
Marginal propensity to consume.
Yeah, it's a mouthful.
It is, haha, but the idea is simple.
Okay.
Imagine giving an extra $100 to someone
Okay.
who's really struggling.
Yeah.
They're probably going to spend that money right away.
On essentials.
Right, like groceries or gas.
Makes sense.
They need those things.
Yep.
So that extra cash helps them meet those immediate needs.
Okay.
But now imagine giving that same $100
To someone who's more well off.
right, someone who's already comfortable.
Okay.
They might choose to save it.
Or invest it.
Exactly, instead of spending it right away.
So the impact of that extra money
Yeah,
really depends on who gets it.
precisely.
Okay. I'm starting to see where you're going with this.
Good, because from an economic standpoint,
Mm-hmm.
if you want to stimulate a struggling economy, you need to get that money moving.
Circulating.
Right, and focusing on lower income households.
Okay.
It's a really effective way to boost spending because they're more likely to use it right away.
And that helps those key sectors.
Exactly, the ones that drive economic growth.
Okay. Wow. That's a really interesting way to think about it.
It is. It's all about maximizing the impact.
Right. Getting the most bang for your buck.
Exactly.
Well, I've got to say,
Yeah,
this has been a fascinating deep dive.
it has been.
We've covered so much
Yeah.
from how stimulus checks actually work
Right.
to how they affect the economy
Mm-hmm.
and what might be in store for the future.
The big picture stuff.
Yeah. And, even though we can't predict when or if another stimulus check will happen,
Nobody can?
I feel like I have a much better grasp
Good.
of how it all works.
That's the goal.
And I feel more confident about my own finances.
That's what I like to hear.
So thank you so much for all of this.
You're very welcome.
This has been incredibly insightful.
Glad to hear it. Always happy to share what I know.
And to everyone listening out there,
Yeah,
keep learning, stay informed,
absolutely.
and keep asking questions.
The more you know, the better.
Well said. And on that note,
Okay.
we'll wrap up this episode of The Deep Dive.
Sounds good.
Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, everyone.
And until next time,
yeah.
stay curious and keep it. Right. So you know how there's all this talk about more stimulus checks coming out? Well, we're going to do a deep dive today to see if there's any truth to it.
Yeah, it's funny. There might actually be a way this could happen, and it all has to do with this thing called a reconciliation bill.
Oh, okay. Reconciliation bills. Yeah. I've heard that term thrown around a lot lately, but I don't really know what it means.
Well, basically, they are a way to pass laws with only a simple majority vote in the Senate. So it's easier than passing regular laws, which need a supermajority.
Oh, so it's like a fast track for certain types of legislation.
Yeah, exactly. It's a way to get things done, even when there's a lot of political gridlock, which, as you know, there is a lot of in Washington.
That's for sure. So how does this all tie back into the possibility of more stimulus checks?
Well, the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, the one that gave out those $1,400 checks, that was passed using reconciliation.
Oh, so there's actually a precedent for this. It's
Yeah.
not just some crazy idea.
Not at all. And get this, it wasn't just the Democrats who did it. Back in 2020, the CARES Act with the $1,200 checks that also went through reconciliation, and then later that year, another round of checks for $600 were approved under a Republican-led Senate.
Wow, so both sides have actually used this before to get money into people's pockets. That's really interesting. So where do things stand right now? Could we actually see this happen again?
Well, right now, Republicans control both the House and the Senate, plus the presidency. So they are the ones who would be in charge of putting together this reconciliation bill.
So it really all comes down to them and what they decide to put in this bill, huh?
Pretty much, yeah. And you know what? Adding stimulus checks to the bill, it's totally within the realm of possibility. They've done it before. Of course, we don't know all the details yet, or even if they'll do it this time, but it's definitely something to keep an eye on. And just imagine if they did decide to include direct payments. I mean, what could that mean for you?
Now you're talking. I like where this is going. Let's say they do go for it. What kind of impact could these checks have?
Okay, so let's talk potential benefits here. If we look at what they've done with past stimulus packages, we could be talking about direct payments, maybe even similar to those $1,400 checks from 2021.
That would be a huge help to a lot of people, no doubt. But weren't there also some other benefits included in those past packages? Stuff that might fly under the radar but could be just as valuable?
Oh, absolutely. Remember those advanced child tax credit payments they added to the American Rescue Plan? Those were a big deal for families, giving them extra support each month. So yeah, we could see more of that, those indirect benefits that can make a big difference.
So we're talking about a potential double whammy, direct payments, plus these other programs that could help folks out. This is getting pretty exciting, but I'm sure there are all sorts of factors that could influence whether or not this actually happens, right?
Yeah, you're right. It's not a done deal by any means. A lot can change in politics and economics, but there are definitely some interesting developments that make this worth paying attention to.
Okay, so what are we talking about here? What should people be keeping an eye on?
Well, one of the big things is the economy. Stimulus checks have often been used as a way to boost the economy when things are slow, like a jump start.
Yeah, like when the engine's sputtering a bit, they give it a jolt.
Exactly. And guess what? There are some signs that the economy might be heading in that direction. We've seen some data lately that suggests things might be slowing down.
So if they think the economy needs a little pick-me-up, they might be more inclined to include stimulus checks in the bill.
That's a very real possibility. And you know what that would mean, right? Money going straight back into the pockets of millions of Americans.
Okay, so we've got the historical precedent and the potential for the economy to nudge things in the right direction. What else should people be thinking about at this point?
I think it's time to shift gears a bit and start thinking about what you can do.
Some of the things people should be thinking about when they're making their plan.
Think of it like this. It's a little financial windfall, a chance to get ahead on some of your financial goals.
I like that. So instead of just letting it disappear, people can actually use it to make a real improvement in their situation.
That's the idea. It's all about being smart with it. You got to ask yourself, what are your priorities? Would you use it to knock out some high-interest debt, maybe beef up that emergency fund, or even invest some of it so it can grow over time?
All great options, and I guess the right answer really depends on the person, right?
Yeah, there's no one-size-fits-all solution. The key is to really think about what makes the most sense for your situation, your financial situation, I mean.
So step one, figure out where you stand and make a plan for how you'd use that money. What else should people be doing to get ready?
Staying informed, that's huge. You got to keep up with the news, see what's happening with this reconciliation bill, any official announcements.
Makes sense. Things change so fast these days. We don't want to be caught napping.
Exactly. You got to be ready to adjust your plan if needed, be ready to jump when the time comes.
Okay, so planning and staying informed. Got it.
Okay.
Any other proactive steps people can take, to maybe improve their chances of actually getting a check if they do end up in the bill?
Yeah, making sure all your tax info is up to date with the IRS, that's important.
Right, the government needs to have all its ducks in a row, make sure the money goes to the right people.
Exactly. So yeah, double check your filing status, your dependents, your income, all that stuff. Make sure it's all accurate on your most recent tax return.
Like making sure the address is right on a package. Got to make sure it gets delivered.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. And another thing, it never hurts to reach out to your elected officials Let them know you support these kinds of policies, the ones that help out families and individuals financially.
Yeah. Let your voice be heard, right? Let those representatives know what matters to you.
Absolutely. Getting involved in the political process, making your voice heard, it can be a really powerful way to advocate for policies that help you and your community.
Okay, so to recap, we've got our action plan. Figure out how you'd use the money, stay up to date on what's happening, make sure your tax info is correct, and let your representatives know you support this stuff. This feels good. Even with all the uncertainty, it feels like we can actually do something.
Yeah, taking control. And hey, even if this bill doesn't work out the way we hope, even if there aren't any stimulus checks, what you've learned through this process, all this stuff about the economy, about politics, about personal finance, it's going to help you down the road no matter what.
It's like we're building up our financial muscles.
Yeah.
Getting ready for whatever comes next.
That's a great way to put it. And when you think about it that way, you're already way ahead of the game.
Now, I know we've been talking a lot about getting ready and making plans, but let's be real for a second. I think everyone listening is wondering the same thing right now. How much money are we talking about here? What kind of numbers could we actually see?
Oh, yeah, I get it. Everyone wants to know how much this could actually impact their bottom line. And look, I can't predict the future. No one can. We don't know exactly how much any stimulus checks might be. But we can look back at what they've done in the past to get an idea of what's possible.
Okay, so let's take a trip down memory lane. What kind of figures are we talking about?
Well, the American Rescue Plan Act back in 2021, remember that one? They gave out $1,400 per person plus another $1,400 for each dependent. So a family of 4, they got $5,600 total.
That's a nice little chunk of change. I bet that helped a lot of families. $1,200.
It's an interesting progression for sure.
It is. So if this pattern keeps going, does that mean we could be looking at a $2,400 check next time?
Okay, now hold on a second. While that pattern is definitely intriguing, it's important to remember that it's not a guarantee.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't go running to the bank just yet.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
But it's still fun to think about, right? Like,
yeah.
What if?
Of course. It's always good to stay hopeful. But I think the bigger takeaway here is that a recession, which a lot of people see as a scary thing, could actually lead to some positive changes.
That's a good point. I mean, it's like, yeah, a recession can be tough, but sometimes you need to shake things up to make things better, right?
It's like hitting the reset button. Sometimes you need to clear out the old to make way for the new.
I like that. Reset. It's like a fresh start. And you know what? I think that's what a lot of people are really craving right now.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So if this reset does happen, what could it actually look like for the average person? Like, what are some tangible benefits we might see?
Well, one really great thing that could happen is that prices might actually go down for a lot of everyday things.
Wait, really?
Yeah. Think about it. During a recession, demand for certain things might drop, which could lead to businesses lowering their prices to attract customers.
Wow, so our money could actually go further.
Absolutely. You could find yourself getting more bang for your buck at the grocery store, the gas station, maybe even when you're shopping for clothes or other things you need.
Now that's a silver lining I can get behind. So even though we might see some economic ups and downs, there could be some really great benefits for us along the way, like lower prices and maybe even another stimulus check.
It's all about looking at the big picture and seeing the potential for positive change, even amidst uncertainty.
Exactly. And it's important to remember that things can change quickly in the economy.
You got that right.
Remember back in early 2020, life seemed pretty normal, and then boom, everything shifted practically overnight.
Yeah, and that first stimulus check arrived pretty quickly after that.
Exactly. So things can turn around unexpectedly, and sometimes those unexpected turns bring some pretty amazing surprises with them.
Sometimes those surprises can be exactly what we need to navigate through challenging times and come out stronger on the other side.
You know what? I totally agree. And speaking of surprises, I remember this one time when, it really is wild how quickly things can shift when it comes to the economy.
Yeah, for sure. It's like 1 minute things are going smoothly, and the next minute you're holding your breath, wondering what's going to happen next.
Exactly. But, you made a really good point earlier about how change can bring opportunity. And I think that's especially true when we're talking about the possibility of another stimulus check.
Yeah.
Like, what if that extra cash arrives just when prices are starting to dip?
Oh, no, that would be a fantastic scenario. Talk about a win-win, right? Extra money in your pocket and things costing less. Sign me up.
Right. It's like the perfect storm, but in a good way.
Exactly. A perfect storm of savings and opportunity. And It's not just a pipe dream either. A lot of your research materials actually suggest that this kind of scenario could really play out.
Okay, so let's say it does happen. We get another stimulus check, and prices for everyday stuff actually start going down.
Yeah.
What are some smart moves our listeners could make to really make the most of this situation?
Ooh, that's a great question. Well, first off, I think this would be a prime opportunity to tackle any debts you might have, especially those pesky high-interest ones.
Oh, yeah, good point.
Think about it. You could use a chunk of that stimulus money to make a big dent in your debt, which would free up more of your income each month.
So not only do you get a little breathing room from the stimulus, but then you get even more breathing room from having less debt to pay off each month.
Exactly. It's a double whammy of financial freedom.
I love it. Okay, so debt reduction is a big one. What else?
Well, another smart move would be to beef up that emergency fund. Having a solid financial cushion can make all the difference when it comes to weathering unexpected storms.
Yeah, it's like having that safety net there just in case.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's like building a financial fortress around yourself so you feel safe and secure no matter what life throws your way.
I love that. A financial fortress. That's a great way to think about it. Okay, so debt reduction, building up savings. What about investing?
Ah, yes, investing. That's another fantastic option. Now, I know investing can feel a bit intimidating, especially if you're new to it,
Oh, sure.
but there are so many resources out there to help you get started, even if you're starting small.
Like what?
Well, there are online platforms that make investing super easy, and they often have educational materials to walk you through the process step by step. Plus, there are always financial advisors who can offer more personalized guidance.
So it's really about taking that first step and not being afraid to ask for help if you need it.
That's exactly it. And remember, even during a recession, there are still sectors of the economy that do well.
Oh, right. So it's not like everything just crashes and burns.
Nope, not at all. And by diversifying your investments, you can spread out the risk and potentially ride out those market fluctuations a bit smoother.
Okay, so we've got debt reduction, emergency savings, and investing. All great ideas. But you mentioned earlier about how a recession can sometimes lead to lower prices for things.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So wouldn't a stimulus check arriving at the same time basically supercharge that benefit?
Oh, absolutely. Imagine this. You get your stimulus check, and at the same time, the cost of groceries, gas, and other everyday essentials starts going down. Your purchasing power just skyrocketed.
It's like getting a bonus on top of a bonus.
Exactly. It's a chance to not just maintain your current lifestyle, but potentially even upgrade it a bit.
Wow. Hadn't even thought about it that way.
And let's not forget the psychological boost that comes with having some extra financial wiggle room. It can make a huge difference in terms of stress levels and overall well-being.
Yeah, it's like a weight being lifted off your shoulders.
Let's...
You can breathe a little easier knowing that you've got a bit of a cushion.
Exactly. Financial security is a major contributor to overall happiness and life satisfaction. It's about being able to approach daily life with a sense of calm and confidence, knowing you have the resources to handle whatever comes your way.
It's like having that peace of mind that allows you to focus on the things that really matter in life, like your relationships, your health, and your passions.
Absolutely. And this brings us to another interesting point. We often think of money in terms of its practical uses. Paying bills, buying necessities, saving for the future.
Yeah, that's usually the focus, right?
Right. But money can also be a tool for creating joy and making memories.
Oh, I like that. It's not just about survival, it's about thriving.
Exactly. Imagine using some of that stimulus money to do something special for yourself or your loved ones. Maybe a weekend getaway, a nice dinner out, tickets to a show. It's about using money to enrich your life experiences.
Those are great examples. It's about finding that balance between being responsible with your finances and actually enjoying the fruits of your labor.
Precisely. And remember, even small acts of self-care or spending on experiences can have a ripple effect. Boost your mood, strengthen your relationships, even improve your overall health.
Wow. I'm already feeling more optimistic just thinking about all these possibilities.
Me too. It's like we're painting a picture of a future where financial well-being is within reach, and it's a beautiful picture indeed.
It really is. And it's not just a fantasy. It's based on real economic trends and possibilities.
That's the power of knowledge and a positive mindset. By understanding how the economy works and embracing a proactive approach, we can position ourselves to not just survive, but thrive no matter what challenges come our way.
This conversation has been so inspiring. It feels like we've uncovered a treasure map to a brighter financial future.
And this is just the beginning of the journey. There's always more to learn, more to explore, and more ways to grow.
Wow, we've really covered a lot of ground in this deep dive. It's amazing to think about all the potential upsides that could be just around the corner, and how we can actually make the most of them.
It has been a fascinating exploration, that's for sure. And you've really done a great job pulling out some of the key insights from all this research. We've talked about the chances of another stimulus check, the possibility of things costing less, and even how a recession can sometimes create those unique opportunities for financial growth.
Yeah, it's almost like we've gotten this sneak peek into a future where things could actually get better, not worse.
Yeah.
It's like a breath of fresh air, especially when there's so much doom and gloom out there.
Absolutely. That's the power of knowledge and a positive outlook. By understanding how the economy works and by being proactive, we can put ourselves in a position to not just ride out the storm, but to actually come out stronger on the other side.
I love that. So as we wrap up this deep dive, what are some of the big takeaways our listeners should keep in mind as they navigate their own financial journeys? What are the big lessons here?
That's a great question. And I think it really comes down to a few essential principles. First and foremost, preparation is key. We can't predict the future exactly, but we can definitely get ourselves ready.
Right.
We can arm ourselves with the knowledge and the tools we need to make smart choices.
Like having a game plan, right?
Exactly. Imagine having a clear financial plan. It's like a roadmap that outlines your goals, your strategies, and what you'll do if things don't go exactly as planned. That kind of plan can give you so much confidence no matter what the economy throws your way.
Yeah, it's like having that sense of direction, that feeling of being in control.
Exactly. And the second big thing, mindset is everything. A positive outlook combined with a proactive approach can make all the difference in the world.
So it's not just about what you know, it's also about how you approach things.
Exactly. Imagine facing those financial challenges not as roadblocks, but as opportunities for growth and learning. That shift in perspective can turn fear into excitement and uncertainty into possibility.
It's like turning lemons into lemonade, right? Taking those potential setbacks and turning them into stepping stones towards something even better.
Exactly. And finally, never forget the power of community. We're all in this together, and when we share knowledge, resources, and support, we can achieve so much more.
It's like teamwork makes the dream work, right?
That's a great way to put it. Imagine connecting with other people who are on the same journey, finding mentors who can guide you, and joining communities where you can learn and grow together. It makes such a difference.
It's like having a whole team of cheerleaders all rooting for your success.
Exactly. And remember, even small steps taken consistently can lead to amazing results. It all adds up over time.
Like that saying, Rome wasn't built in a day, right?
Exactly. Imagine starting with just one small financial goal. Maybe it's paying off a debt, or setting up an emergency fund, or investing a small amount each month. Whatever it is, those small actions over time will compound and create a ripple effect that transforms your financial picture.
It's like planting a tiny seed that grows into a mighty oak tree. It's a reminder that even when things feel uncertain, we still have the power to shape our own financial destinies.
That's a beautiful way to put it, and it really captures the essence of this deep dive. We've explored the possibilities, we've identified the opportunities, and we've equipped ourselves with the knowledge and the mindset to create a brighter financial future.
I'm leaving this conversation feeling so inspired and empowered. It's like we've been given this tool box filled with valuable insights and strategies that we can actually use in our own lives.
And remember, this is just the beginning. The journey to financial well-being is an ongoing adventure, and there's always more to learn, more to explore, and more ways to grow.
Well, Deep Divers, it's been an absolute pleasure diving into these financial waters with you today. We hope you've learned a few things and that you're feeling more confident about navigating these exciting times ahead.